Chapter 401. It's easy to ask God, but it's hard to send God. The commander, Shengguo knelt on the ground, trembling, and did not even dare to take a breath. I don't know. Your Excellency Tenzhuai. Where are you from? Where are you from? Shengguo voice trembled, cautiously, and solemnly asked. He wanted to know where this ... The young and terrifying 4-star Danzun in front of him came from ... Where is the martial arts camp? Shenzong's eyes were calm, and he glanced lightly at him. You don't have the qualifications yet. Ask me this question. Hearing these words, the leader of Zuo Shengguo trembled and hurriedly knelt on the ground. He also knew that he had failed to speak. A high-ranking 4-star heavenly commander. His identity and background, how can he? What he can ask about? This is simply looking for death. Looking at his feet, the leader who kept kowtow. Shenzong's expression was calm and he took a deep breath of cigarette. By the way, Lu Kanshan, how are you doing these days? Are you still in the position? Shenzong seemed to think of something, and asked lightly. Hearing Tenzhuai's question, Shengguo body trembled and he didn't dare to refute at all. He trembled and replied, Commander Lu. He is in good health. At present. Is still in place. Command me. The Eastern Theater, complete the war system. You know, the Lu Kanshan that ... Tenzhuai said, but the most invincible name in the entire Eastern Theater. That is the Eastern Theater. The Supreme Commander. Over 80 years old, gray-haired, but still the same, invincible posture, vertical and horizontal battlefield. That's also the only one in the Eastern Theater who has made his identity public. The martial realm Chuaizun. 1-star, handsome. Lu Kanshan's name was engraved on the wall of the highest martial arts realm in the Eastern Theater. Regardless of merit or force value, they have already broken their limits. That is the of the Eastern Theater. In the Eastern Martial Realm, Commander Lu is second, and in the entire East. East China region, no one dare to speak first. In the entire East China Jiangnan, who would dare to call Commander Lu's name so directly? In Huadong Yueying, if you dare to call Commander Lu's name directly, then you will be punished by military punishment. But the first person in the Eastern Martial Realm. However, at this moment, the young handsome man in front of him calmly and indifferently said the 3 words Lu Kanshan casually. This is simply, oh, it's still there. Shenzong nodded slowly, faintly puffing out smoke rings. Your Excellency Tenzhuai. Do you know us? Commander Lu. Shengguo knelt on the ground and asked with a trembling. Well, back then, on the battlefield, we killed people together. Shenzong took a deep breath of the cigarette ring, and gently brushed the ashes between his fingers. A few calm and indifferent words shocked everyone present. Unbelievable! Shengguo took a deep breath of air. Shocked and trembling. And Commander Lu, killed people on the battlefield together? ? This Commander Lu is over 100 years old, and he has rarely participated in combat. However, in recent years, Commander Lu, the only battle he has publicly participated in, is the battle against terrorism and annihilation in the Tatama Basin in the West. 3 years ago, that battle was a battle of the gods. According to rumors, the leader is a mysterious 4-star Tenzhuai. Within 10 minutes, annihilate overseas forces and hundreds of thousands of terrorists. Put down the war within half an hour. In that battle, the Black Demon terrorist organization was directly annihilated by the crowd, leaving no one behind. That battle can be described as a war zone myth. It is widely spread in thousands of war zones in the hot summer. Fortunately, Commander Lu, who was able to participate in this battle, was even more of a conferred god. Promoted to 1-star marshal. Titled the Supreme and number 1 in the Eastern Theater. And at this moment, in front of him, this 20-something-year-old Tenzhuai said ... together with Commander Lu, had participated in a battle on the battlefield? Could it be possible? Sheng Yuojian's pupils shrank suddenly. During that battle, I heard that the commander was a mysterious four-star heavenly commander? Sheng Yuojian stared at Chen Zonging in shock. This one in front of me isn't it 4-star, handsome! At this moment, Sheng Yuojian's whole person, and his soul trembled. This fucking... Wouldn't it be such a coincidence? The young man in front of him was the super of war who wiped out the Black Demon terrorist organization 3 years ago. Although everyone didn't know the true identity of that handsome however, his legend of God of War circulated throughout Yu Ying. Conferred God in World War I. Although Sheng Yuojian could not confirm his identity, nor could he be sure, the heavenly marshal in front of him was the mysterious God of War. However, he had a faint hunch. The one in front of me is the mysterious God of War, the of War. Sheng Yuojian didn't dare to neglect at all, squatting his head again and again. Tanzwai, today... I am really a subordinate and others. I have countless eyes and don't know the real body of Tanzwai. Tanzwai, please move. Your subordinates will immediately take you out of the underground base to catch the wind and dust for you. Sheng Yuojian bowed his body cautiously and said in salute. At this moment, it is the right thing to get this big Buddha out of the underground base. This big Buddha is locked in an underground base. If it is spread out, I am afraid that a large number of people in Yu Ying will be implicated and punished. If it is, the Commander Lu above knows... I'm afraid it's still not possible, and cut off his Sheng Yuojian's head on the spot. Thinking of this result, Sheng Yuojian trembled. However, Chen Zonging's eyes were calm and he sat lightly on the interrogation chair. Don't plan to get up anymore. Since it comes, you will be safe. Since it has come, Chen is not in a hurry to leave. He tilted Erlang's legs, sitting on the chair faintly, puffing out smoke rings. Hearing these words, Sheng Yuojian's complexion turned pale and embarrassed. It's easy to ask God, but it's hard to send God. What the fuck? Tanzwai is planning to stay here, don't you leave? Sheng Yuojian's forehead was sweating coldly. Behind him, Shenbin was also pale, not knowing what to do. He caused a disaster. At the door of the metal prison room, all the Special Forces members knelt to the ground together, and everyone was sweating. Everyone looked embarrassed, like kneeling on pins and needles. It's the fuck. Tanzwai is not going to leave. Where are my belongings? Chen Zonggong's eyes were calm and he glanced lightly at Shenbin and asked. Shenbin's body trembled. Where would you dare to neglect? He immediately greeted his subordinates and brought Chen Zong's personal belongings. Huawei mobile phones, Omega watches, a pack of soft Chinese cigarettes, a lighter, and, most importantly, the Devil May Cry dagger. Chen Zonggong's eyes were light, and he took the things back into his clothes pockets. Then, he put the Omega watch on his wrist, raised his wrist and glanced at the time. At this time, it was approaching 11 o'clock noon. Hey... Your Excellency Tanzwai... or, your subordinate... I will go and inform Lu, Commander Lu. Sheng Yuojian asked tremblingly with cold sweat on his forehead. Now this matter. He can't call the shots at all. It can only be contacted by Commander Lu as soon as possible. Let Commander Lu personally come to ask Tanzwai to be released from prison. Otherwise, I am afraid that no one can invite this big Buddha to leave. Add more, I'm too lazy to talk about it! Brothers who haven't voted yet, I said it's useless to keep your monthly pass. Vote for me. There's more to be given next month. Isn't this enough for me? Chapter 402. The heroic years do not remember the past. Hey... Your Excellency Tanzwai... or, your subordinate... I will go and inform Lu, Commander Lu. Sheng Yuojian asked tremblingly with cold sweat on his forehead. Now this matter. He can't call the shots at all. It can only be contacted by Commander Lu as soon as possible. Let Commander Lu personally come to ask Tanzwai to be released from prison. Otherwise, I am afraid that no one can invite this big Buddha to leave. No need. Chen Zongying's eyes were calm, and he waved faintly. My identity. Wait, no one is allowed to reveal a word to the outside world. His eyes looked around at everyone, including the Eastern military camp, the highest command. Who dare to disclose a word? Cut it without pardon. Chen Zhongying's voice was calm and indifferent, and said slowly, his identity is a top secret. Now in Jiangnan, it's only for missions. The identity must be highly confidential. Today, if he hadn't borrowed Yu Ying to investigate and deal with some confidential information, he would not be able to reveal his identity. Hearing what Tan Zhuai said, Sheng Guojian immediately kowtow and bow. Immediately guarantee that there will never be the slightest bit of news. And Shenbin was the first time to give an order. Order the entire underground base, everyone, block the news. The identity and news of the 4-star Tan Zhuai must not be revealed! Exclamation mark. After telling everything, Chen Zong also finished smoking a cigarette. Squeezing out the cigarette butt, he finally slowly got up from the interrogation chair. I'm a little hungry. Let's go to eat first. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, his hands folded behind his back, and he walked out of the metal prison step by step. In the prison, the Commander General Sheng Guojian was on the verge of amnesty. He hurriedly got up, followed Tan Zhuai, and sent Tan Zhuai out. Shenbin also hurriedly got up and followed out. At the entrance of the corridor, a large group of special forces knelt on the ground. Respectfully sent Chen Zhongying out of the base. This scene is simply unprecedented. Entrance to the base. An elevator rises slowly. Stopped on the ground floor. The elevator door opened, and Chen Zhongying stepped out of the elevator door with his hands behind his back. The commander, Sheng Guojian, followed him respectfully and cautiously. Shenbin, as well as the dozen or so Yu Ying supreme management personnel behind him, followed behind him, cautiously. This kind of battle posture, the front is unprecedented. Base, ground entrance. A group of special fighters were stationed at the gate. Seeing this scene, all the special forces team members stared, stunned. Question mark. This? Question mark. What's the situation? Question mark. That young man. Isn't he a criminal suspect? Question mark. But now. This? Question mark. How was he released? Why? Commanders Yuo and Captain are all following him? Question mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. All were shocked by this scene. Unbelievable. Your Excellency Tan Zhuai. Your subordinates have arranged the Shangri-La Hotel, and the car is already waiting outside the door. This will pick you up from the wind and dust. Zuo General Sheng Guojian cautiously stepped forward and said, no, just eat Yu Ying canteen. Also, don't call me Tan Zhuai anymore. Remember, my identity is not allowed to be revealed. Chen Zhongying's tone was calm and slowly exhorted. Sheng Guojian was taken aback for a moment. Question mark. But still, nodded in agreement. Just like that, Chen Zong slowly came to the soldiers' canteen in the Jiangnan Yu Ying war zone. In fact, the food in the canteen in the Yu Ying theater is not bad. But, he is a handsome 4-star handsome ... He condescended to come to the cafeteria to have a meal. This still caused the complex and inexplicable expressions of the senior leaders, such as General Zuo and Shenbin behind him. But none of them dared to speak. A group of people just followed behind them, came to the canteen, packed lunch boxes, and then sat at the table in the center of the canteen and started to eat. Chen Zhongying sat quietly at the table, holding his chopsticks, and ate slowly. A group of supreme leaders of Yu Ying, sitting around him, looked cautious. In the canteen, all the soldiers who were eating, seeing this scene, all looked astonished and shocked. Everyone is whispering. Everyone is discussing speculation. The elegant young man sitting in the center, lightly eating and eating. What is the identity of that young man? How can you let the General and Lieutenant Shenbin sit next to him in person? Dine with him? During the entire meal, Sheng Guojian and Shenbin were extremely cautious. As for Chen Zhongying, his eyes were calm and he calmly enjoyed the food in the Yu Ying canteen. Sitting here, faintly. It gave him a sense of familiarity. It seems that everything has returned to the Kyoto Yueyang that year. North, Yueyang battlefield. That year, green memories. That year, his name was also called Chen Zhongying, not death. That year, he was full of blood. The heroic years do not remember the past. Today, Chen Zhongying is dead. There is only one death god code name that crosses the world and kills infinitely. A canteen meal took nearly half an hour. This is the end. According to the military regulations, Chen Zhongying discarded the remaining food residue, and then put the dinner plate in the sink. With the support of Sheng Guojian and Shen Bin, he walked out of the canteen. Heaven. Tanzwai. As it is still early today, why don't you go to my combat headquarters villa to rest? Sheng Guojian stepped forward and asked cautiously. He still wanted to greet Tanzwai to leave this military camp. After all, this military camp is a place to prepare for battle, and they just arrested Tanzwai back. Tanzwai didn't leave. This Sheng Guojian's heart was hanging. It's like a sharp sword hanging in the head. Don't leave in a hurry. Chen Zhongying, but his eyes were calm, as if he did not intend to leave at all. Sheng Guojian, Shen Bin, the Yueyang executives behind him. This damn the big Buddha doesn't leave, and their group of people feel anxious in their hearts. With his hands on his back, Chen Zhong walked slowly in the Yueyang battle zone. Behind them, Sheng Guojian, Shen Bin. A group of staff followed, and the atmosphere was incomprehensible. How do you Jiangnan Yueyang know the news of my invasion of the satellite? While strolling, Chen Zhongying glanced around indifferently, wondering with all his heart, and asked indifferently, huh? Hearing these words, Sheng Guojian's expression was taken aback. He subconsciously turned his head and glanced aside Shen Bin. Because of this incident, Shen Bin stabbed it out. These clues were also directly managed by Shen Bin. Shen Bin's whole body trembled slightly. He had a complex complexion, bowed his body and saluted, not daring to make any negligence, and cautiously reported, "This is that we suddenly received a Morse code from Kyoto last night. In that code, an instruction was revealed." "Oh, what's the order?" Chen Zhongying asked with his hands behind his back and walked with all his heart, but his pupils were slightly condensed. Today, the reason why he deliberately revealed his whereabouts and was caught to Jiangnan Yueyang was to see what they wanted to do. Now, the clues are getting closer. Is it because of the satellite invasion? However, another clue surfaced inexplicably. Why did Jiangnan Yueyang know about his invasion into a military satellite? But at this moment, one of Shen Bin's answer was to make his face congeal. Chapter 403. Everyone is going to lose their heads. "Oh, what's the order?" Chen Zhongying asked with his hands behind his back and strolled with all his heart, but his pupils were slightly condensed. Today, the reason why he deliberately revealed his whereabouts and was caught to Jiangnan Yueyang was to see what they wanted to do. Now, the clues are getting closer. Is it because of the satellite invasion? However, another clue surfaced inexplicably. Why did Jiangnan Yueyang know about his invasion into a military satellite? But at this time, one of Shen Bin's answer was to make him look condensed. Shen Bin's face was solemn, and he dared not conceal anything. He carefully reported, "It's a special encrypted code. There is only one command message above. Jiangnan, satellite, invasion, command XL." Shen Bin was cautious and reported slowly, At this moment, when I heard this instruction message, Chen Zhongying's pupils condensed suddenly. This! This is his Huawei phone's special invasion instruction. How can the other party know? His intrusion was a highly encrypted method. In Yangtze Kingdom, few people can crack his intrusion encryption method. But in Kyoto, someone broke his encryption method. Moreover, it was reported to Jiangnan Yueyang? What is this? Who is behind that? And who is it? Take me to the control room. I have to look at it myself. That instruction. Chen Zhongying's voice was calm and deep, but with an unprecedented chill. Is this a provocation for the other party? Still a warning? No matter what the intention, this is definitely not good. Shen Bin looked solemn and did not dare to resist. He quickly took Chen Zong to the combat room of the satellite headquarters of the theater. Open that Morse code immediately. Mr. Chen wants to take a look. Shen Bin's face was solemn, and he shouted to the subordinates in the satellite control room. As Mr. Chen requested that Tun's Wise identity be kept secret, Shen Bin and Sheng Guojian did not dare to disclose it to the public at all. They could only call him Mr. Chen. When the subordinates heard Du Weishan's words, they were stunned for a moment, and then the expression became a little embarrassing and complicated. Lieutenant Chin. The code started. The automatic decomposition process. Has disappeared. The subordinates looked a little embarrassed and explained cautiously. They have been working on satellite communications for more than 10 years. And it is the first time they encounter such a mysterious Morse code. How can they automatically distribute and disappear, leave no trace? Hearing the words of his subordinates, Shen Bin's expression became more embarrassed than ever before. Exclamation mark. This? Question mark. Disappear automatically? Question mark. Mr. Chen. This? Shen Bin looked embarrassed. It was really hard to explain. But Chen Zong stepped forward. His eyes were cold, and he went directly to the satellite computer, opened the program, and directly searched for that program. The Morse code disappears, and the self-solving program is started. This is, I don't want to leave any evidence. But how can Chen Zongjing let the other party succeed? He directly opened the entire system, typed out a complex program code, and instantly uncovered the program behind the entire system. The group of satellite operators around, seeing his spooky IT methods, all stared and dumbfounded. Question mark. This? Question mark. What is this? IT genius? Question mark. Hacker? Question mark. A minute later, he finally searched for clues that the code hadn't been broken down yet. When he saw this Morse code, Chen Zong's eyes sharply condensed. The code instruction has been completely decomposed, and there is only a residual English symbol trace. This is 47-digit code, Sleeville high-strength penetration code. This code form originated from Kyoto, the Forbidden City! Exclamation mark. His face is colder than ever. A code from Kyoto, the Forbidden City! Exclamation mark. Testify yourself. Invade the satellite. Could it be a certain Quinxang in the Forbidden City is eyeing him? This is impossible. His identity, Queen Yangxia. Almost few people know. What does the other party want to do? Do you want to take the opportunity to get rid of yourself? This is absolutely impossible. Just relying on the small Jiangnan Yu eyeing in front of him, Chen Zong couldn't help him. He can come in sideways and go out sideways. He has undergone the most professional antigent training, and a Jiangnan Yu eyeing cannot detain him. The other party, what on earth do you want to do? Chen Zongying's eyes were deeper than ever before. He could not guess the purpose of the other party. Who is the other party? Suddenly, there was a person in his mind! Exclamation mark. In the whole of Kyoto, even in the Forbidden City, there are not too many people who can master this kind of code programming. Could it be that person? But he quickly shook his head. Yes, it's impossible. Chen Zongying's complexion was unprecedentedly solemn. But at this moment, don't ask for it. He is not too suspicious. Unless, in the Forbidden City, a spy appeared and was invaded. But that is almost impossible. How could that copper wall and iron wall be invaded? Chen Zongguang's eyes were deep. He turned around suddenly, and walked toward the satellite monitoring room. Sheng Guojian and Shen Bin followed carefully, following this Dan's way, not daring to neglect at all. Today, I came to Jiangnan Yu Eyeing and my identity were completely blocked. Who would dare to disclose half a word to the outside world? Chen Zongying's eyes slowly condensed. Zhuju clan. Except for a few people in the Forbidden City, everyone else does not know his identity. His mission in Jiangnan is also highly classified. Never reveal the slightest to the outside. Otherwise, it will cause a huge chaos. Sheng Yuojian and Shenbin both looked more solemn than ever before, and they bowed their bodies and saluted. Please rest assured, sir. I wait. I will never reveal a word to the outside world. Prepare the car and send me away. Chen Zhongying's voice was indifferent and slowly ordered. Today, he has left the Ku group for too long, so it is time to go back in order to avoid trouble. Shenbin immediately greeted him and ordered a military Dongfeng warrior vehicle to come, and one of his subordinates escorted Chen Zhongying, and finally drove away from the Jiangnan Yueying Theater. At the gate of the Yueying station area, the commander-in-chief Sheng Yuojian, and the captain Shenbin, standing at the gate, personally watched the Tanzhuai leave until the off-road vehicle completely disappeared at the end of the front view. Sheng Yuojian and Shenbin breathed a sigh of relief. Amnesty is coming. Sheng Yuojian wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, then turned his head, staring coldly at Shenbin beside him. Shenbin's expression was a little complicated. General Zuo. Before Shenbin finished speaking, Sheng Yuojian directly raised his hand and slapped it over. Smack. Shenbin was directly beaten up. You bastard, you almost killed me. General Sheng Yuojian was completely furious. Shenbin's whole person was like a tortoise with his head shrunk. He didn't dare to resist any leader who slapped it wildly. Today, he Shenbin committed a serious crime. If it weren't for Tanzhuai.com to open one side, if not, the entire Jiangnan Yueying, hundreds of high-level officials, will be heads off. If you like Ultimate Bingfeng, please collect it. MTLNovel.com. Ultimate Bingfeng's literature is updated fastest. Chapter 404 Wu. At the same time, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Ku group. After a brief interrogation, Ku Yiren and a group of senior employees of the company have been released back by the military organization. At this time, Ku Yiren stood in the president's office with a complicated face, stepped on high heels, and was erratic and uneasy. In her office, there are more than a dozen professional legal consultants hired by the company. At this time, the group of legal counsel lawyers, sitting there together, looked a little complicated and at a loss. This group of lawyers and Ku Yi are discussing how to rescue Mr. Chen. However, almost an entire afternoon passed, and there was still no countermeasures. Chen Zhongying was arrested by Jiangnan Yueying War Zone. That is the first-level preparation area. Any ordinary law SS, cannot take effect in front of a war zone. Everything is centered on the war zone. Now overseas, terrorists emerge in endlessly and wars continue. Theater institutions have assumed important responsibilities. In such an environment, the war zone is above all else. Only a war zone can withstand overseas crises, defend one's home and the country, and protect the peace of one party. This situation is unprecedentedly severe. Ku Yiren employs the top legal team of lawyers in Jiangnan. However, the legal team simply cannot intervene in the Yueying matter. Even prosecution is useless. Because of the ruling building, they also have no right to interfere in matters of the armed zone. Is there any way? Ku Yiren folded her arms, pacing back and forth in the office, her pretty face extremely dignified and complicated. Mr. Chen has rescued her many times. But this time, Mr. Chen encountered a crisis. How could she just ignore it? No matter what method is used or how much money she spends, she will fish out Mr. Chen. The group of lawyers sat in the office with complex expressions and shook their heads. In the face of Jiangnan Yueying's arrest, they were completely helpless. Ordinary people can't get involved in military affairs. This is not a trifle. Using the civil procedure law, filing a lawsuit in the highest theater of action, and sternly representing, will it work? Ku Yiren asked solemnly with her complicated eyes. This is also the way. There is no alternative. She was very anxious at this time, and Mr. Chen stayed inside for one more day, and her heart became anxious. No matter what, she must save people. It's useless. Mr. Ku, the head of the legal team, shook his head with a complex expression. The highest theater does not accept such civil cases at all. They only accept all war cases and military rulings. War zones are different from ordinary societies. and the laws that need to be judged are also different. Therefore, an ordinary team of lawyers and ordinary rules cannot intervene at all. What should I do? Is there no other way? Ku Yi asked with a complicated face. Macy looked at the group of lawyers. The lawyer team looked complicated and shook their heads slowly. Indeed, there is no way. At this moment, Ku Yiren's pretty face was whiter than ever before. What should I do? She stood in front of the French window, her beautiful eyes were complex and solemn like never before. At this time, she was helpless. Tingling bell. At this moment, suddenly, her office phone rang suddenly! Ku Yiren was stunned and picked up the office phone in a puzzled way. At first glance, it was an incoming call from the front desk downstairs. She answered the phone in doubt. Mr. Ku Chen Mr. Chen, we are back. During the call, the female receptionist's voice was a little complicated and rushed at the front desk downstairs, and reported. Hearing this sentence, Ku Yi was taken aback. What did you say? She couldn't believe it, thinking she had heard it wrong. So she asked again! Mr. Chen Mr. Chen is back and is coming upstairs by elevator. On the other end of the phone, the female receptionist downstairs said solemnly and repeated the report. This time, Ku Yiren finally heard clearly. Did you hear me wrong? She immediately hung up, stepped on high heels, and hurried out of the office. Mr. Ku What's the matter? Outside the office, the group of colleagues saw the president in such a hurry. They couldn't help but stunned and asked hurriedly. Mr. Chen is back, Ku Yi said. All the colleagues' expressions were taken aback. Mr. Chen is back? Then, a large group of colleagues followed Mr. Ku and came to the elevator door. Sure enough, I saw an elevator slowly rising from downstairs. After several months of coexistence, a group of colleagues have almost regarded Mr. Chen as another leader. Although he is as cold, he has protected the company many times invisibly, and all his colleagues are in mind. For this mysterious security director, everyone has respect in their hearts. Today, Mr. Chen suffered a catastrophe and was taken away by the Yuang war zone. Everyone felt anxious in their hearts, and vaguely felt that something was going to happen. At this time, Mr. Chen returned safely, and everyone's hearts were finally let go. Ding! The elevator rose to the 99th floor. The elevator door opened slowly. Chen Zhongying walked out of the elevator slowly with a straight suit and a cigarette in his mouth. And when he just stepped out of the elevator, he was stunned by the scene outside the elevator door. A large group of colleagues are standing outside the elevator door, looking at him expectantly. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were slightly red, and she stood in front of her colleagues. What's the situation? Chen Zhongying looked inexplicably astonished, looking at the scene before him. He has some. Why is it unknown? Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes are complicated, and he stepped forward slowly. Sir, are you okay? Her voice, with a trace of concern, resisted the emotional fluctuations in her heart, and asked cautiously. Chen Zhongying slowly spit out a smoke ring. No problem. Then, stepping on his leather shoes, he passed by Ku Yiren, also passed by the colleagues in front. He walked straight into his office. All colleagues are a little surprised. Mr. Chen, it really is Mr. Chen. It's still so cold, frosty. With complicated eyes, Ku Yiren turned around and watched him walk into the office, closing the door. She took a deep breath and pressed against the complexity of her heart. Just come back. Chen Zong returned to the office, his eyes calm and indifferent, and closed the door. Then he sat on the chair, raised Erlang's legs, and slowly lit a cigarette. He took out the Huawei mobile phone calmly. His eyes were deep. He clicked on a mysterious phone in the capital of the capital, and dialed it. After a long time, the other end of the phone was finally connected. Reaper. What's the matter? The anti-terrorism activities in the West have been serious recently. I'm very busy. Don't bother me if it's okay. On the other end of the phone, the deep and hoarse old man's voice came from the mysterious Jiang Yazu. Jiang Yazu, I was stared at. Chen Zong held the phone, leaned on the chair lightly, and murmured to report. On the other side of the phone, when he heard these words, Zhang Yazi fell silent for an instant. What's going on? On the phone, Zhang Yazi's voice was more solemn than ever, and asked. Some readers asked me in the group, how do I know the details of so many agents? Explain here, because I used to be a soldier in Special Operations Forces, Nanjing Military Region. So I know more about reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, as well as the structure of firearms. As for the agents, I haven't contacted them, but their anti-reconnaissance and camouflage capabilities are a bit stronger than ours. Our jungle fight in their city. The environment is different. In addition, the readership, 310,745,503. Chapter 405. I was monitored. Zhang Yazi, I was stared at. Chen Zong held the phone, leaned on the chair lightly, and murmured to report. On the other side of the phone, when he heard these words, Zhang Yazi fell silent for an instant. What's going on? On the phone, Zhang Yazi's voice was more solemn than ever, and asked. Chen Zonging sat on the office chair. His eyes were deep. He spit out a smoke ring, and slowly said, 2 days ago, I invaded the Jiangnan Yueying satellite. Someone followed my signal and cracked my intrusion. I revealed it to him. Jiangnan Yueying. On the other side of the phone, there was a moment of silence. Zhang Yazi was silent for a long time before he finally looked solemn and asked, anti-tracking the other party, find out who he is? Unable to find, his ID uses Morse code, sleevel encryption, and the clue is broken. Chen Zonging said calmly and slowly, but shortly after, he added, the signal source comes from the Forbidden City. Boom. On the phone, upon hearing these words, Zhang Yazi's breathing was a little short, and he was a little shocked. Source, Forbidden City? Exclamation mark. This. You mean, there is a ghost in the Forbidden City? Zhang Yazi's voice was unprecedentedly solemn. What do you think? Chen Zonging asked back while lying on the chair, holding the phone, his eyes calm. I will report to the elders' home immediately, and grabbed the messenger behind the scenes for the first time. Zhang Yazi's voice has never been more solemn. In addition, during this period of time you are more careful. The war in the West has intensified, and the Golan Heights is constantly fighting. The M continent has sent troops to the entire eastern region. Wars are flying. It is difficult to be sure whether I have any agents infiltrated in the summer. You are alone in the Jiangnan area, so be careful. Chen Zonging held the phone, his eyes calm and indifferent. Don't worry, I'm fine. On the phone, Zhang Yuyu hesitated for a moment, and suddenly said, I will dispatch a team of digital secret agents to Jiangnan to assist you in your security mission. No, I'm all alone. Chen Zonging's voice was calm and indifferent, and he refused. Digital agent? Hey. What's the use of it? He ignored Zhang Yazi's endless chatter and hung up the phone. The whole office was quiet again in an instant. Sitting on the chair, Chen Zonging raised his leg and put his foot on the desk. His eyes were deep, and he took a deep breath of the cigarette. Then he turned his head, his eyes were deep, and he stared out of the French window. Zhang Yazi, is that you? He narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the sky outside the window, muttering to himself. Chen Zong's eyes were cold. He got up and walked out of the office. I went straight to the office of Sun Gz, the secretary of the president, next door. At this time, Sun Gz was sitting in the office, dealing with official duties. Seeing Mr. Chen opening the door, her pretty face was slightly taken aback. Mr. Chen, what's the matter? Sun Gz asked in doubt, raising his head. Chen Zonging did not speak, but walked quickly to the desk and pulled out a piece of paper, picked up the pen and wrote a string of words on the paper. Watching a movie at night? Chen Zonging handed the paper to Sun Gz, his voice calm and indifferent, and said slowly, huh? Secretary Sun Gz was stunned. She was shocked and dull, took a look at the paper that Mr. Chen handed over, ? Then her pretty face became serious. On the paper, there was a sentence, I'm being monitored, You go out for me now and buy a brand new mobile phone. It must be Huawei, the latest model. This question mark. Sung Xiao turned pale, raised her head, and looked at Mr. Chen in surprise and confusion. Question mark. With a cigarette in his mouth and a calm and indifferent expression, Chen Zong nodded at her. There is no joking at all. At this moment, Sun Xiu's pretty face became a little dignified. Watching a movie? Chen Zenging continued to ask. At the same time motioned her to respond. These words are for the listeners behind them. Sun Xiu hesitated. Although she knew it was fake, her pretty face was still a little red, and she nodded, okay. Then, she had a serious face and stepped on high heels. At the sign of Mr. Chen, she got up and left the office to buy a mobile phone for him. As for Chen Zonging, with a cigarette in his mouth, he returned to his office calmly and indifferently. Just now, his scene, naturally, is to guard against some people's secret monitoring. Today's era is an era in which surveillance is ubiquitous. Unless you can walk into a shielded room that completely blocks any wireless communication signals. In this state, you can be truly safe. Otherwise, everything around you, even the air, may be monitored. As long as you are in a big city, every cubic meter of air floating around you contains high-frequency mobile communication 4G signals. The three major operators in the summer, Yidong, Connect, and Dianxin. The 4G networks of the three operators cover the entire city and all corners. There are 4G signals in the air. This is an invisible Skynet monitoring project. As long as you stand under the coverage of the 4G network, those mysterious spy organizations can use high-tech electric frequency technology to capture your location and all the sound signals around you, including every phone call you make, every text message you send, every Weibo, every WeChat, QQ, will be monitored. Therefore, Chen Zong went to Sun Xiu's office, borrowed the name of dialogue with Sun Xiu, and wrote her a note. The other party could listen to Chen Zong's dialogue, but could not capture what Chen Zong had written to Sun Xiu. However, at the same time, thousands of kilometers away, the imperial capital, Purple J City. Inside a mysterious office. The monitors are turning on carefully. A monitor, with a solemn face, wearing headphones, constantly tapping the monitor frequency and signal code in his hand. This is military-grade intelligence monitoring equipment, using high-frequency strength 4G wireless audio signals to capture the audio information in an office building in the Kushi building in the Jiangnan Shanghai markets. The whole process is going on quietly. At this moment, Zhang Yuyu was sitting aside with deep eyes and silver hair. He cocked Erlang's legs and smoked a cigar. In those old pupils, there is endless depth. Ask the little girl to watch a movie. Reaper, isn't this your style? At this time, the KUS building in the Shanghai Stock Exchange. Chen Zonging was quietly returning to his office, sitting in a chair, flipping through a book, The Art of War. 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door outside the office. In. Chen Zonging's eyes were calm, and finally slowly put down the book. The office door opened, Sun Xiu stepped on high heels with a complicated face and walked into the office. Sir, what you want? Before Sun Xiu finished speaking, she was interrupted by a gesture from Chen Zonging. Chen Zong rushed at her and made a gesture of silence. Add more. Brothers, those who didn't vote, hurry up and vote. Chapter 406. Who is monitoring whom? Sun Xiu shut up quickly, and then changed her words. Sir, I have bought you the movie tickets you want. As Sun Xiu said, he walked to the desk and turned a brand new mobile phone to Chen Zonging. Chen Zonging nodded and took the phone, then motioned to Sun Xiu to go out. He sat in front of the office, his eyes were calm. He took a deep breath of cigarette, and then squeezed out the cigarette butt. Open the mobile phone box. Inside, lies a brand new Huawei Mate 30 series, 5G mobile phone. Chen Zong turned on the phone and turned it on. Then he got up and left the office. Taking the elevator downstairs, Chen Zong walked out of the Ku Group building and stood in the most crowded place on the street. He then slowly turned on the brand new Huawei Mate 30 mobile phone. He did not plug in a calling card to the phone, because the phone meant surveillance. In today's society full of signal information, it is simply too simple to be monitored. Only need a mobile phone. You can be locked to any location by the police and agents. If you want to avoid all clues, you can only throw away your phone. Chen Zonging directly compiled a string of symbol codes to invade the internal core of Huawei mobile phones. The Kirin 990 chip started instantly. He directly invaded a communications satellite system over Jiangnan. Set up a signal point through Huawei mobile phones. This mobile phone does not have a calling card, but it can make calls at this time. Chen Zengzong pressed a series of complicated international numbers and stood on the street with constant flow of people. He dialed a call. There are thousands of mobile phone signals on the street. When Chen Zong walked into the signal center on the street, it was equivalent to finding a natural signal avoidance center. If the other party wants to find his signal point, it is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Even with the fastest frequency screening method, it may take a few minutes, and these few minutes are enough for Chen Zong to finish the call. Xura, you finally called your subordinates. On the other end of the phone, a man's excited voice came. However, on the phone, the man's words were not Chinese dialects, nor were they internationally used English, but a certain dialect used exclusively by a few ethnic groups. This dialect is almost rare and originated from the isolated primitive race of the Amazon. Their language is simple and capable, but it is extremely convoluted. If they are not proficient in their language, they will not understand their conversation at all. This primitive tribal language has gradually become the official language of many secret organizations and agents. If you use this language to talk and communicate, even if it is overheard by a spy, the other party will never understand the content of the words. I don't have much time. I was monitored by this class, and within a minute, I will finish explaining the matter. Chen Zong held up the phone, standing on the street with a constant flow of people, and said slowly, "Level monitoring is almost the highest level of military monitoring in the summer." Although there is no clue evidence, Chen Zong knows that he has been monitored. On the phone, the man heard these words, instantly solemn, "Xura, please give orders." He did not call Chen Zonging by his name, nor did he call him the code name Death God, but respectfully calling him, "Xura!" Di Shitan, order your name to be the power of the eyes of heaven. Keep an eye on Jiangnan, or something big may happen. Chen Zong held the phone. His voice was extremely solemn, and slowly exhorted. During the call, the man who had been called Di Shitan looked solemn and responded respectfully, "Yes." Subordinates understand. The eyes of the sky will keep an eye on the Jiangnan coastline. If there is a slight turbulence, the subordinates will be notified as soon as possible. Master Xura. Besides, the war in the war zone is chaotic, and Country M will send troops in. Chen Zonging's voice was more solemn than ever, and he ordered, "Under your name, all the soldiers and horses are perfect, and all retreat. Don't touch this war again." Hearing these words, the man on the phone fell silent for an instant. Xura. This war. But a sale of tens of billions of dollars. If it were to withdraw troops, wouldn't it be a bargain that was picked up by the princes of the dark world in the West? The man who became the Emperor Shitan said unwillingly during the call. Life is more important than money. If the M army sneaks in heavily, Ford-class aircraft carriers may be dispatched at any time. I don't hope that after half a month of the meeting, when I ask you about the military situation, I only see a pile of ashes. Chen Zonging's voice was colder than ever, and said solemnly, a year ago, he had personally experienced the terrorist crisis of Ford-class aircraft carriers. 30 Hornet supersonic bombers fly over your head. That kind of feeling, the entire Demon Lord's Hall, hovering under your feet. If you are not careful, there is no bones left. A year ago, Shenzong was lucky to escape from the Dead Sea. Only he understood the terrifying power of that aircraft carrier. He didn't hope that his the members would be blown to pieces. On the other end of the phone, the man was silent for a long time, and finally replied solemnly, "Subordinates understand. Subordinates will deploy firepower, and within 3 days, the large forces will withdraw from the theater." Shenzong's eyes were calm and hung up. Standing on the street where there is an endless stream of people, he glanced around. Then he walked casually in the street crowd. When he passed a trash can, his right hand gently squeezed. The brand new Huawei Mate 30 mobile phone in his hand was directly crushed. Hey! He threw it away and threw the shattered mobile phone into the trash can. Then, he turned around and left. However, not long after Shenzong left the trash can, not far from the street, a middle-aged man dressed in casual clothes, wearing a peaked cap, walked slowly towards the trash can. He came to the trash can, pretending to be a beggar on the street, and started rummaging the contents of the trash can. He was rummaging through the phone that was lost by Shenzong. However, at this moment, a few hundred meters ahead, there is a flow of people ahead. Shenzong suddenly stopped, and he turned slightly. "Raise your right hand gently." Swish. A silver light flashed out in a flash. The silver light flashed like lightning, slashing through the air, and violently attacked the middle-aged man next to the trash can. The middle-aged man was looking for the phone. But when he finally found the phone but he found that the whole phone had been crushed! This. Suddenly, the pupils of the middle-aged man trembled suddenly. He looked up suddenly. A violent sense of crisis invades the whole body. His pupils shrank suddenly. I saw in front a silver glow. Lightning strikes. He looked shocked, and quickly backed away. Puff. But the silver light was as fast as lightning, and it was already instantaneous. Penetrated his eyebrows. The silver dagger came out from the back of his head, whirled in midair, and flew back into Shenzong's hand. The middle-aged man's eyes widened and he stared at Shenzong, who was standing hundreds of meters away from the street in disbelief. "Death. God." The middle-aged man spit out the last 2 words before he died. Shenzong retracted the dagger. His face was calm, and his eyes cast a cold glance at him, then turned and left. The body of the middle-aged man fell to the ground severely. A burst of scarlet blood stained the ground under his body. Then, on the whole street, pedestrians screamed in horror. Add one more. Monthly Pass. Chapter 407 Fight. Kill. The whole street was instantly chaotic. There were many people in the court, and people died in the street. The blood of the corpse stained the entire ground next to the trash can. This scene completely frightened all the pedestrians around. People screamed in horror, and the scene was chaotic. Everyone was horrified, and they didn't even see what happened just now. I saw the old man picking up the trash next to the trash can, suddenly fell to the ground, and then the floor was covered with blood. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Among the chaotic crowd on the street, a female nurse just got off work and passed by here. Upon seeing this scene, the female nurse rushed to the corpse without saying a word, stretched out her hand and sighed on the corpse's nose. She had no breath. But the corpse, how was it injured? The female nurse looked anxious, and she checked the corpse and found no wounds on her body! Only the center of the eyebrows. There is a slight trace. Is this a wound? The female nurse didn't care about so much at this time, and hurriedly performed cardiac resuscitation on the body. Put your hands firmly on the chest of the corpse, giving him a heart resuscitation. However, in the process of the female nurse trying to rescue the corpse, because the action was too hard, a dark gun in the pocket of the corpse's clothes accidentally slipped out. When she saw this gun, the female nurse was shocked. A group of onlookers in the surrounding area also changed suddenly, and they all took 2 steps backwards. Isn't this an old man picking up tatters? Why? He slipped a thermal gun from his pocket! Everyone looked shocked. Shocked, unbelievable. In the endless chaos, Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, and he slowly lit a cigarette. He glanced lightly at the corpse in the crowd. The corner of his mouth raised to icy arc. He does not need to identify the identity of the other party. There is no need to know who the other party is. This is just a warning. Then, he spit out a smoke ring, turned and left. In the evening sun, the Mercedes-Benz S600 fleet drove slowly on the streets. After a whole day of panic and fear, I finally got off work at this time. Ku Yiren and Chen Zonggong sat in the Maybach car, and the atmosphere seemed a little quiet. On this day, after the ups and downs, Mr. Chen finally returned safely. However, Ku Yi's inner doubts are complicated, but they want to come deeper and deeper. Mr. Chen, what is his identity? Can be severely arrested by Yuang on such a large scale. After that, he could walk out safe and sound. This scene makes it difficult for Ku Yiren's heart to calm down. However, at the same time, Kyoto, the Forbidden City. Inside a mysterious office, Jiang Yazu was sitting on a chair with Erlang's legs tilted, and a cigar dangling from his mouth. In his hand, he held the crushed Huawei phone impressively. This mobile phone was exactly the mobile phone that Chen Zonggong crumbled into the trash can after making a call. Yes, but at this moment, in just a few hours, it was expedited and shipped to Kyoto. This is simply, at this time, the entire mobile phone was crushed, and the memory card, movement, and all internal parts of the mobile phone were crushed beyond repair. Therefore, it was impossible to find out who Chen Zong was calling. Jiang Yazu stared at the Huawei phone for a long time, and slowly spit out a cigar ring. His eyes became endless and deep. This night, it was destined to be deep and sleepless. The next day, early in the morning, a touch of oriental fish belly just surfaced in the sky. Chen Zongying had already finished his morning exercises. It's just that this morning, his morning exercises changed from push-ups and sit-ups to grappling, fighting, and swordsmanship. This is to prepare for war. If it weren't for the preparations, he would never train the sword for no reason. His sword is born to kill, engraved in his memory. It is the source of the horror of killing. Only when a major crisis is about to happen, he will train the sword. In the early hours of this morning, Chen Zong actually started training the sword. The innate keenness of a killer agent made him aware of ... The danger is approaching. This area of Jiangnan may not be peaceful anymore. In the eastern and central regions, wars are raging. The entire international situation is turbulent. During the war, military weapons seem to be particularly important, especially chemical weapons. And at this critical moment, Ku Yiren developed the terrible X-refinement. This type of refining can extract any chemical element, including thermal weapons, and nuclear energy. This kind of special research against human peace will surely be snatched by all parties in the international forces. Originally, Chen Zong felt that this matter was far away. At this moment, he felt that the crisis was approaching. The research and development of that woman in Ku Yiren may become a hot potato. The war hadn't arrived yet, everyone could still hold on to it. However, the war has broken out. Those forces, it's impossible to ... not map something. No one knows those organizations better than Chen Zongying. Over the years, he has fought with those war forces for thousands of rounds. The bloodshed on the battlefield made him understand that in front of any interests, everything would be vanished. Someone personally killed their soldiers and brothers in order to benefit. Some people will lose their morals for the sake of profit and kill a whole lot of innocent people. Some people will violate their most pious religious beliefs for profit. Everything is just to make excuses for profit. After morning exercises, Chen Zongying took a cold shower. Then, he changed into a white shirt and a suit. Take the Omega quarter orange watch. Then, he picked up the electric clipper and started to slowly push off his growing hair. He is not accustomed to growing long hair, let alone letting others cut his hair. Long hair, in battle, will become his burden. In the battle, One who is not careful. Hair may be caught by the opponent. Turning into a loophole to break you. Being pulled by the other party's hair, no matter who it is. It won't be good. However, long hair is even more disadvantageous in the battlefield. Bloody battlefield. Bullets rain, smoke and dust everywhere. There is no time to wash and bathe, and long hair will become a burden to the fighters. Crawling on the battlefield, countless mites and bacteria will breed in your long hair, which in turn will cause skin diseases on the scalp. Once sick in the battlefield, it is no different from death. Therefore, almost all warriors in the military camp would have their long hair shaved at the moment of their enlistment, turning them into neat short heads. This is to facilitate combat. And Chen Zhongying also maintained his hair length at all times. There are two forms of his hair length. When he was on a city spy mission, he would have long hair, convenient to conceal identity. After all, the image of an inch is easy to attract the attention of people around you. However, when he is experiencing battles, he will push his long hair and turn into an inch. An inch is more conducive for him to fight and kill. Now, he seems to be aware of something. So, he started to shave his head. The electric clippers slowly pushed away his thick black hair. The elegant face, set off by the inch hair, actually showed a hint of coldness. His hair is always shaved by himself. He is not accustomed to other people cutting his own hair, when others put a knife on his head. The intense reflexes and insecurities make it difficult for him to follow. Therefore, he always cuts his own hair. Only when the knife is in your hand is the safest. After shaving his head, with his hair full of hair, he dangled a cigarette and came to the Ku family manor next door. And when, in Ku's manor, when Ku Yiren saw his full-length hair, his pretty face was dazed. Dumbfounded? Chen. Mr. Chen, you? Ku Yiren was a little surprised, unable to accept Chen Zhongying's image at this time. The original handsome backside oil head was completely pushed off, become a clean hair. The elegant atmosphere dissipated a lot. But with a hint of indifferent scorn. Chapter 408 Troubled Times, Fight for Faith. Inside the Kiss Villa, Ku Yiren sat at the dining table with a dull face, looking at the Kunfu man in front of him dumbly. Chen. Mr. Chen, you? Ku Yiren was a little surprised, unable to accept Chen Zhongying's image at this time. The original handsome backside oil head was completely pushed off, become a clean hair. The elegant atmosphere dissipated a lot. But with a hint of indifferent scorn. The sister Ku Shuang on the side was also a little dazed, blinking her big eyes, looking at Chen Zhongying in disbelief. Xiao Bei Lian, are you broken in love? Why shave a monk's head? Ku Shuang asked teasingly. It's just that, at this moment, it seems that it is no longer suitable to call the man in front of him with a little white face. The stern face, the pair of eyes cold as frost. At this time, Chen Zhongying, the elegant aura has dissipated under the inapposition method. There is only the coldness and coldness. At this time, he was more like a cold-blooded killer. Even the Kuei couple at the dinner table looked at Mr. Chen with a look of confusion. Mr. Chen today is indeed a little weird. Chen Zhongying did not take care of Ku Shuang, but slowly sat down at the table. Let's have dinner. He was already a little hungry, so he was welcome, picked up the knife and fork, and started to eat. Breakfast is still a hearty steak sandwich. Chen Zhongying gently inserted a piece of steak into his mouth. But Ku Huihai, as usual, turned on the TV and watched the CCTV morning news while eating. Hello everyone, this is the CCTV news channel. Let's first pay attention to the situation in the East and Central Mediterranean. On the TV screen, a male host looked solemn and stood in front of the news anchor station and began to report the news summary. According to the East China National TV station on the 21st, the Mediterranean military said that the International Coalition of Combating Armed Organizations headed by State Temur launched air strikes in the Mediterranean, causing the destruction of several armed organizations and the death of hundreds of members, including 10 civilians. At the same time, The picture in the news channel began to switched to the battlefield in the Mediterranean. On-site news reporters stood in front of the cameras, holding microphones, and interviewing everyone. Behind him, the flames of war were flying. The screen switched again, switching to the scene of the Army fighter jet dropping missiles. The record roared past, and the entire ground building below, countless armed organizations exploded. The flames of war are flying all over the sky. Looking at the news interviews on TV, Kuihui at the table couldn't help sighing. There's another war. The overseas situation is really turbulent. He drank a cup of hot soy milk and sighed. Import and export trade has to have an impact, and international medical prices have to rise again. Sometimes I think about it. Being in the hot summer is really a blessing. Kuihui sighed sincerely. Indeed, overseas and international wars are raging. Only in the hot summer country, peace remains. Leaders, countless hot summer military camps, guard one side of the territory. Protect the peace of the hot summer country. The world is in chaos, but the hot summer will continue, and be guarded peacefully. This is not a pure land. Watching the picture played in front of the TV. However, Chen Zhongying still had his eyes calm, crossed a steak, and slowly passed it into his mouth. As he expected, the Mediterranean theater has indeed begun to lose control. Dad, do overseas R&D departments and pharmaceutical suppliers need to suspend negotiations? Kuiyiran asked with complicated eyes, looking at his father. Nowadays, there are constant wars overseas, and the process of overseas cooperation is also a bit unclear. Let's run aground for now. In this situation, going to sea is not necessarily safe. You have to control the loss. Father Kuihui said slowly. His Buzi Nesman's keen sense of smell told him that the more war chased, the more stable he must be. Today, the hot summer country is the safest and most peaceful. There is no need to go abroad, wandering in the muddy waters abroad. Kuiyiran's beautiful eyes hesitated and nodded. At this time, on the TV screen, another hostess looked solemnly, and then said, at 7 o'clock this morning, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Country M officially held a press conference to acknowledge the airstrike. According to the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Country M, this time the main attack was on the headquarters of the Mediterranean militants, acting as a deterrent. When reporters on the scene asked questions, the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs did not shy away from saying that Country M still has more powerful weapons, and the USS Ford has been dispatched. It has also been equipped with an entire formation of nuclear submarine strike groups. Then, the news screen switched to the direction of the Mediterranean Sea. According to the high-altitude overhead shots provided by the M Army, a huge nuclear-powered aircraft carrier formation is slowly driving in the blue waters. At this time, Chen Zhongying, who was eating at the table, finally slowly raised his head. His gaze was staring straight at the TV screen. The giant nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford. This aircraft carrier, has a deep memory. A year ago, the Pacific Ocean, the power of one person, face off with the Ford-class aircraft carrier. Dozens of F-35A Lightning II fighter jets passed over his head. Explosions, bombardments. Howling. Those voices, as if in his mind, were dug out again. A year ago, he was lucky. Survived the overwhelming bombardment of the Ford aircraft carrier. The USS Ford did not kill him. The M Army, and therefore, lost 7 F-35A Lightning II fighters. After the war, Chen Zhong was imprisoned on Hell Island. Since then, disappeared. Old M's equipment is really enough for the blood. Ford-class aircraft carrier TSK. In the villa, Kuihui sat at the dining table, watching the fleet picture on the TV screen, and couldn't help but sigh. But the latest super combat aircraft carrier developed by Old M. This big guy is out, and the Mediterranean is going to be in chaos. Kuihui sighed. As the world policeman, M Party is nosy everywhere. but it has to be admitted that its military equipment is still very advanced, standing among the top ranks in the world. At the dinner table, Chen Zhongying was still enjoying breakfast quietly. "Hey, Xiaobalian, would you fly an aircraft carrier?" At this moment, Ku Shuang, who was dining on the side, suddenly leaned in front of him and asked jokingly and curiously. Chen Zhongying's gaze was stunned for a moment, and he passed a steak into his mouth, and said slowly, "No. But I will destroy it." Cut. Again bragging, this lady can still hit the bomber with her bare hands. Ku Shuang gave him a white look and continued to eat sandwiches for breakfast. Chen Zhongying also ignored her, and a little girl, so why bother with general knowledge? At this moment, on the news of the TV station, a news item that the host continued to broadcast attracted Chen Zhongying's attention. In addition, according to frontline reporters, the situation in the Mediterranean is turbulent. With the arrival of the Army Ford aircraft carrier, many armed organizations and mercenary teams have begun to evacuate. Currently on the evacuation list, there are world-famous Blackwater International, Shura Camp, and Cobra mercenaries. With the withdrawal of these forces, the uncontrollability of the battle in the Mediterranean may have been foreseen. Now, with the participation of the Army, the smoke of the entire battle has become more and more difficult to control. At the same time, the UN Security Council is also the first. A warning was issued for a moment, admonishing the armed forces of all parties to deal with it calmly and never use force to sacrifice the lives of innocent people and cause big mistakes. Regarding the follow-up situation in the Mediterranean, we will continue to pay attention. In front of the TV station, the hostess solemnly reported, and Chen Zhongying's eyes were calmly staring at the TV. He has already heard the name he wants to hear. Now that he has retreated. Then, it's okay. He picked up the teacup and took a sip of hot milk. Then his eyes became deep. I really can't figure out why the fighting in the Mediterranean area. Ku Huihai sighed helplessly. What is so good about that place? Isn't it just a little bit of oil resources? In the eyes of a businessman of him, he really couldn't understand why there was a war. There is no need to use weapons to grab oil resources, right? Can't competition with fair business methods work? Must kill and overwhelm. Not for oil, but for faith. At this moment, Chen Zhongying on the side suddenly spoke slowly and replied. When he heard what he said, Ku Huihai was taken aback. After thinking for a long time, he finally figured out. Faith. Fight for faith. Oil itself is not a contradiction. The contradiction lies in beliefs and opinions, and racial disputes. And behind all these things is driven by interests. Cut. It sounds like you've been on the battlefield. Don't know how to pretend to understand. Ku Shuang on the side gave him a glance and retorted. Chen Zhongying ignored him and continued to enjoy breakfast. However, Sister Ku Yiren fell into silence after hearing these words from Mr. Chen. In her mind, guessing about Mr. Chen's identity, a possibility. Is gradually becoming clear. Chapter 409 High Intensity, Heat Fluctuation. After breakfast, Ku Yiren and Chen Zhongying got into the Maybach bulletproof car together. However, before the convoy left, Chen Zhongying suddenly reminded a group of bodyguards. Check your bulletproof vests. You'd better wear too. Chen Zhongying's voice calmly reminded slowly. When hearing these words from Mr. Chen, all the bodyguards were taken aback. Each of them bodyguards is wearing a bulletproof vest. According to the bulletproof level of this vest, it is completely sufficient in this city. It is fully capable of resisting the bullet attack of some thermal weapons. But why does Mr. Chen want them to wear two pieces today? You know, a titanium alloy bulletproof vest weighs more than 10 kilograms. Wearing a vest makes it inconvenient to move. If you wear two pieces, it is equivalent to hanging 50 catties of iron on your body. It is even more inconvenient to act. Is this necessary? The bodyguards have some doubts. However, Yang Feng, the bodyguard leader, looked solemn, and he had no doubt about Mr. Chen's decision. Although I don't know why. But since this was ordered by Mr. Chen, Yang Feng believed in Mr. Chen's judgment. Everyone, wear another bulletproof vest. Assemble in 10 minutes. Go, Yang Feng ordered. The 40 bodyguards were a little helpless, so they could only go back to the equipment room and put on a bulletproof vest again. Wear 2 sets of bulletproof vests on the body, then put on a suit jacket and cover the bulletproof vests in the clothes. Most people can only see that their bodies are relatively thick, and they can't see the bulletproof vests at all. However, some bodyguards did not obey the instructions in order to be lazy and relaxed. Just kidding, wear 2 bulletproof vests. Isn't that suffocating? The bodyguards just walked around the equipment room symbolically, then continued to wear a one-piece bulletproof vest and walked out. He lied to the leader that he had worn 2 of them. After all the bodyguards put on their gear again, everything is ready. The Mercedes-Benz team finally started slowly and drove out of the Kiss Manor. 10 Mercedes-Benz convoys, escorting Ku Yiren's main car, drove slowly towards Ku's mansion all the way. The Mercedes-Benz fleet drove slowly on the streets of Shanghai and Hai according to the established route. At 8:30 in the morning, the streets of Shanghai and Hai markets were in the morning rush hour, and there was still some congestion. The Ku Yiren sat in the Maybach bulletproof car with his legs on his knees and a laptop. She wears a pair of rose gold framed eyes, her long hair is gently rolled up, and she is tapping the keyboard on the computer, calculating and processing the equations of medicine. On weekdays, her official duties are extremely busy. In addition to solving the company's commercial operation problems, she also undertakes the research and development work of the entire pharmaceutical team. Now the X-engineering project is steadily advancing the experimental process. This process is very important. Every experimental test data, she has to personally analyze and go through it, confirm that there is no error in every data link. So she has almost no free time. As for Chen Zonging, with his hands folded on his chest, he leaned on the soft massage chair of the Maybach car, closing the curtain and resting quietly. It seems that everything outside the body has nothing to do with him. The Mercedes-Benz fleet was driving all the way, slowly walking through the congested streets of Shanghai and Shanghai. During the whole journey, no unexpected situation occurred. The bodyguards sat in the 10 bodyguard cars at the front and back, as usual, guarding the surroundings. On the surrounding streets, except for the congested traffic and the endless stream of pedestrians on the sidewalks, there are hardly any signs of danger. However, hundreds of meters away from the Maybach motorcade, on a Morgan Stanley Bank headquarters building, the top of the Morgan Stanley Bank building, at an altitude of 300 meters, a man wearing a black combat uniform, with a dark front color, slowly lay down in front of the rooftop at the top of the bank building. The facial features of the man are of foreign nationality, like an Indian race, with jet black pupils, black and yellow complexion, thick eyebrows. He exuded an unprecedented murderous intent. The man was lying in front of the roof, holding a Tomahawk Barrett heavy sniper rifle, slowly aiming at the street hundreds of meters away. Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle. This is a super heavy weapon developed by Country M. These hot weapons are absolutely taboo equipment. The hot summer continent is a country where guns are banned, and it is a forbidden land for mercenaries. But, at this moment, this foreign man was able to get Barrett into the hot summer country. This is simply. At this time, the foreign man was slowly closing his left eye, then put his right eye in front of the infrared telescope mount of the sniper rifle. Through the infrared telescope, the scene hundreds of meters below the street became extremely clear. He could clearly see the row of Mercedes-Benz cars in the street below. The center point of the cross of the sniper scope was slowly locked on the Maybach sedan in the convoy. However, the windows of the Maybach car are reflective glass, and it is not possible to see the situation inside the car. The sniper turned on the infrared thermal composite image function. On his sight, the picture instantly turned to pitch black. However, when he aimed the sight at the Maybach car below in the pitch black car, 3 red thermal composite figures appeared in an instant. The infrared thermal synthesis image can simulate the outline of the human body based on the heat emitted by the human organism. At this time, Although the sniper could not see the situation in the Maybach car, he was able to clearly detect the organisms in the car through the thermally synthesized image. Inside the car, 3 red thermal synthetic portraits emerged, a male profile portrait sitting in the cab of a car. This person should be the driver. Looking at the outline of the thermally synthesized image, this person is relatively strong and seems to have undergone professional training, like a bodyguard. In the back row of the Maybach car, sitting in the silhouette of a woman, looking at her figure, graceful. It basically matches the height and body characteristics of the target person. However, beside the woman, there is another man sitting. This man, body contour, a little slender and weak. But why? On the thermal composite image, the image of his figure is so bright red! This! Thermally synthesized images have one characteristic. That is, the stronger the vitality of an organism, the greater the heat it emits. The red image on the thermal synthesis is like the outline, the stronger the red light. The rehatching image is based on the heat emitted by the biological collective to display the image. However, at this moment, in the back of that Maybach car, the body of the slender man exudes an extremely terrible thermal reaction! This! Is this man a human? How can a human body emit such a terrible heat response? On the bank building, the sniper's gaze was a little shocked. Unbelievable. He once detected such a high-intensity thermal response only on the body of a jaguar running wild. Because when the jaguar runs wildly, its speed is so fast that its body will burst out with powerful energy fluctuations, and its body temperature will rise. But at this moment, that man just sitting calmly in the Maybach car could he emit such terrifying heat fluctuations? This. It's impossible. Report command. There is something strange. The sniper looked solemn and spoke fluent English to the commander in the wireless headset. Say, what's the difference? In the wireless headset, a hoarse and deep voice came slowly. On the infrared thermal composite image, high-intensity heat fluctuations are detected. It is emitted from a man. Chapter 410 Time, Location, Harmony of People. Report command. There is something strange. The sniper looked solemn and spoke fluent English to the commander in the wireless headset. Say, what's the difference? In the wireless headset, a hoarse and deep voice came slowly. On the infrared thermal composite image, high-intensity heat fluctuations are detected. It is emitted from a man. Upon hearing the report, the commander's voice was silent for a moment in the wireless electric headset. After a long time, the hoarse voice finally came out again. It seems that Kuyaran is carrying a bodyguard with some ability. The commander's voice was hoarse and deep, like a creeping beast. Continue to observe that we have enough thermal firepower, no matter how strong it is. Without firepower, it is destined to be just our target. At best, the threat level is not level B. It is not a threat to the mission. In the wireless electric headset, the commander-in-chief, the voice was calm and deep, and said slowly, yes. The sniper replied solemnly, and then continued to move to the sight glasses and continue to observe. He did not rush to fire. Because of an ambush, we need to wait. Wait for the moment, the right time, the right place, and the harmony of people. Indispensable. A hunting, you need to wait for the best time, and then attack, take down the prey in one fell swoop. The whole process, everything in the early stage, is just waiting quietly, looking for the best opportunity. A few hundred meters below, the Mercedes-Benz fleet moved slowly along with the congested traffic. The sniper's scope was facing the Maybach car below, slowly shifting the angle of view. The index finger of the sniper's right hand was already firmly on the trigger. He is here, waiting for the best ambush opportunity. In the morning, 8:40, a ray of sunlight, reflected by the floor-to-ceiling windows of the building, casts on the windows of the Maybach car, reflecting layers of light. The top of the Morgan Stanley Bank building. When the sniper looked through the scope and saw the light reflected by the Maybach car window, his complexion suddenly changed! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. The light refracted by this car window? Question mark. Layers of waves are changing. This dot dot dot. This is dot 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 military grade, bulletproof glass! Exclamation mark. The face of the sniper has become completely shocked and complicated. These assassin fighters who have undergone acrobatics training can refract the light through the glass window and analyze the type of glass. But, at this moment the layers of light reflected from the windows of that Maybach car are basically the reflection arc of the super military bulletproof glass! Exclamation mark. Layer 2 floors 3 floors 4 floors. Through the sight, the sniper completely counted the light refracted from the windows of the Maybach car. The whole 7 layers of waves! Exclamation mark. This is simply, each layer of wave refracted represents a layer of bulletproof glass, and the 7-layer wave light represents 7-layer bulletproof glass! Exclamation mark. What the fuck! Exclamation mark. This Maybach car uses 7 layers of military-grade bulletproof glass! Exclamation mark. The face of the sniper was shocked. Unbelievable! Exclamation mark. What the fuck! As for! Exclamation mark. 7-layer bulletproof glass. This kind of hard strength ... even if the rocket is attacked, it can't open its glass! Exclamation mark. This, ambushed a dick! Exclamation mark. 7-layer bulletproof glass! Exclamation mark. Also play an egg! The sniper looked more solemn than ever. He hurriedly turned on the radio headset and reported urgently. Urgent report. The Maybach car of the target character uses 7 layers of military bulletproof glass. In the radio headset, when I heard the report of the sniper, the commander's breath was obviously shocked and chaotic. 7 layers, bulletproof glass? Question mark. This, no matter how strong the firepower they carry, no matter how powerful the Barrett heavy sniper weapon has impact penetration, it can't penetrate the 7-layer bulletproof glass! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Unless equipped with a dedicated 10-centimeter armor-piercing bullet. But damn, they don't have armor-piercing bullets at all. This time, I was in a hurry when I came to perform the task in the hot summer. I thought that the task could be accomplished simply. But damn, who would have thought? The vehicle the other party was riding in was actually bulletproof at military level! Exclamation mark. This NEMA, the bulletproof level of this car is comparable to the head of state. Isn't it just a district group president? Question mark. As for the armored car equipped with the head of state level! Exclamation mark. The commander was almost furious. His fists clenched. After patience for a long time, he finally ordered, everyone, don't do anything for the time being. Hawkeye in the air, continue to observe and stand by. The ground attack team, waiting for dispatch, hide your identity and don't reveal it. Waiting for the time, that car. Don't move for now. Wait for the target person to get off the car, and then wait for the time. However, at the same time, hundreds of meters below the street, the Mercedes-Benz team is slowly walking on the congested streets. In the middle, inside the Maybach car, Kuyaran sat on a chair, lowered her head and tapped on the laptop computer, a string of complex medical and chemical formula codes, constantly being revised by her tingling bell. At this moment, her mobile phone rang suddenly and quickly. Kuyaran was a little too busy, freed one hand, picked up the phone, and pressed the hands-free button. Hello, Mr. Ku, I'm the host of Shanghai TV station, Zhu Otong, about our program reservation yesterday. Do you still remember? A soft and nice woman's voice came on the other end of the phone. Oh, hello, Miss Zhu. I remember, Kuyaran said while sitting in the car, handling official duties. Well, regarding your interview, in view of your busy work, our radio station followed your instructions and came to your group to conduct the interview. Now we have arrived at your building, the hostess said on the phone. A few days ago, the Weibo scandal of the Kuyaran group was turbulent and the impact was too great. Later, it even alarmed the People's Daily. Therefore, the Shanghai TV station officially came forward, intending to give Ku Yiren a special interview to clarify her matter, so that she can explain it at the official level. Ku Yiren didn't refuse, but agreed casually. But her request was to come to the Ku group for an interview, because she was so busy that she couldn't spare any time to record at the TV station. However, the TV station also agreed to this request. It was about this morning, in the KISS building, to conduct a simple special interview. Now, are you there yet? Then I will arrange for the secretary to come and pick you up. Ku Yiren continued on the phone and said, "It's okay, don't bother, we will just wait at the door for a while. By the way, we will also take a group photo of you standing in front of the building and take a shot," Zhu Otong said magnetically during the call. "Well, I'll trouble you. I'm sorry that there is a traffic jam here, but I will be there soon." Ku Yiren finished speaking, and then hung up the phone. "Is there an interview?" Chen Zhongying suddenly asked in a calm voice. "Add more brothers who haven't voted for my monthly pass. Please give me some energy. Let's be refreshed." I'm refreshed too. Chapter 411 Life and Death, Sniper. "Is there an interview?" Chen Zhongying suddenly asked in a calm voice. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were calm and nodded slowly. "Well, yesterday the TV station made an appointment and said that he would give me a special clarification interview for my previous hot scandal." Ku Yiren did not hide too much, said the magnetic voice. "Do you want to stand at the door of the building for an interview?" Chen Zong folded his chest, his voice calm and indifferent, and asked calmly, "Well, I heard that I want to take a background and take a group photo." Ku Yiren replied. Chen Zhongying was not talking, but took out a cigarette and lit it on his own. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were slightly taken aback, and he glanced at Mr. Chen with some confusion. The interview should be fine, right? Seeing Mr. Chen didn't speak, Ku Yiren didn't ask any more, and continued to lower his head, facing the busy office with the laptop. It's just that what Kui people don't know is, while she was sitting in the car while working out of the car window, hundreds of meters away, a pair of sniper scopes were like beasts, silently. Her vehicle was locked tightly. 10 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz team finally drove slowly into the front door of the Ku group. The bodyguard respectfully stepped forward and opened the door of the Maybach car. Ku Yiren stepped on high heels and got out of the car with temperament. Chen Zhongying was dressed in a black suit, shaved his hair, and got out of the car slowly. At the entrance of the KISS building, a large TV station interview vehicle has been parked there. A female host in a delicate uniform is standing there slowly with her hands in front of her, long hair and gape. When Ku Yiren got off the car, the hostess Zhu Otong with a smile on her delicate and pretty face, she stepped forward and stretched out her hand. "Hello, President Ku. I have been admiring the name for a long time." "Hello, Miss Zhu." Ku Yiren also stretched out his hand and shook Zhu Otong Yinying. Handshake between two beautiful women. Regarding this interview, at the request of our TV station, the first is to clarify the scandal for you, President Ku. The second is to promote the KISS Pharmaceutical Group to increase the brand influence of local companies. Zhu Otong voice magnetism, said slowly. Ku Yiren nodded lightly. "Thank you for your TV station, and I have to trouble Miss Zhu for today's interview. The need for work, besides. It is my luck for Zhu Otong to interview a young strong woman like Mr. Ku," Zhu Otong said magnetically. The two women just stood in front of the Ku clan group and talked softly. The camera crew of the TV station has already started recording and capturing the scene. As for Chen Zhongying, in a straight suit, with his hands behind his back, he stood calmly beside Ku Yi. It looks like a bodyguard, but the temperament looks like it, but it doesn't seem to be the same. During the conversation between Zhu Otong and Ku Yiren, he also saw Chen Zhongying. When she saw this man, her eyes were slightly taken aback. This man seems familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere. But she couldn't remember it for a while. Maybe it's an illusion, right? Zhu Otong thought. However, at the same time, 1,000 meters away, the Morgan Stanley Bank building has a top floor of 300 meters. The foreign sniper, with a solemn face, was lying on the roof of the building. That huge, cold, tomato-long Barrett sniper weapon was aimed straight at the gate of the Ku Klux, 1,000 meters away. From the beginning of the task, the location of this building has been the best location. It is just 1 kilometer away from Q's group building. This equidistant distance can not only shoot halfway in the Midway convoy, but also shoot in the office of the KISS building. The entire geographical location occupies almost all the advantages. It is not only easy to hide, but also easy to snipe the target. At this time, the sniper's scope was straightly locked on the target person, Ku Yiren, 1,000 meters away. The range of 1 kilometer is Barrett's best range. At a distance of 1 kilometer, mistakes can be minimized, and accuracy can reach 99%. At this moment, the sniper was crawling on the roof of the rooftop, and the scope was locked straight on. The target distance is 1,130 meters. Wind speed, 10 km/h. Wind direction, 45 degrees from the southeast. Muzzle offset, 8 centimeters. Outdoor air temperature, 7 degrees Celsius. Air pressure, 35. Air humidity, 60%. For a sniper from a kilometer away, every piece of data must be adjusted to perfection. On the rooftop, the sniper is slowly adjusting the sniper angle and data. Be sure to ... A hit must be hit. Finally, within a minute, the angle of the sniper is adjusted. Report the command. Report the command. The angle range is over, and request instructions. The sniper asked, lying in front of the sniper scope, his eyes calm as cold as he looked at the radio headset. In the radio headset, the commander's voice was hoarse, and he replied slowly, with only 2 words, attack. With the voice of the commander, it just fell down. The index finger of the sniper's right hand had already pulled the trigger at the same time. Swish. A metallic silver glow ... like lightning ... suddenly whizzed out from Barrett's huge cold bore. The huge muffler blasts the sonic burst of the bullet and absorbs it instantly. Everything is still quiet. Only a silver tongue of fire, like lightning, pierced the air, and shot towards the target person 1,000 meters below. Ku Yiren. 1,000 meters below, at the gate of KISS Group. Ku Yiren was standing in front of the mansion at the gate, briefly communicating with the host Zhu Otong. The cameraman was by the side, taking pictures of the two people's communication. Mr. Ku, the location shooting is almost done. Let's move indoors and get ready to start the interview, Zhu Otong said magnetically. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were calm and nodded slowly, just when she was about to move forward. Suddenly, the air behind her trembled. A silver flaming bullet ... carrying a huge and terrifying penetration force. It violently struck Ku Yiren's shoulders! The goal is not the heart ... nor the eyebrows ... but the shoulders. The moment Ku Yiren turned his head, he happened to see that bullet, which struck like lightning. Her pretty face turned pale. The beautiful eyes are wide, and there is no time to turn back. The air seems to freeze at this time. All this happened so fast that people ... too late to react. But, just as the sniper bullet was about to penetrate Ku Yiren's shoulder, a palm suddenly came forward like lightning. Puff! With a sound, flesh and blood penetrate. I saw that Chen Zhonggong's palm was firmly grasping the long and narrow sniper bullet. The bullet shell, nearly a centimeter long, directly penetrated his entire palm. The shell was still stained with blood from Chen Zong's palm. But, he just caught this sniper bullet with his bare hands. Caught it. A drop of scarlet dripped slowly along his palm. When Ku Yiren reacted, he found he was not shot. Sir ... your hand. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were locked on Chen Zong's palm for the first time. The 6 centimeters bullet directly penetrated half of his palm. A piece of blood dripping. Seeing this scene, Ku Yiren's heart trembled suddenly. Add more to! Chapter 412. A cart full, kill. But, he just caught this sniper bullet with his bare hands. Caught it. A drop of scarlet dripped slowly along his palm. When Ku Yiren reacted, he found. He was not shot. Sir. Your hand. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes were locked on Chen Zong's palm for the first time. The 6 centimeters bullet directly penetrated half of his palm. A piece of blood dripping. Seeing this scene, Kuyaran's heart trembled suddenly. The hostess Zhu Otong was also frightened. Her pretty face turned pale. She watched this scene in a daze and horror. Chen Zonggong's eyes were indifferent, and he slowly raised his palm and glanced at the bullet that penetrated his palm. Blood was dripping, but he seemed to not feel the pain at all. He slowly pulled the bullet from the center of his palm. Put the bullet in front and glance at it slowly. 6 centimeters, synthetic cartridge case. This is not a killing bullet. He squeezed lightly with 2 fingers, and with a click, the bullet shell burst and a pungent liquid overflowed. Chen Zong's eyes condensed. This is anesthetic. This gun, this bullet. The purpose is not to kill Ku Yi, rather, to numb her. When the Kuyaran on the side smelled this pungent smell, her eyes changed. She also noticed the breath of narcotics. Wow! However, at this moment kilometers away, an anesthetic sniper bullet violently struck again. Second shot, goal. Kuyi's shoulder. The shoulder is the closest position to the heart. The effect of anesthetics is the fastest! Moreover, it can protect the life of the target person. This time, it was kidnapping, not murder. They want to catch at this moment, Kuyaran's pretty face turned pale. There was no time to react at all. The speed of the sniper bullet is too fast. In the blink of an eye, a distance of 1 second, it can penetrate kilometers. Almost no human being can react. The host Zhu Otong behind him was also pretty pale, and the interview microphone in his hand was panicked and fell to the ground. She is just a TV station host. She has never experienced such a panic assault scene in her life. The surrounding air seemed to freeze in an instant. However, at this moment, Chen Zong's eyes were indifferent, and he stretched out his hand like lightning. Zheng. The sniper bullet that struck violently was once again held in his hand. Kilometers away, the top floor of the Morgan Stanley Bank building. The sniper known as Hawkeye's pupils shook suddenly, and he looked at the figure of the man below in disbelief. Unarmed, 2 times. Catch your own sniper bullet? This. How can it be? If it's the first time, it can be said he is luck, by chance. But this second time, it was by no means a coincidence. Report. There was a threat. Catch my 2 bullets with your bare hands. Suspected. It was the bodyguard of the target person, Kuyaran. Hawkeye's expression was solemn, and he immediately reported to the commander in the wireless current. In the wireless headset, the commander's voice was hoarse, and he slowly said, adjust the threat level to A level. Hawkeye, high-altitude assistance, and ground attack team are about to be dispatched. This time, the commander directly adjusted Chen Zongying's threat level from level B to level A. Catch 2 sniper bullets with your bare hands. These characters are extremely threatening. At the same time, thousands of meters below the gate of Kiss Group, Chen Zongying slowly spread out his palm, and the fragments of the crushed and deformed sniper bullet in his hand were slowly scattered to the ground. He looked indifferently, looking at the bullet fragments on the ground, thoughtfully. Anesthetize Kui. This is not an assassination. It's kidnapping. Chen Zongying looked up slowly. Then, the ground attack team should be almost here. Suddenly, in the street ahead, a roar of the engine swept through. As predicted, at the moment when Chen Zongying guessed, a black van suddenly drove towards. Crunch. There was a sudden brake sound. The van suddenly braked and flicked, and the side of the van stopped directly in front of the Kiss building. At this moment, Chen Zongying's pupils condensed slightly. In the next second, the leather shoes under his feet suddenly stepped on, and the whole person was like lightning, rushing up in a flash. At the entrance of Daxiamen, the van door is about to open. But when the car door was halfway open, A foreign man was armed with a gun and had not stepped out of the car door. Suddenly a figure rushed up. Chen Zhongying gave a fierce kick. The door was kicked back, and closed hard. The foreign man's cheek and the car door came into an intimate collision contact. The whole person was knocked back into the car. The foreign man's entire nose was smashed, and the blood was constantly pouring down the bridge of his nose. Asshole! The foreign man was furious and ferocious, suddenly got up from the van, aimed his gun directly at the door, and fired wildly! Da-da-da-da-da. The bullet's flames penetrated the car door and window in an instant, and shot towards Chen Zong outside the door. Chen Zongying's body flashed suddenly, as fast as lightning, and directly avoided the countless bullets, and then he punched directly with his right hand and penetrated into the car door fiercely. Puff! The foreign male assassin was too late to react, and was directly choked on his neck. Crack! A cry. As soon as Chen Zong's right hand pressed hard, the foreign male assassin's neck was directly twisted. His head fell. In the van, several other assassins looked furious and stunned. They aimed their guns at Chen Zhongying outside the car door and fired frantically. Da-da-da. Countless bullets are overwhelming, trying to smash Chen Zong's into a meat sieve. Chen Zhongying's figure was lightning fast. He jumped directly into the air, flipped onto the roof of the van, and then punched directly through the roof steel plate. Puff! A foreign male assassin below didn't respond at all. A palm had penetrated from the roof of the car, and punched his sky spirit cover. His whole head instantly cracked and spread. And then poof! With a bang, the head burst, and the blood was flying. In the van, another assassin looked shocked, and was about to raise his assault rifle, facing the roof of the car. But before he fired his shot, one hand has penetrated his eyes. Puff! Chen Zong's palm was drawn from the assassin's pupils. With the other hand, lightning squeezed a killer's neck, directly smashed that killer's neck, and the head fell to the ground. Blink, 3 seconds. A car was full, 10 killers. The remains were piled up in the van. These 10 people, even too late to get out of the car, were directly attacked and killed by Chen Zong in the car. At the same time, at the entrance of the KISS building, the group of bodyguards reacted. The complexion of all the bodyguards changed a lot! In the next second, all the bodyguards rushed to the Kuyiran, forming a wall of people! Enemy attack. Protect Mr. Ku. A large group of bodyguards used human bodies as physical shields to keep Kuyiran and host Zhu Otong behind them. 1. Chapter 413 Hawkeye, Ambush. At the same time, at the entrance of the KISS building, the group of bodyguards reacted. The face of all the bodyguards changed drastically! In the next second, all the bodyguards rushed to the front of Kuyiran, forming a wall of human Cs. Enemy attack. Protect Mr. Ku. A large group of bodyguards used human bodies to make meat shields, keeping Kuyiran and host Zhu Otong behind them. Quick! Escort Mr. Ku into the building and look for cover. The bodyguard leader Yang Feng's complexion scorched and shouted. At this time, it was 1 kilometer away. On the top floor of the Morgan Stanley Bank building, the elite sniper looked stern, and, like lightning, he replaced the sniper bullet with an 8 centimeters lethal bomb. Then, the bullet aimed at Yang Feng, the bodyguard leader. Aim, locking, directly. Fire with 1 shot. Kill the leader of the bodyguard, and the whole bodyguard formation will fall apart. Swish! A bullet came violently. Just when all the bodyguards thought that the bullet was aimed at the Kiwi people, all the bodyguards surrounded the adult C and tried to protect Mr. Ku. But I didn't expect. The target of that bullet would be their leader, Yang Feng. Puff! The silver light bullet hit Yang Feng's left chest in an instant. Boom! Yang Feng's whole body was directly blown away tens of meters away. His body slammed into a Mercedes-Benz behind him, and the door of the entire car was dented. The power of this gun is really too great. Yang Feng trembled, his entire chest Scarlet filled. But he is still alive. He tremblingly lowered his head and saw that the two body armors on his chest were almost dented and twisted. In the middle of the body armor, the 8 centimeters sniper bullet was fiercely inserted in it. So close, just a little bit, that bullet might burst his heart. Fortunately he wore 2 body armor. The thickness of the 2 bulletproof vests will be able to barely resist that terrifying sniper bullet. However, even though the bullet did not penetrate, the huge lethality still shocked him to vomit blood. His internal organs seemed to be torn apart, and his chest was scarlet. At this moment, Yang Feng suddenly thought. Just in the morning, Mr. Chen ordered them to wear 2 bulletproof vests for each of them. Could it be that Mr. Chen had already anticipated all this? Thinking of this, Yang Feng looked shocked, and looked at the figure on the top of the van in disbelief. At this time, Chen Zhongying was standing on the top of the van, his hands full of blood. Team Yang. The bodyguards looked shocked and rushed up to help Yang Feng from the car door. Immediately, Mr. Ku into the building. Yang Feng's voice trembled, but he did not forget to command everyone. A large group of bodyguards formed a human shield and tried to cover Mr. Ku from entering the building. But, thousands of meters away, the sniper didn't plan to let the Ku Yi people into the building. The target character must be hijacked within 10 minutes. Once let her into the building, then everything is over. Boom. The explosive bomb hit the body of a bodyguard fiercely. Because this bodyguard was just lazy, he didn't wear 2 bulletproof suits. The blasting bullet directly pierced the bodyguard's bulletproof vest on the spot. Puff. The bodyguard's body exploded directly, exploding into a mist. Xiaoding. Yang Feng yelled when he saw this scene. But nothing can help. The bodyguard member named Xiaoding turned into blood in the sky and exploded. The flesh and blood mixed with visceral residue, splashed all over the ground. Quick! Mr. Ku into the building. Yang Feng shouted angrily. A large group of bodyguards hurriedly formed a human body wall and escorted Ku Yi people into the building. Not far away, the sniper kept shooting, trying to stop the bodyguards from moving. However, blasting bombs came violently. Most of the bullets, after hitting the bodyguards, were deeply embedded in the middle of the 2 bulletproof vests. Only a very small part of the bodyguards who wore single-piece body armors suffered a lot of damage. And most of the bodyguards followed Mr. Chen's instructions in the morning. Everyone wore 2 bulletproof vests. These defenses were thick enough to withstand the shooting of a sniper rifle. A kilometer away, the Eli sniper's complexion was unprecedentedly ugly, and he said angrily, "Damn, the group of bodyguards are wearing 2 body armors?" He has no other choice but to continue shooting frantically, trying to prevent the target character from entering the building. At this time, at the entrance of Kios building, sniper bullets continue to bombard. All the bodyguards worked together, lost the lives of several members, braved the bullets, and finally escorted Mr. Ku into the Kiss mansion. In the hall of the Kiss mansion, there are many blind spots in the building. The sniper is too far away to see the Kiwi people at all, and completely lost the target. Fuck. Asshole. Kilometers away, the Hawkeye sniper looked so ferocious and angry, he almost wanted to go crazy. Watching the target person be escorted into the building, he lost his best ambush point. This is simply a shame in his many missions! Exclamation mark. The codename of Hawkeye, smashing the war zone. His ambush has never missed. But today, in front of a group of Chinese ants, in front of a group of sick men in East Asia, did you fail? Exclamation mark. This is simply humiliation! Exclamation mark. Hawkeye slammed the bullet and pointed the scope of the sniper rifle at a few kilometers below. Chen Zonging on the van. If it weren't for the appearance of this spoiler, their ground attack team would have already started to take down the target mission. This mission will not turn out to be like this. Hawkeye's face is grim. He is going to shoot this spoiler with a headshot! Exclamation mark. A bullet's tongue of fire instantly penetrated the air, carrying a sonic boom, distorting the air, and shooting towards Chen Zonging's eyebrows and head below! Exclamation mark. 1,000 meters below, on the roof of the van, Chen Zong's pupils condensed. Supersonic wind noise level 3. In an instant, according to the sound of the bullet roaring, he instantly foresaw. This is a blasting kill bullet. This kind of bullet will burst when it touches. Dangerous. Chen Zong's pupils condensed, and his body suddenly rolled, disappeared in place on the roof of the car. Question mark. Boom. The sniper bullet instantly penetrated the roof of the van. The violent explosion blew through the roof of the entire van. Exclamation mark. Thousands of meters away, the Eli sniper's pupils condensed, and when he saw this scene, his complexion changed drastically. This! Exclamation mark. This man. Could he dodge his sniper bullet for the third time with his bare hands? Exclamation mark. How can that be? Exclamation mark. From firing a sniper bullet to hitting a target a kilometer away, it only takes a second. But he avoided it! Exclamation mark. This skill, reaction! Exclamation mark. How can it be? Exclamation mark. Command. That personal bodyguard is too fast, and the ground attack team are all planted. I can shoot him. Hawkeye's voice was unprecedentedly sharp, reporting to the radio headset. 1. Chapter 414. I shot once. 1 million. Command. That personal bodyguard is too fast, and the ground attack team are all planted. I can shoot him. Hawkeye's voice was unprecedentedly sharp, reporting to the radio headset. In the radio headset, the commander's voice was unprecedentedly hoarse and solemn. Target threat level adjusted to sleevel. Ground assault team, support is here. You cover high in the sky. take it down, then rush in and capture it for the first time. Kuyaran. The atmosphere is more solemn than ever. This time, the commander directly adjusted the threat level to S level. Originally, he underestimated the target threat. Now, re-evaluate and adjust it to S level, a serious threat! Exclamation mark. This level is unprecedented, dignified. Yes, Hawkeye replied with a solemn expression. 1,000 meters below, the gate of the Ku group. Chen Zhongying stood in the center of the killing. He was dressed in a black suit and straight. His eyes were calm and deep, and he looked around indifferently. At this time, at the door of the building, the host Zhu Otong was still dull and pale, standing there, not knowing what to do. She has been completely frightened by this scene. Just now, the Ku's bodyguards escorted Ku Yiren into the building, and in a hurry, they dropped the beautiful host. At this time, Zhu Otong's pretty face was dull, and she was completely frightened. Miss Zhu. Miss Zhu is still outside. Hurry up, get her in. In the lobby of the Kiss building, Kuya's face was pale and hurried, shouting to the bodyguards. Several bodyguards solemnly obeyed the orders and rushed out of the building, trying to cover the hosts into the hall. However, those bodyguards just rushed out of the building. Whiz, dolphin sniper bullet hit it instantaneously. Violence and the two bodyguards were shot directly on the spot, and their bodies were blasted out by a huge force! Exclamation mark. The body armor on the chests of the two people was dented by the explosion. Both of them wore two body armor. Although he is not dead, he has also lost the ability to move. At the entrance of Daxiaman, Zhu Otong's face was pale, and his whole body was dull. Panicked people, under great panic, lose their ability to move. At this time, Zhu Otong had completely lost the ability to move, and she was completely shocked. She tried to move, but huge panic pierced through her. At this time, her high-heeled shoes seemed to be filled with lead, and she couldn't move at all. What's more, there is a sniper in the sky. If she really wants to escape, she can't escape at all. The bodyguards who rushed to rescue her were all shot out. However, at the same time, 1,000 meters above, the Hawkeye sniper's face was stern, his sight was locked directly at Zhu Otong below. Pretty prey, since it appears here, then stay and die under my gun. Hawkeye's voice was terrifying and hideous. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He is an extremely distorted assassin who has killed too many targets. For him, some glamorous women, since they couldn't get her, they hunted her. Can personally kill the beautiful women created by God, and watch their bodies explode in the blood mist. The beauty of that moment made him intoxicated. The Barrett sight of the Hawkeye sniper directly locked Zhu Otong. In the next moment, he pulled the trigger. Zhu Otong blasted towards the thousands of meters below. The bullet swiftly traveled through the air, passing a terrifying and powerful wave of air. Exclamation mark. At this moment, when Zhu Otong reacted, His face was pale. Her pupils saw the bullet that violently struck hundreds of meters away. The range target of that bullet is its own direction, but she can't avoid it. The speed is too fast. Soon she can't avoid it at all. At that moment, her brain went blank. Are you dying? Not far away, Shenzong's pupils shrank. His gaze fixed on the sniper bullet that violently struck from 100 meters away. The target of the bullet is the hostess. This hostess is not within his protection. Therefore, the life and death of this woman has nothing to do with him. He is the of death. It is impossible to shoot for an innocent person who is not important. At that moment, Shenzong had already given up Zhu Otong. What does this woman have to do with her life and death? But, in the next second, an instant, suddenly Chen Zonging turned around abruptly. He seems to have changed his mind. His body turned into lightning, rushing up with a violent attack. The speed is so fast that it almost completely exceeds the speed of that sniper bullet. Whoosh! Chen Zonging threw up like lightning, and hugged Zhu Otong's body. Zhu Otong's whole body completely reacted from the sluggishness. At this moment, she only felt the sky spinning around her body. The entire scene in front of you is spinning. The sniper bullet hurried across her face. Puff! The strong vigor caused a blood stain on her fair and pretty face. In the next second, her body was hugged fiercely by a man. The sniper bullet at the back lost its target and penetrated into the ground fiercely. Boom! There was a violent explosion. Zhu Otong's delicate body was hugged by Chen Zonging, and the two fell to the ground at the same time. Chen Zonging used her body as a shield, hugged her and pushed her away, changed the target range of the sniper bullet, and saved Zhu Otong's life. The ground behind him has been blasted out of a huge pit 1 meter deep at this time! The 8 centimeters piercing bullet is too powerful, comparable to a small grenade. If the human body is shot, it will explode on the spot, exploding into a blood mist. At this time, Zhu Otong was saved. Her whole body was pressed by Chen Zonging under her body. The bodies of the two are close to each other. Zhu Otong trembled lightly and opened his eyes. I am not dead. With her gaze, she saw the man on her body for the first time. She could clearly hear the man's breathing and the faint smell of tobacco on his body. At this moment, Zhu Otong's heart trembled slightly. In the beautiful eyes. The mist is full. Is this man who saved himself despite the danger of his life? And the memory of this man in her mind finally came up. She remembers this man. This man was the one who sat at his dinner table at the tofu feast at the funeral of the second son of the Huang family a few months ago. It was also a few months ago that a single person swept the entire funeral church of the second son of the Huang family, so that she did not have to preside over the man who had that funeral. She finally remembered. A drop of crystal and bewildered tears slid down her beautiful face. Woman, this time I didn't save you for nothing. But at this moment, Chen Zong's calm and indifferent voice sounded in her ears. I shot once. 1 million. Money, I owe it first. When I'm done processing, give it to me. Chen Zong never tried to save people easily. Today, his shots are by no means free. It is not that he is short of money, but that this is the rule. 1 million. He shot once. Today, saving this woman is a mission. What? Zhu Otong was dull and stunned. Can't react to some? Chen Zong suddenly picked her up, and then shouted to the bodyguards in the building. Then, after speaking, he tossed hard with both hands, directly flung Zhu Otong's thin body away. Zhu Otong was panicked. The picture in front of her turned around, and her whole body was thrown away tens of meters away, and was thrown into the lobby of the building. At the entrance of the lobby of the building, the group of KUS bodyguards formed a human wall and joined forces together to catch Zhu Otong. Miss Zhu, quickly cover and hide. The bodyguards caught Zhu Otong and directly led her into the hall and hid in the bunker. 1. Chapter 415 Sonic Boom, Breaking the Sky. Zhu Otong was panicked. The picture in front of her turned around, and her whole body was thrown away tens of meters away, and was thrown into the lobby of the building. At the entrance of the lobby of the building, the group of Q's bodyguards formed a human wall and joined forces together to catch Zhu Otong. Miss Zhu, quickly cover and hide. The bodyguards caught Zhu Otong and directly led her into the hall and hid in the bunker. Zhu Otong's whole body, with a blank brain, was taken into the front desk of the lobby by the bodyguards, squatting down for cover. But at this moment, her entire brain is blank, and she still hasn't recovered from the words of the man just now. At the same time, at the entrance of Q's building, Chen Zonggan threw Zhu Otong's beautiful body into the building. Behind him, a sniper bullet pierced quickly, and violently attacked! The speed is so fast that Chen Zonggan has no time to avoid the reaction. Boom! The 8 centimeters sniper penetrated the explosive bullet, and instantly blasted on his back. The bullet instantly penetrated the suit jacket and slammed into the body armor inside him. Boom! The bullet exploded immediately when it collided! The huge explosive power of the bullet exploded Chen Zonggan directly forward. Boom! His whole body fell to the ground fiercely. There was a mess under him, and the ground was cracked and sunken, so miserable. This, codenamed Death, a super killer who crosses the overseas world. At this moment, he was shot in the small Jiangnan area of Yangtze country. If not, just to save Zhu Otong, this bullet from Hawkeye couldn't hit him at all. At this time, everything has happened. Mr. Chen. In the hall of the Kiss mansion, Ku Yi had a pretty face, and when she saw this scene, she collapsed. Seeing Mr. Chen being knocked to the ground, Ku Yiren's pretty face was whiter than ever before, and her beautiful eyes were full of tears, and she was about to rush out if she lost control. A group of bodyguards hurriedly stopped her. Mr. Ku, you can't go out. It's dangerous outside. At the gate of the entire Ku clan. The scene. A solemn killing. 9 in the morning. It is the morning peak period for colleagues to go to work. However, such a murderous scene happened. Those colleagues who had already arrived at the company hid in the office in panic and trembling, not daring to come out. The colleagues who had just arrived at the company were so scared that they didn't dare to enter the company. They fled hundreds of times, staring at the scene at the gate with horror. Thousands of meters away, the Eagle Eye's eyes were cold like never before. He stared at the corpse on the ground, and the corners of his mouth raised a twisted and strange arc. Finally killed him, this damn evil threat target. After this evil target threat is killed, the entire mission is much easier. The Ku Yi people hiding in the building are just catching turtles in the urn. It's useless even if the patrol room comes. Their ground attack team has rushed to support them. The firepower suppressed by their attack group is enough to deter everything. As long as the armed forces of this city do not appear, their firepower is enough to deter all the patrol houses and special forces in this city. Those patrol rooms are at best equipped with a domestic 92 style pistol. As for the special forces, they are only equipped with a few domestically produced assault rifles. And their attack team is equipped with overseas super heavy thermal weapons. Such a group is enough to push any security line in this city. On the top floor of the Morgan Stanley Bank building, the Iliad complexion was unprecedentedly cold. His sight locked the doorway in the direction of the building. As long as the Kiwi dared to escape, he would hit it on the spot and be anesthetized. This is a unilateral game of catching turtles in the urn. He is quietly waiting for the arrival of the ground attack team. But at this moment, suddenly, Hawkeye's complexion changed suddenly, because, at the gate of the Kiss building group, the evil threat that was killed actually slowly got up from the ground? Is he still alive? Chen Zongzong's expression was indifferent, and his whole body was stained with dust and debris. His eyes were cold. Slowly, from the rubble on the ground, climbed up. His suit jacket has been torn apart. Very messy and embarrassed. Through the suit jacket, he could see that his body armor was also distorted. Behind the body armor, an 8 cm sniper bullet was fiercely inserted into the vest, forming a violent twisted depression around the bullet. This is the trace caused by the powerful force penetrating through it. Chen Zhongying's bulletproof vest is made of super-strength high manganese steel. Unexpectedly, being hit by this sniper bullet, the entire body armor was deformed and twisted. He tore his suit jacket slowly, then take off the bulletproof vest, revealing the snow-white white shirt. He was dressed in white, unable to conceal his muscular body. With a short position and a fair face, there is only endless coldness left. He, step by step coming forward. A kilometer above, on the top floor of Morgan Stanley Bank, the Hawkeye sniper looked at this scene and his complexion changed drastically. Incredible! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. He actually is still alive! Exclamation mark. Kaka. Hawkeye suddenly loaded the bullet and loaded it. Quickly aimed at the figure of the man below. Boom! A gunshot sounded. A sniper bullet quickly penetrated and shot towards the man below! Exclamation mark. He doesn't believe in evil anymore! Exclamation mark. He wants to shoot that man headshot! Exclamation mark. 1,000 meters below, the entrance of Q's building. Chen Zhongying raised his eyes slightly and looked straight ahead. The bullet that broke through the air. In the next second, he suddenly shot with both hands like lightning. Zheng. He pinched the two fingers, and directly took the bullet in his hand. Question mark. When Hawkeye saw this scene, his face suddenly paled, shocked! Exclamation mark. Can't believe it! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. How is this possible? Exclamation mark. Unarmed forced to catch his high-power piercing bullet! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. It's impossible. But, below, that scene ... but it is clearly presented in front of my eyes! Exclamation mark. At the entrance of the Kiss mansion below, Chen Zhongying clamped the 8 centimeters long sniper piercing bomb, and his expression was unprecedentedly indifferent to him. Greneth minus the at. He raised his eyes slightly and glanced coldly at the gleaming shadow on the roof of the bank building 1,000 meters above. That is the shadow of the sniper. Then, Chen Zhongying turned slowly, holding the sniper bullet between his right fingers, slowly rising. Formed a shot-throwing action. This is! Exclamation mark. In the next second, his body violently whirled, and his right hand hurled out. A huge force ... instantly penetrated into that sniper bullet. Exclamation mark. Unarmed, bursting out of the mighty power, the bullets are formed into a sonic blast and burst into the air, penetrate and attack. This. Simply! Exclamation mark. Yesterday I tested my friend's McLaren P1, and it was a real show. It's great to have money. When my dad gives me 10 million, I will buy McLaren. If you come to Hangzhou, I will invite you to dinner. You pay some monthly pass. Chapter 416 Man of Steel. Exclamation mark. Unarmed, bursting out of the mighty power, form the bullet into a sonic blast and blast away through the air. This simply exclamation mark. A human being can throw with just one hand. Unexpectedly, it can be comparable to the penetration power of a hot weapon firearm in an instant burst. Exclamation mark. This is simply exclamation mark. The 8 cm sniper bullet was directly projected by Chen Zhonging, piercing the void, erupting with the sound of sonic boom, and violently attacking the sniper's reflective point above the sky. Exclamation mark. 1,000 meters above, Morgan Stanley Bank Building, top floor. The pupils of the eagle-eyed sniper condensed suddenly. Exclamation mark. His entire complexion changed. Can't believe it. Exclamation mark. Throwing bullets for thousands of meters in the sky with unarmed force. Exclamation mark. This exclamation mark. So possible? Exclamation mark. How could humans burst out such terrifying arms? Exclamation mark. This is impossible. This is impossible. Exclamation mark. But, at this moment, the sniper bullet has quickly penetrated the air and struck violently towards Hawkeye! Exclamation mark. Hawkeye's complexion is whiter than ever before! Exclamation mark. He has been a sniper for so many years, and he has always killed others. It's never happened before. Others have killed themselves by anti-throwing. What's more, fucking. That bullet is the bullet he just shot out! Exclamation mark. The bullet that I fired, at this moment, is reflected towards me! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. Hawkeye's brain reacted violently, and he rolled over and avoided! Exclamation mark. Puff. The sniper bullet below came in an instant, along the edge of Hawkeye's mouth, quickly wiped past. Hawkeye let out a miserable cry. His entire mouth was hit by a bullet. A huge hole was shot through. Although the bullet did not hit his head, his avoidance was effective. But the bullet grazed his mouth, the whole mouth. Blood was dripping, and the whole cheeks slapped through a scarlet blood mouth, and even the teeth in the blood mouth could be seen. The skin of the cheek was penetrated. Hawkeye fell to the ground and howled miserably. He tore open his combat uniform suddenly, wrapped his cheeks and jumped up, trying to prevent the blood from overflowing. But the scarlet blood couldn't stop at all. It continued to permeate and seep out along the cloth strips of the wound. Report. Report command. I was ambushed. Hawkeye's face was embarrassed, and he trembling and reporting on the radio headset. He had never seen such a terrifying man in his life! Exclamation mark. What the is this role? Exclamation mark. In the radio headset, the commander was silent for a long time before finally his voice hoarse and solemnly said, "The ground attack support team will arrive in 30 seconds. You will cover the attack team at all costs. Also, raise the target threat level again, SS level." The commander's voice is more solemn than ever before, slowly reporting! Exclamation mark. Again, raise the threat level, SS level! Exclamation mark. This is simply SS level. This, even when they were performing missions in the open sea, they had almost never encountered this level of threat. Sea level is already extremely tricky, almost difficult to deal with. However, the SS level is almost a terrifying existence against the sky! Exclamation mark. This level of threat is simply a humanoid beast. Hawkeye endured the pain of being penetrated by half of his mouth. He tremblingly climbed to the roof, and continued to lean in front of the sight of the Barrett sniper rifle. For the second time, he turned on infrared thermal energy synthesis image! Exclamation mark. However, with the opening of the second thermal synthesis image, Hawkeye's complexion trembled again, shocked! Exclamation mark. Because, on the infrared heat composite image, the figure of the man is shining! Exclamation mark. The entire infrared thermal imaging machine has detected the terrifying thermal energy fluctuations! Exclamation mark. So, the infrared images are all glowing! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. In other words, the body energy of the man below has fluctuated to an unprecedented level of horror! Exclamation mark. At this moment, Hawkeye was in disbelief and trembled in shock! Exclamation mark. He stared in amazement, staring at the index of the infrared thermal composite image. Warning: detect the heat energy of high-density organisms! Exclamation mark. Thermal energy value, G200. When seeing this number, Hawkeye's complexion was unprecedentedly solemn! Exclamation mark. Biomass thermal energy, 200 degrees? Question mark. This! Exclamation mark. This 200 represents nothing else. It is the physical temperature of the organism at this time. In other words, the man below has his body temperature reached 200 degrees Celsius? Question mark. This. How the hell? How is it possible? Exclamation mark. The human body's equilibrium temperature, but 37 degrees Celsius. After strenuous exercise, the body temperature will rise to 50 degrees. For top professional athletes, the upper limit of body temperature is 70 degrees. The higher the body temperature, the stronger the adrenaline and the stronger the body's function will be. A human body can never exceed the temperature of 100 degrees. Then, all the internal organs of the human body will be boiled, even burst into death! Exclamation mark. Imagine what it feels like to pour boiling water at 100 degrees Celsius on the human body! Exclamation mark. Normal human beings simply cannot withstand such a high temperature! Exclamation mark. Even if it is a cheetah running wild, its body temperature can only reach 90 degrees Celsius. But, at this moment, the temperature of the man below has reached 200 degrees Celsius! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. His body temperature has completely exploded! Exclamation mark. This body temperature is twice that of a cheetah! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. His adrenaline has soared to the limit! Exclamation mark. How is this possible? Exclamation mark. Is his body made of steel? Exclamation mark. At 200 degrees Celsius, he didn't explode and died? Exclamation mark. When Hawkeye saw this test result, the whole person was shocked. How exactly does that person exist? Exclamation mark. He stared at the terrifying figure below. He turned on the radio headset urgently and reported, report. Report the command. Infrared thermal synthesis test. Found. Found the target person. Body temperature. Body temperature reached. 200 degrees Celsius. Exclamation mark. When the result was reported, Hawkeye's entire voice was trembling, and even he couldn't believe it. Is this really the body temperature of a human? Question mark. A few seconds later, in the wireless current, The commander's hoarse and solemn voice came. "This is impossible." The commander's voice contains only 4 words. He didn't believe it. "Command, my machine is not broken," Hawkeye solemnly reported. He also checked the machine and confirmed that it was not the problem with the machine, but that the person did emit high-intensity thermal energy fluctuations. "The ground attack team is here. Perform the task, and be sure to kill it." In the radio headset, the commander's voice was so solemn, he ordered. He ignored the report from Hawkeye because he didn't believe it at all. The temperature of a human being reaches 200 degrees. This is absolutely impossible. The commander didn't believe in this result. He chose to believe in his own judgment. Add more. The last few days. There are still monthly tickets. No, a few. Chapter 417 White Figure, Kill. The entrance of Kiss building. Chen Zhongying was wearing a white shirt, standing there like a murderer. At this moment, the street ahead. There was a roar of engine. 3 black Ford vans rushed towards the Kiss building. Squeak. There was a piercing and sharp flick, and the 3 vans flicked quickly. The tires rubbed frantically on the ground, causing dust and smoke. The sides of the 3 vans were aimed at the Kiss building instantly. In the next instant, the doors of the 3 vans opened all together. A large group of foreign killers in black combat uniforms rushed out of the van. A long, narrow and thick hot weapon, instantly aimed at Chen Zhongying. Heavy firepower, assault rifle. Ground attack team, in place. Stormfront. An attack team leader turned and shouted. In the next second, dozens of assault rifles all locked on Chen Zhong and fired! Exclamation mark. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The sky is full of fire-tongue bullets, overwhelming the sky, surging, fast as lightning. Countless bullets came madly, trying to swallow Chen Zhongying. Only by killing this damned threat can they continue their mission and arrest the Kiwi. But at this moment, Chen Zhong's figure disappeared in place. Swish swish. Countless bullets pierced the void, like a shower of bullets, and slammed into the wall dozens of meters away behind him. The glass shattered and their walls were full of smoke. All the special forces on the scene were taken aback! Exclamation mark. What about the target person? Exclamation mark. Not seen on the spot. Disappeared? Question mark. How can that be? Exclamation mark. Just as everyone was shocked, it was difficult to get back to God. In front of the van, a figure in a white shirt suddenly appeared! Exclamation mark. In an instant, the expressions of all the commandos suddenly changed! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. Teleport! Exclamation mark. According to Newtonian physics, when an object is too fast, doubling the speed of sound, then a terrifying sonic boom will occur. However, when it surpasses twice the speed of sound, then even any light cannot capture his existence. In the blink of an eye, it becomes teleported to the target. People's eyeballs are too slow to see Chen Zhongying's movement just now. The speed is too fast. It is so fast that they are hard to catch with their naked eyes! Exclamation mark. At this time, Chen Zhong passed by quickly, teleported to the group of assassins. The faces of all the killers changed suddenly, and their pupils widened. Too late to react. The killer closest to Chen Zhongying suddenly raised his assault rifle and aimed at Chen Zhong. Trying to shoot. But his speed is too slow. Chen Zhongying rushed in lightning, and his right hand slammed at his chin, and he banged directly. The assassin's lower jaw instantly hit the upper jaw. The teeth in the entire mouth are shattered. His body was blasted into the air by this distance. But Chen Zhongying and pulled him back again. Just pinched the killer's neck. Puff. The moment the killer opened his mouth full of blood mixed with teeth, spit out frantically. At the same time, all the assassins in the surrounding area also reacted together. Uniform. The dark barrels of all assault rifles were locked and aimed at Chen Zhong. Headshot. A killer group leader shouted and ordered. In the next moment, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Countless tongues of flame, overwhelming the sky, swallowed towards Chen Zong. Chen Zonging's right hand directly placed the assassin's body in front of him, using it as a meat shield. No, no! The assassin looked grim, and roared and shook his head again and again. Ceasefire. Stop shooting. But the firearms of those assassins had already fired bullets. There was no time to react, and no time to regret it. The air freezes in an instant. Then, the next second, puff 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 to puff 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 pop. Blood splashed on the assassin's body, and bullets shot into his body. He even didn't have time to cry miserably. The sky bullets crazily penetrated his bones, penetrated his internal organs. Shot into his head, eyebrows. Eyes, mouth. Before a person dies, the brain will have an instant reaction. At this moment, even though his body is dead, there is still a 2-second reaction process. He can feel the severe pain of his whole body tearing. The bullet is embedded in his flesh and bones. That feeling, life is better than death. You, the assassin who was bombarded with holes, used his last breath to spit out 2 words. Then, puff. With a cry, he spit out the last mouthful of blood. His eyes glared, and the whole person directly died of anger. The expressions of all the assassins present suddenly changed, and when they reacted, the expressions of all the assassins were extremely embarrassing. They actually personally killed their companions? You hate You exclamation mark. Countless tongues of fire were overwhelming, trying to drown Chen Zonging. Exclamation mark. Chen Zonging was wearing a white shirt with blood stains on it, but those not his blood, but the blood of the killer hostages. He rushed forward directly, using the corpse of the assassin hostage in his hand as a shield, and rushed directly in front of the shooting assassin. Chen Zonging gave a fierce punch and hit the shooter's left chest. This punch, a huge force, invades and penetrates. The assassin only felt the entire left chest rib cage, instantly dented, shattered and broken. Then his entire chest exploded instantly. Chen Zong's fist directly punched into his chest. Puff. The voice of flesh and blood piercing through. The assassin's body trembled suddenly. He just felt that his heart suddenly chilled. Exclamation mark. Shaking, looking down, I saw my blood-red heart was being dug out, held in Chen Zonging's hand. Exclamation mark. The heart, shaking vigorously in Chen Zonging's hands, represents the temperature of life. Help me. The assassin's face was pale and trembling, but he didn't have time to resist and ask for help. Puff. Chen Zonging put his right hand hard. It squeezed the heart directly. Exclamation mark. The scarlet splashed all over, staining his entire palm. The assassin's pupils were wide, and he couldn't believe it. The whole person fell straight to the ground. The whole ground was stained with blood. Flaming bird. The surrounding foreign assassins looked fierce and furious, yelling frantically the code names of the members. They couldn't believe it. Their second member just died? Exclamation mark. The 6th 1 monthly pass? Chapter 418 Crazy Suppression with Heavy Firepower. Flaming Bird. The surrounding foreign assassins looked fierce and furious, yelling frantically the code names of the members. They couldn't believe it. Their second member just died? UHH suppressed with heavy firepower, trying to completely smash him into a meat sieve. But Chen Zong's figure is as fast as lightning. Hasn't a bullet. Several bullets shot along the side of his cheek. Swish swish. Numerous bullets exploded in front. His figure, like a ghost, dodges left and right, looks like a demon. This! It's a demon! Dozens of assault rifles failed to hit him! His body seems to be able to predict the trajectory and range of the bullet in advance. 0.1 seconds in advance. He can avoid the trajectory of the bullet. Puff puff puff. Countless bullets lost their target, swept through an arc in midair, and shot into the ground hundreds of meters behind him. Arouse the dust in the sky. Counting the white bullets, none of them hit the target. This is simply die. Trash. A killer with a hideous face suddenly changed his magazines, and fired directly at Chen Zongong once again in a frenzied manner. He doesn't believe in evil anymore. He is going to completely beat this man into a meat sieve! Da. Countless bullets, like a rain of meteors, violently attacked Chen Zong. Chen Zong's white shirt was stained with blood stains from countless enemies. Looking at the fire and rain of bullets coming over the sky, the corner of his mouth was actually raised with an arc. In the next second, swish, a sound exploded, and his figure rushed across the air, heading towards the fire and rain. This ... it's just! The power of one person. The bullets on the opposite side? One after another raging bullets swept across his body quickly. Even the vibrato of bullets breaking through the air can be clearly felt. Zheng. A bullet quickly passed Chen Zonging's front, but he suddenly stretched out his hand and clamped the bullet with 2 fingers. Then, he grabbed the bullet and rushed to the shooter like lightning. The assassin looked shocked, and he had no time to react. In a flash of lightning, Shenzong had already slammed the bullet in his hand into the assault rifle of the killer! You His guns fired frantically at Chen Zhongying. But this time, Chen Zhongying did not evade. Because the chamber of the firearm is blocked, countless bullets hit the front of the barrel and were ejected back from the original path. The entire barrel bulged instantly. The assassin saw that the gun in his hand suddenly swelled. The whole person looked shocked and couldn't react at all! Suddenly, boom! There was a loud noise. The assault rifle in the killer's hand exploded suddenly! The assassin was directly blasted several meters away by the terrifying air wave. He raised his head trembling, and he still had time to speak. Chen Zhongying rushed forward, rubbing his shiny leather shoes, and stomping on his neck trachea with a heavy foot. Puff. Blood splashed. The leather shoe slammed on the killer's trachea. The killer died instantly! In the blood and gunpowder, Chen Zhongying's eyes were indifferent. He slowly retracted his leather shoes, then took out a pack of cigarettes from his shirt pocket, took out one, and lit it. Facing countless turbulent killers around him, he seemed to have no fear at all. Who is it? Who is hunting? At the same time, kilometers away, the top floor of Modern Stanley Bank. The eagle-eye sniper was holding his mouth full of blood, and he turned on the infrared thermal composite screen, and the sight was locked straight to the position of a kilometer below the spot. He was horrified to find that the temperature of the man below had already reached the point where he was on the watch! Body temperature detection, beyond the range of the infrared meter. Unknown? Seeing this scene, the expression of the Hawkeye killer was unprecedentedly shocked and embarrassed! The energy detection fluctuation of the infrared meter, the highest range value, is 250 degrees energy? Can? But this! That man's body energy temperature exceeded 250 degrees? This is simply! It's impossible! Totally impossible! However, his infrared detection equipment is not broken at all. Could it be this! How to explain! Hawkeye, what are you doing in a daze? Support. At this moment, the commander's hoarse and angry voice suddenly came from the wireless current headset! Support the ground attack team! They were ambushed! The commander shouted angrily. The sniper Hawkeye reacted violently. Yes, Hawkeye understands. Hawkeye slammed up the Barrett sniper rifle, filled it with ammunition again, 8 centimeters, and burst through. Scope. Lock. Aim. Target person, eyebrows. The next second, fire. Whoosh! The 8 centimeters piercing bullet was instantly exposed to a huge pressure. It was directly pushed out of the bore of the gun. Shoo! The bullets raged frantically, piercing the air, and towards the target person 1,000 meters below. Shenzong shot away! With this shot, the sound of wind, Temperature humidity precision is perfect. This is the most perfect shot in Hawkeye's battle. With this shot, the target man below must have a headshot. Blood blooms! 1,000 meters below, Chen Zhongying, in the fire and rain, suddenly his pupils condensed. He heard the sound of a bullet coming from a violent attack from a kilometer away. The pupil shrank and locked the bullet. A sneer flashed across the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand like lightning. Straight forward. Drew a killer who was attacking frantically on the side. No, no! The assassin's expression changed drastically. He tried to resist. But he didn't have time to react at all. Puff! An 8 centimeters sniper-piercing explosive projectile instantly shot into his temple. In an instant of 0.1 seconds. Bar! The killer's head bloomed like fireworks. Chen Zhong's figure retreated, but the blood still splashed on his white shirt. The whole white shirt was dyed blood red in an instant. No! Fuck! In the sky over a kilometer, Hawkeye was fierce and furious, and hung his Barrett sniper rifle vigorously! Originally wanted to help teammates, as a result, a shot. Gave your teammate a headshot! This fucking ... it's simply! Fuck, I'll kill you and blow your head off. The Iliad, ferocious furious, suddenly picked up the Barrett sniper rifle, aimed at Chen Zhong below, and fired frantically! He is going to kill the target! 1. Chapter 419. No bones left. Fuck, I'll kill you and blow your head off. The Iliad, ferocious furious, suddenly picked up the Barrett sniper rifle, aimed at Chen Zhong below, and fired frantically! He is going to kill the target! Boo! Bar! 1 by 1 8 centimeters armor-piercing bullets burst out of Barrett's gun! A violent attack towards the target person below the kilometer. The arc trajectory of each bullet is unprecedentedly turbulent. A turbulent bullet cordon was formed! But, at the same time! Below, dozens of ground attack group killers all around. A lot of assault rifles were madly aimed at Chen Zhong! Da. Dozens of rifles were raging, and countless tongues of fire formed an intertwined sky with fire and rain, and shot towards Chen Zhongying. There is a sniper rifle shooting. There are dozens of assault rifles strafing! This is simply an unprecedented killing! Basically, there is no way to avoid it! Murderous intent was raging, and countless bullets arrived. This is simply a slaying game! Not far away, in a command vehicle on the corner of the street, the mysterious commander's face had already raised a cold arc. With such a killing, he could already predict the scene where the target person was shot and fell to the ground. As long as the target person is killed, there is no threat to this mission. The bodyguards around Kuyiran are nothing more than ants, and they can be killed in a few minutes. Take away the target person, it is bound to win. Kiss group, at the gate of the building. Chen Zhongying was standing in the center, wearing a blooded white shirt. In all directions, countless bullets pierced the air and violently attacked. But he was still indifferent, without the slightest facing the fear of death. Because he is a symbol of death. The corner of his mouth raised a slaughter arc. Zheng. In the right hand, a silver light suddenly appeared. The look is weird and hideous, like tears of a devil. Devil May Cry. Which, in the lightning, he shot suddenly. Glang. The sniper bullet that struck in the sky, just near Chen Zhong's body, was blocked by his right dagger, and the sniper bullet instantly changed its attack direction. Directly towards the side one. The killer catapulted away. The assassin was carrying an assault, shooting frantically at Chen Zhongying. But suddenly, puff! An 8 centimeter penetrating projectile violently shot, directly piercing his neck trachea. The assault rifle in the hand of the assassin fell directly to the ground. His pupils widened, his expression horrified. He couldn't believe it. He stretched out his hands trembling, trying to cover his neck. However, the 8 centimeters piercing bomb was fiercely inserted in the center of his trachea. No. Who can help? He asked for help in a miserable voice, but the surrounding companions couldn't help him at all. A companion rushed over, trying to find out what happened to him. But the next second, the 8 centimeter piercing bomb exploded directly. All parts above his neck were blown into a pile of blood. Blood was all over the sky, splashing the face of the companion who rushed over! Ah, cheater! No! The companion stood in place, looking at the headless corpse on the ground. The whole person collapsed, fiercely angry, watching his comrades be killed. He was completely furious. This is less than 3 minutes. So many brothers have died! This is simply! Ah, asshole, I'm going to blow you up! Regardless of the blood on his face, he roared directly, and suddenly took out a fist-sized grenade from the pocket of the combat uniform. Kaka! With a cry, he opened the grenade's safety switch, and he threw the grenade toward Chen Zong with a sharp shot with his right hand. Cover! Cover! The assassins around, the moment they saw the grenade, they immediately drank! All the killers stopped shooting, fell to the ground suddenly, lying on the ground to cover, because the moment the grenade exploded, there would be countless metal fragments flying out at high speed. Once hit by metal fragments and air waves, the whole person was immortal and lost half his life. This is the horror of the grenade! Swish! At the moment when all the assassins were covering up, the grenade flew to Chen Zonging's face with lightning speed. However, Chen Zonging looked indifferent, and directly touched it with his right hand, grabbing that grenade so indifferently. In your hand? Which? In the next second, his figure flashed. He rushed to the assassin who threw the grenade. Move instantaneously, at an instant of 0.1 second, directly move tens of meters across. This is simply. The assassin's pupils shrank suddenly. The body retreated subconsciously. However, he has no time to escape. Chen Zong squeezed his shoulders. A huge force instantly attacked like a mountain on the top. The assassin's body trembled so much that he couldn't move half of his steps. Then, in the lightning, he directly squeezed the grenade in his hand into the killer's mouth! Woo! The assassin's pupils widened, and his whole person was terrified, struggling and roaring. But that grenade was stuck in his mouth so hard that he couldn't spit it out! He was completely frightened and trembling, making crazy noises, trying to spit out the grenade between the legs, because of panic. A burst of warm urine came out instantly! Do not! No! The killer roared in horror. He shook his head frantically, trying to spit out the grenade in his mouth. But at this moment, that grenade suddenly exploded. The assassin couldn't react at all, and in an instant, a sharp pain filled his mouth. And then, his eyes went blank. Boom! A shocking sound echoed across! Puff! His entire head was directly exploded into a flower! Scarlet splash! Jump! The body of that assassin, completely the bones of the bombed were gone! A rain of blood splashed all over the sky, countless flesh and blood residues, broken bones, scattered all over the ground. An eyeball flew to Chen Zong's feet. With a cigarette in his mouth and indifferent eyes, he lifted his leather shoes directly. Puff! With a sound, he stepped on the queue with a burst of eyes. Tiger! No! All around, when the group of assassins reacted, they yelled! Can't believe it! The target person is not dead? And their brother was blown to nothing? This is simply! At the same time, hundreds of meters away, on the corner of the street, in a command vehicle, the mysterious commander looked solemn and shocked. staring at the scene in the surveillance picture! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. How can it be! Exclamation mark. At the same time, his gaze was suddenly locked on the right hand of the target man. A silver dagger is emerging in the monitoring screen! Exclamation mark. What kind of weapon is this! Exclamation mark. The commander's pupils suddenly trembled. Chapter 420 Striker. At the same time, hundreds of meters away, on the corner of the street, in a command vehicle, the mysterious commander looked solemn and shocked, staring at the scene in the surveillance picture! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. How can it be! Exclamation mark. At the same time, his gaze was suddenly locked on the right hand of the target man. A silver dagger is emerging in the monitoring screen! Exclamation mark. What kind of weapon is this! Exclamation mark. The commander's pupils suddenly trembled. Silver dagger? Question mark. For some reason, that silver dagger ... gave him an unprecedented sense of fear! Exclamation mark. The threat of this target person. Simply unprecedented. His threat level is even ... far above the S level. But at this time, the commander has no time to think so much. At this time, the situation is grim! Exclamation mark. There is no room for much worry. He must take the scene immediately, capture the target person Kuiron, and then retreat! Exclamation mark. He immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and issued the latest combat instructions. ABC attack group. At all costs, drag me the threatening target. D logistics team, fully advance, sneak me into the Kiss mansion. Immediately let the Kuiron bring me back. If we catch the Kuiron, we will immediately retreat. The commander shouted hoarsely and harshly. Yes. In the wireless current, there was a response from his subordinates! Exclamation mark. At the same time, in the street behind, a black van drove silently to the side of the Kiss building, and a group of foreign killers got out of the car carefully. Then he tiptoed, taking advantage of the constant battle at the far gate. They are holding heavy firepower assault rifles, anesthesia guns, and handcuffs. This group of them tried to sneak into the Kiss mansion and arrest the Kiwi. As soon as the target person is arrested, retreat immediately. Never stay! Exclamation mark. But, just when that group of logistics team is about to sneak into the Kiss mansion, swish! Suddenly, a silver light violently attacked. Puff! A member of the logistics team rushed to the forefront, and his body gave a sudden silver light pierced his neck. Then, on his neck, a slight bloodstain suddenly appeared. Then, his head slowly moved along the bloodstain. Blood spattered and spurted. Bang! The head fell. Captain. The faces of the members of the logistics team changed drastically. At the same time, the silver light had already turned back along the original road and flew back. All the members of the logistics team shrank their pupils, and suddenly looked in the direction that the silver light returned. I saw that at the door of the building, the man in the white shirt was calmly staring at them indifferently. This fucking! Exclamation mark. Stop him! The members of the logistics team shouted at the attack team not far away. The assault group obeyed orders and slammed assault rifles to suppress it with heavy firepower! Exclamation mark. Trying to form an interweaving point of firepower to intercept Chen Zonging out. The logistics team rushed towards the entrance of the Kiss building, trying to take the opportunity to kidnap Kuiron. However, they still haven't had time to react in the future. Suddenly, the silver light at the back penetrated again. Chen Zonging didn't even do anything, just lifted his right hand slightly, and the Devil May Cry silver blade shot out. Puff! A member of the logistics team was about to rush into the Ku group building, but a silver light suddenly came out of his chest. His body suddenly paused, lowered his head and looked at the scarlet on his chest. No! He let out a miserable cry, and fell directly into a pool of blood. Another member put on 3 bulletproof vests and tried to rush into the building. But that foot just stepped into the building door. Puff! That silver light broke open his 3-layer bulletproof vest instantly and penetrated his body directly. No. This, How could it happen? The logistics team member was horrified and looked down at the blood on his chest! Exclamation mark. All 3 body armors have been torn apart! Exclamation mark. Then, he didn't have time to react. The whole body. The left and right sides slowly split. It was cut in half directly at the entrance of the KISS Group building. The silver light flashed, and blood was splashing. Puff puff puff. Wei Yinmang passed. A spatter of body blood fell to the ground. 10 members of the logistics team, in less than 30 seconds of blinking, were all gone. Only the remains of corpses all over, exuding endless blood. Wow! The silver dagger whirled in midair and flew back to Chen Zong's hand. A drop of scarlet blood dripped slowly along the dagger. In all directions, all the members of the attack group changed suddenly. Unbelievable! Exclamation mark. Killed a dozen of them in the blink of an eye! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. His mother! Exclamation mark. Everyone keeps away. The attack group's firepower is blocked. The iron shield is. At this moment, the commander's voice was hoarse and stern in the radio headset, and he roared, "Ha!" The remaining 7 or 8 assault group killers on the scene condensed, and immediately followed the orders. In the next moment, under the suppression of the huge firepower, all of them, a group of commando killers suddenly gave way. However, in front of the road, a black giant armored car is racing at a speed of 200 km per hour. It rushes towards Chen Zonging! Exclamation mark. The huge armored steel plate is several meters higher than the front of a large truck. It's like a giant soaring. The engine roars and roars fiercely towards Chen Zong. Collision! Exclamation mark. In the radio headset, what the commander called the iron shield is this guy! Exclamation mark. Steel Giant, model, Striker. The latest super steel giant and special steel-framed personnel carrier designed by Country M! Exclamation mark. Equipped with a huge submachine gun of 30 cm caliber. The body is welded with a manganese steel frame plate with a thickness of 90 cm. It can withstand any bombing by fighters, tanks, and rockets! Exclamation mark. Body weight, 10 tons. It's it! Exclamation mark. It is a mobile terrorist killing weapon! Exclamation mark. Under this steel giant, any creature will be smashed and destroyed and become the pieces of meat under its wheels! Exclamation mark. Originally, today's Striker steel giant was just to imprison the Kuyiran, and then broke through the city's blockade of the patrol house and broke out of the city! Exclamation mark. At this time, under the pressure of the situation, the commander had to urgently call out this giant, the so-called ultimate weapon of the battle! Exclamation mark. As soon as the Big Mac comes out, it must completely kill that man! Exclamation mark. The scary and dazzling laser headlights burst out. Hundreds of meters away, Chen Zonging's pupils shrank slightly. The eyes that were illuminated by the sudden intense laser blackened. The roar of the huge engine roared! Exclamation mark. Striker is like a giant beast, madly rushing towards Chen Zong at a speed of 200 km per hour. Boom! In an instant! Exclamation mark. The front of the Striker steel giant slammed into Chen Zonging. Chen Zonging's whole person like an off-flying kite, was directly lifted off by a terrifying force! Exclamation mark. In the last few days, some more monthly passes. Chapter 421 Steel Behemoth. The roar of the huge engine roared! Exclamation mark. Striker is like a giant beast, madly rushing towards Chen Zong at a speed of 200 km per hour. Boom! In an instant! Exclamation mark. The front of the Striker steel giant slammed into Chen Zonging. Chen Zonging's whole person like an off-flying kite, was directly lifted off by a terrifying force! Exclamation mark. In midair, Chen Zonging's body was directly blasted out dozens of meters away. Then he fell to the ground with a boom. The entire ground was smashed into pieces. A cracked dent. In the dust, The Striker Steel Giant armored car slammed the brakes and slid for tens of meters before it finally stopped. Stopped at the door of KISS building. All the members of the attack group on the scene held their breath. And the guns were locked not far away. That blood-stained figure is lying on the ground tens of meters away. Without any aura fluctuations. He was hit and killed. This is what all killers are thinking at this time. Indeed, Striker weighs 10 tons. Being hit by such a steel giant at an ultra-high speed of 200 kilometers per hour. The impact is no different from a collision with a Chinese high-speed train. A human body collides with a speeding high-speed rail. Is there any possibility of survival? The answer, no guessing at all. Group A. Step forward to detect the threat of the target, whether there are vital signs. If he is still alive, send him on the road. Group BC immediately rushed into the KISS mansion and arrested the Kuiiran, escorted them to an armored vehicle. In the wireless current headset, the commander's voice was hoarse and solemn, shouting commanding. The three remaining members of Group immediately obeyed their orders, suddenly picked up their guns, and walked cautiously toward the crack in the ground tens of meters away. Kaka. But, at this moment, suddenly, dozens of meters away, in that crack, a crisp sound of bones and joints. That blood-stained white-shirt man, slowly, got up from the ground! Exclamation mark. He! Exclamation mark. Not dead yet! Exclamation mark. Ha! In an instant, the faces of all the killers present suddenly changed! Exclamation mark. Step by step, Chen Zong climbed up from the crack in the ground. At this moment, he was very embarrassed. At the corner of his mouth, a trace of blood overflowed. This of death, today, for the first time. Seeing blood. His white shirt was stained with endless blood, and his clothes were almost torn apart. Through the damage of his clothes, he could clearly see his white skin and scars. At this time, his entire right arm had been knocked and dislocated and completely distorted. But he looked calm and indifferent, without the slightest fluctuation. He slowly stretched out his left hand, placed it on the shoulder joint of his right hand, and broke it hard. Crack! A cry. The dislocated right hand joint was forcibly returned to the normal position by him. This is simply being hit by the Striker Steel Giant. Not dead yet! Exclamation mark. Is there any damage to the body except for the fracture and dislocation? Question mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. How can it be? Exclamation mark. Is he a robot? Exclamation mark. All the killers looked shocked, and changed a lot! Exclamation mark. The target threat is not dead. Fire. The group leader of A was shocked and roared. Da. At the same time, several assault rifles fired at Chen Zonging! Exclamation mark. The sky is full of flames, and the sky is overwhelming! Exclamation mark. But right now, the corners of Chen Zong's mouth flashed a touch of coldness. Whoosh! His body was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, teleported to the assassin leader. Puff! The assassin leader had no time to turn back. He just felt his heart suddenly cold. He lowered his head and saw that Chen Zong's right hand had become accustomed to his chest in an instant. Puff! Chen Zong force used his right hand to directly squeeze the killer leader's heart! Exclamation mark. Hum! The body of the killer leader fell to the ground! Exclamation mark. The expressions of all the commandos in the surrounding area changed suddenly, and they hurriedly retreated! Exclamation mark. Iron Shield, go! In the wireless headset, the commander's face was stern, and he roared again! Exclamation mark. The Striker Steel Behemoth burst out with a roar of engine roar. The huge power engine of the W20 cylinder roars instantly. The horrible power of 5,000 horses broke out. Boom! The Striker Steel Behemoth turned into a huge moving black shadow, and once again slammed into the front Chen Zong! Exclamation mark. Murderous! Inside the Striker Steel armored car drove. Cracks and depressions appeared on the ground. This car is too heavy! Exclamation mark. A Tenton body, even an ordinary concrete pavement, can't bear its huge weight. Cracked ground! Exclamation mark. However, at the same time, ahead, Chen Zhongying's pupils condensed slightly. Looking at the steel behemoth that rushed into it, the corner of his mouth raised a cold arc. He did not hide. Instead, he rushed towards that steel behemoth, frantically rushing forward. Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. A huge steel behemoth armored vehicle with a height of 4 meters. On the other side, there is a thin, long and thin figure. Exclamation mark. This scene is simply! Exclamation mark. Thousands of meters away from the street, all around ... The crowds secretly hiding in the corner and watching ... Seeing this scene, they were completely shocked. Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. That man, what are you going to do? Exclamation mark. Is he going to commit suicide? Exclamation mark. On the roof of the KISS building, the group of colleagues also lay down in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, staring in shock and astonishment, looking at the scene downstairs outside the window. Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. Inside the Stryker armored car, the foreign driver looked ugly. He looked at the surveillance video, in front of the armored car. The shocking figure. The corner of the driver's mouth raised a ferocious roar. Fool! Idiot! Do you want to collide with my Stryker? Exclamation mark. See if I won't knock you into a meatloaf. The driver snarled ferociously, and stepped on the accelerator even harder. Stryker's armored behemoth engine roared, and its speed soared to 250 km/h in an instant. Speedy. Finally, one person and one car hit hard. Exclamation mark. In an instant, everyone held their breath. The air seemed to be still and frozen in an instant. Then, boom! There was a violent impact. Exclamation mark. But in the next second, everyone was all together, their eyes widened. Exclamation mark. In my imagination, the scene of the man being knocked into flight did not appear. That man, standing on the ground, both hands fiercely resisted on the front of Stryker's armored steel car. Exclamation mark. He, trying to resist the Stryker armored car alone? Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Exclamation mark. The Stryker armored car is like a roaring steel beast, rushing forward fiercely. Chen Zhongying's body was abruptly forced back by the tremendous strength of the Stryker armored vehicle. Exclamation mark. The ground under his feet is constantly cracking and sinking. Exclamation mark. Add more to! Exclamation mark. Yesterday I drove 2 more wild grids, a monster, and now the whole person is dizzy. Chapter 422 Super Saiyan. This! Exclamation mark. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Exclamation mark. The Stryker armored car is like a roaring steel beast, rushing forward fiercely. Chen Zhongying's body was abruptly forced back by the tremendous strength of the Stryker armored vehicle. Exclamation mark. The ground under his feet is constantly cracking and sinking. Exclamation mark. His body is constantly being pushed back by the huge force of the steel-armored vehicle. Kakakakaka. The concrete floor of the oil parking road under him was cracked and dented one after another. His feet and legs have almost sunk into the ground of the oil road. His body is still pushing back, but his hands slammed against the front of the Stryker armored vehicle. Does he need the power of one person to contend with a giant steel beast armored vehicle? Exclamation mark. His arm muscles ... have soared, and his veins burst. The muscles of the arms directly cracked the sleeves of the shirt. However, he is still the same, pressed firmly on the front of the Stryker armored vehicle. Crack, click, click. The concrete under your feet cannot withstand such a terrifying force. It is constantly dented, cracked, and rubble is flying. Exclamation mark. He was hit hard by the Stryker steel-armored car, and he kept moving laterally towards the rear. However, the speed of the entire Stryker armored vehicle is slowing down. It seems that his interception worked. One person's power against 5,000 horsepower super armored steel behemoth. Exclamation mark. This fucking ... it's just! Exclamation mark. All around, almost everyone, the group of killers. Those colleagues who are upstairs in the building. On the street 1,000 meters away, people who are not afraid of death secretly watching. Everyone was shocked by this scene! Exclamation mark. Inside the Stryker armored car, the driver looked savage and frantic, and stepped on the accelerator. Go to hell, ants! The Stryker steel car broke out with a violent engine roar, trying to crush the tiny human in front of it into pieces of meat! Exclamation mark. However, at this moment, the muscles of Chen Zhongying's feet and legs crazily congested, almost cracking the suit pants. His body is like a body of steel, with the power of one person, against the Tenton Stryker armored vehicle! Exclamation mark. His body, after being moved tens of meters away by the Stryker armored vehicle, the speed finally gradually slowed down. There was an engine explosion. The entire Stryker armored car, suddenly black smoke came out of the engine! Exclamation mark. The entire armored vehicle, a huge 20-cylinder power engine. It was overwhelmed. The cylinder was forced to burst. This scene. Simply! Exclamation mark. All the killers around were shocked by this scene. Almost forgot to shoot. What the fuck! Exclamation mark. Forced to stop that steel beast armored car with bare hands! Exclamation mark. This man. Is he Superman, Iron Man? Exclamation mark. In front of the Trek armored car, Chen Zhong's eyes were indifferent. At this time, his muscles exploded, and his veins were clearly emerging, like a Super Saiyan. His whole clothes were stretched and torn by the bulging muscles. Mixed with blood, it is extremely terrifying and hideous. He squatted down and slammed, stubbornly grabbing the ground of the Trek armored vehicle. His voice came out deep and hoarse from his throat. Then, his arms exploded with terrifying power! Exclamation mark. Squeak! That Tenton steel behemoth armored car. Unexpectedly. Was he lifted a horn? Exclamation mark. This fucking Chen Zhong's eyes burst out with a terrifying murderous intent. His arm muscles crazily burst, blood vessels swelled, and abruptly he lifted the Tenton steel behemoth Trek armored vehicle severely. Stand up! Exclamation mark. All around, all the killers took a breath. What the fuck! Exclamation mark. Inside the Stryker armored car, the driver looked grim, with an unbelievable astonishment! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. How the hell? How is it possible? Exclamation mark. At this moment, the entire armored car was half lifted by the man. The car body is tilted. The driver looked grim. Give me death! The driver shouted angrily into the car. Where is the shooter? Prepare a mortar for me. In the back row of the armored vehicle, a foreign man looked grim and suddenly opened the fort door of the armored vehicle. Get out of the armored vehicle directly. Take out a defensive weapon that comes with the armored vehicle. Melee mortar! Exclamation mark. A huge 3-meter long fort, a 50 centimeters diameter blast hole. This is currently one of the most powerful mortars in close combat! Exclamation mark. Developed by M-Army, 50 FCC mortar! Exclamation mark. The foreign man looked grim, quickly loaded his gun, and loaded a 20 centimeters long dark green warhead into the fort. Then, warm up. He looked savage and frantic, and slammed the black shot hole at the figure under the front of the car. Give me ... Go to hell! The foreign man roared in a crazy English. At the same time, in front of the car, Chen Zhong, who was lifting the entire car, slowly raised his head. His eyes were as deep as cold, looking directly at the foreign gunner in the car. At this moment, the foreign man ... fired! Exclamation mark. Boom! A violent cannon sound! Exclamation mark. A 20 centimeters long dark green warhead, like a shooting star, burst out from the cannon ... towards Chen Zhongying below, blasting towards! But under Chen Zong. But didn't evade at all! When the dark green warhead was about to touch his body, the air seemed to be silent. In an instant, boom! There was a loud noise, explosion sound wave, sweeping a radius of tens of meters. Chen Zong's whole person like an offline kite, was directly blown out by the terrifying air wave! Boom! His body flew up to a distance of more than 30 meters, and then fell to the ground severely. The whole piece of the oil road ground under him. Couldn't bear such a force. Directly sagged and collapsed. Around, all the assassins' firearms on the scene locked in the direction of the hollow giant pit. This time ... should be completely dead, right? All the killers thought so in their hearts. Forced to be hit by artillery. How could it be possible in this world? Some humans could survive? Yes. Next second, crack. In the huge crater on the ground tens of meters away, a gravel bounced off. Then, a hand slowly stretched out from the crack. Chen Zong grasped the edge of the crack and slowly got up from the pit. Boom! When seeing this scene ... all the assassins present, their expressions became suddenly embarrassed! This! What the fuck! How can it be! He ... he is still alive! It's impossible! It's absolutely impossible! How could a human survive the explosion of a melee mortar! Add more! Chapter 423 Devil from Hell. Chen Zong grasped the edge of the crack and slowly got up from the pit. Boom! When seeing this scene ... all the assassins present, their expressions became suddenly embarrassed! This! What the fuck! How can it be! He ... he is still alive! It's fucking impossible! It's absolutely impossible! How can a human survive the explosion of a melee mortar! Cannon, machine gun, known as an artifact of melee killing. A 20-centimeter shell can burst out millions of blasting shock waves. Kill radius, within 30 meters! Almost all creatures will be attacked by violent shock waves. Any human being subjected to such a terrifying shock wave will explode its internal organs, tear its body, explode into a rain of blood, shatter and die! Can! But the man in front of him, after being bombarded by mortars, actually? Can you survive! What the fuck! Are you kidding me! How can that be! Chen Zong slowly stood up from the crack in the ruins. At this moment, he was covered in dust and messed up. The white shirt on his body was almost shattered by the explosion. Only the white muscular upper body remained, bare in the air. Scars are all over his skin. At this time, dozens of mortar explosion fragments were still inserted in the upper body. But he was actually abrupt, resisting this cannonball attack with his body. What the fuck? The human body is not invincible like a robot. The human body can only bear up to 5,000 kilograms of pressure. Once the pressure exceeds the pressure, human corpses ... will be shredded and internal organs shattered. But, at this moment, Chen Zong before him, unexpectedly, with his body, forcibly resisted the impact of the mortar explosion! The moment the mortar exploded, there was a violent high temperature, and the pressure value was nearly 1,000,000 times higher. This terrifying pressure is enough to destroy any creature within the killing radius. However, Chen Zong was able to carry it down. God knows how strong is his body! every inch of his skin, bones, flesh and blood have undergone unprecedented forging training. Humans are a highly evolved species. A killer who shoots frequently will grow a thick callus on the palm of his hand. In this way, to adapt to the huge rear seat impact of firearms, without the protection of this layer of calluses, I am afraid that the killer's mouth would be shattered and bloody. This is a process of the self-evolution of the human body. In Songshan, South Shaolin Temple, there are monks who practice iron head skills hard. Then they can use their heads to smash the giant bells abruptly. There are also iron sand palms, which can smash the reinforced iron plates with one palm. It's not that they really have the legendary Qigong. But because their bodies have evolved after crazy training. For monks who practice iron head skills hard, long-term high-intensity head training will cause the skull and bone density to rise wildly. Once a British BBC scientist, through professional testing, found that the Iron Head monk at the Songshan Shaolin Temple has a skull bone density that is 30 times that of a normal human. This can also explain why he can smash the huge clock with one head. Because of hard training, human bones are strengthened. Those who practice iron sand palms will have a thick callus on their palms. In addition, the bone density of their palms is also dozens of times that of ordinary humans. Therefore, they can do things that ordinary humans can't do. This is the result of evolution of human organisms. However, at this moment, Chen Zhongying's body is the result of super-intensity training and evolution. Every inch of his skin and every muscle has undergone super-intensity training. And the 206 bones that make up his body, the density and strength of each bone are far beyond ordinary people. His body has cost the country a lot of money, and he has been trained and polished frantically. High-intensity electric shock, chemical assistance, and human terror physical training. All kinds of terror torture. Only then finally, this horrible physical body was created. The density of his body, orthopedics, muscles and viscera is hundreds of times that of a normal human. His weight is also twice that of an ordinary person. The height of 1.8 meters, if it is a normal person, the weight is about 160 kilograms. It is the standard. And he, although his body is normal, is thin. But he weighed more than 300 kilograms, because his body density is too strong. Therefore, he almost never weighs himself in public. This is his secret taboo. Therefore, the inside of his body often suffers from super high body temperature energy fluctuations. At rest, the body temperature exceeds 100. Once shot, the body temperature directly soars to 300 degrees. This state of horror is not a human body at all. He is a living humanoid beast. Chen Zong resisted the mortar attack. His body trembled slightly. Slowly got up from the crack. He stretched out his hand and slowly pulled out the bomb fragments that were stuck in his body. Seeing this scene made everyone creepy. Is this fucking really a human? Exclamation mark. Even though he is not dead, is there so many shrapnel pieces in his body? Exclamation mark. These fragments are deadly enough. But he didn't even die abruptly. On the contrary, like plucking feathers, pulling out the fragments of the shells one by one. Exclamation mark. In this scene, all the assassins present were trembling, and they all stepped back. This it is definitely not human. This is the devil from hell. Piece by piece, he pulled out the bomb fragments from his body. Then he stepped forward and slowly walked towards the striker armored vehicle in front of him. On the roof turret of the armored vehicle, the foreign gunner looked terrifying and trembling. Can't believe it! Exclamation mark. Just now, he personally fired the cannon. Witnessed the mortar blowing up that person! Exclamation mark. But he, unexpectedly, intact! Exclamation mark. Are you still alive? Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Is it the hell? Exclamation mark. Crack. The foreign gunner couldn't afford to think much at this time, and once again frantically filled the cannonballs, and then the dark cannonball suddenly aimed at Chen Zhongying, who was dozens of meters away. Die form, trash. The foreign gunner roared, and slammed at Chen Zhongying before firing again! Boom! A 20-centimeter mortar quickly pierced the barrel and violently attacked Chen Zhong in front. But at this moment, a sneer flashed across Chen Zhong's mouth. In a flash of lightning, he suddenly raised his hand. The palm of his right hand was directly at the mortar that struck by, and he slammed it. Zheng! With a sound, the rubbing of nails across the metal. With his five-fingered palm, he grabbed the mortar missile fiercely. Ha! Seeing this scene, all the killers in the audience trembled! What the fuck! Unarmed, catch the mortar missile! Fire suppression! Kill him! The killer captain had a grim expression, and immediately reacted and ordered! In an instant, dozens of assault rifles aimed sharply at Chen Zhongying! Next second, countless assault rifles fired at Chen Zhongying. 1. Chapter 424 Invulnerable. Countless assault rifles fired violently at Chen Zhongying. Countless tongues of fire, overwhelming the sky, rushed towards Chen Zhongying. Chen Zhong held the mortar missile in his right hand, and his body suddenly flashed, avoiding the fire and rain, then rushed towards the armored car ahead. When seeing this scene, the killer team leader was taken aback. His pupils condensed. What seemed to be discovered! He is afraid of bullets. The killer team leader shouted loudly. He finally discovered the man's flaws! Everyone, give me heavy firepower to suppress and beat him into a meat sieve. At that moment, dozens of assault rifles all aimed at Chen Zhongying, overwhelming the sky, shooting frantically! The assassin leader did not guess wrong. Chen Zhongying is indeed afraid of bullets. His body can withstand high-intensity mortar bombardment, because the explosion of the cannon was a wave-like attack. The shock is a phase type. His body can withstand it. However, the gun bullet is a point attack. The bullet's warhead is extremely sharp, carrying supersonic speed, and the power of gunpowder explosion. In this state, his body simply can't bear it. The power of a point attack is more penetrating than a phase. The power of the mortar couldn't penetrate his body, but a small bullet can be. This is equivalent to the difference between a pinhole of a hidden weapon and a hammer. Ordinary human fingers may only be swollen and painful when they are beaten with a hammer. However, if the finger is stabbed by a silver needle, it must be pierced and bleeding. Because the attack point of the silver needle is too sharp, point attacks have this effect. Forced to be bombarded is like being attacked by an iron hammer. Chen Zhongying can bear it. And being attacked by bullets is equivalent to being shot by countless silver needles. Chen Zhongying's body couldn't hold such a bullet. He is also a mortal body, and he will die if he is hit by a bullet. Chen Zhongying's body rushed into the street. Around the body, there were overwhelming bullets and tongues of fire, shooting frantically and violently. His body flashed rapidly, dodge frantically and rush forward. The range trajectory of those bullets seemed to be foreseen by him in advance. No matter how many bullets he could avoid them in one fell swoop. No, he didn't know the profit. Rather, because his speed is too fast. According to a scientist, Albert Einstein's famous theory of relativity explains that when a person's speed is too fast, the speed of other organisms, in that person's eyes, will be slower. At this time, Chen Zhongying's body speed, responsiveness, the five senses recognition ability, all reached their limits. His speed is faster than a bullet. Therefore, in his eyes, the speed of those overwhelming bullets is simply too slow. His physical reaction ability can easily avoid the range of bullets. Chen Zhongying's body rushed frantically. His right hand slowly raised. The mortar in his hand was aimed at the gunner on the striker armored vehicle. Then, he threw with his right hand. Exclamation mark. At this moment, the gunner's pupils shrank suddenly. He didn't have time to react. He didn't have time to dodge. No. In a huge panic, he shouted a word. Then in the next second, the dark green mortar was fiercely inserted into his mouth. Exclamation mark. His mouth was torn directly. The throat is penetrated. His pupils shrank violently. The whole person had time to react. Boom. There was a shocking explosion. Exclamation mark. The whole body of that gunner was blown into a rain of blood. Exclamation mark. Countless pieces of flesh and blood spattered all over the sky. The scene is extremely cruel and miserable. Exclamation mark. Hi see. Exclamation mark. Inside the Stryker armored car, the foreign killer members were completely furious. Exclamation mark. This gunner is their brother. Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. The driver slammed on the accelerator, and the Stryker armored car buzzed. The standby engine started directly. Exclamation mark. With a roar, the armored car dashed towards Chen Zhongying ahead. Exclamation mark. Trying to smash this man into a piece of flesh and blood. Exclamation mark. At the same time, inside the armored vehicle, the group of killer members suddenly opened the aiming point of the four-sided gun hole of the armored vehicle, and a lot of machine guns emerged. Countless machine guns fired, trying to completely smash Chen Zhong into a meat sieve. Exclamation mark. And dozens of meters away, the assassins of the ground attack team also rushed forward frantically, and assault rifles frantically blocked and attacked Chen Zhong, trying to kill this terrifying man on the spot. Exclamation mark. At this moment, the situation does not allow them to think too much. This man is simply too scary. If you don't kill this man, I'm afraid, all of them will be planted here today. Today, either you die or I live. Exclamation mark. The fire and rain filled the sky, forming a huge fire rain net, covering the whole sky, surging towards Chen Zhongying. Try to beat him into a meat sieve. Exclamation mark. Chen Zhongying's body rushed to the ground, dodge and evade. Swish, swish. One after another, hot bullets were constantly wiping and passing from around his body and in front of him. The huge bullets howled and roared in the air. However, Chen Zhong's ears still remain highly sensitive. Hearing, sight, smell, feeling. All the five senses spread, making his movements highly precise, and every dodge can be easily done, avoiding countless bullets in front of him. What the fuck? It's a human-shaped cheetah! Exclamation mark. At this time, his short-range teleportation speed has completely surpassed the speed of a bullet, and his body has almost turned into an afterimage. Even the naked eye of the human body can hardly catch his figure. But, at the same time, ahead, the Stryker steel armored car also rushed forward, ramming towards Chen Zhonging! Inside the striker armored car, several killer members looked grimly, lying in front of the muzzles on both sides of the car, shooting violently. The driver's face was grim and blood-red, and he slammed into their human body in front of him! Today, they had never thought about this secret mission operation of China at first. It would suddenly be blocked by such a terrifying figure. At this moment, it has become a battle of life and death. The armored vehicles rushed wildly at a speed of 200 km per hour. And not far ahead, Chen Zhonging's body turned into an afterimage, and he rushed forward. The distance of one person, one car, is constantly approaching. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters! Chapter 425 The of Death. The distance of one person, one car, is constantly approaching. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters! Suddenly, Chen Zhonging's body suddenly rose into the air. The ground under my feet instantly dented and cracked. His figure rushed into the air, almost turning into an afterimage. At the same time, in his right hand, that hideous silver dagger suddenly appeared. A silver blade, white bones and blood, seize the gods to avoid the ghosts and weep. Devil May Cry, out! Zheng. Devil May Cry. Passing quickly in his hand, the powerful air pressure crazily penetrated the spoiler barbs of the weapon. Woo! In the air, there was a trembling sound like 10,000 ghosts crying! In the next instant, Chen Zong's figure slammed into the striker steel armored car. The air seems to be silent for an instant. Boom! A loud noise! Hey! There was a sound of metal being penetrated and cut. The Devil May Cry dagger in Chen Zhonging's right hand directly slashed open the striker armored vehicle. The super strength manganese steel armor plate that was 60 centimeters thick! The front of the entire armored car was cut into a huge crack in an instant. Boom! Chen Zhonging's body was like lightning, slamming through the steel plate of the armored vehicle! His figure penetrated in an instant, rushed into the armored car. Inside the steel-framed car, the driver's complexion changed suddenly, and he hadn't reacted yet. Woo! A Devil May Cry trill roar! Puff! A silver dagger has quickly penetrated his head. The driver only felt that the sight in front of the whole person was slowly splitting. Then, his head was slowly divided into two parts. It was cut like a watermelon, and the juice splashed. In the carriage, the faces of the remaining 7 killer members changed suddenly, but they have no time to react. Woo! The silver light flashed rapidly. A terrifying Devil May Cry drill, sweeping and reverberating in the entire carriage! Puff puff! Wei Yinmang passed. There were waves of slaughter. A killer has not had time to react in the future, and his head has fallen to the ground in a hurry. He looked up and looked at his headless corpse, shocked. Unbelievable. Another assassin tried to escape from the carriage, but he just rushed halfway. Puff! A silver light from top to bottom cut his body forcibly into 2 pieces! Puff puff! Devil May Cry weapon, hurriedly shuttled inside the carriage. Blood spattered and slaughtered. Blink for 2 seconds. The 6 members in the carriage were all chopped to the ground. Only the last member of the killer was left trembling in terror, trying to escape. However, Chen Zhonging's Devil May Cry dagger was like lightning. Puff! It was directly inserted into his neck. The assassin stood there blankly, his pupils staring. Can't believe it. On the neck wound, blood crazily overflowed, following the Devil May Cry dagger. Being absorbed continuously. Devil May Cry, sucking blood. The assassin only felt the soul. Blood. Everything was sucked away. His complexion turned blue-black, and his back trembled and fell directly to the ground. There was no blood stain on the neck. They were all sucked away by Devil May Cry. But, at the same time, the The steel-armored vehicle is outside. The dozens of surviving ground attack team killers looked vicious and uncertain, and everyone's firearms were directly locked on the armored vehicle. Inside the armored car, the violent fluctuations and the devil's crying trembling clearly penetrated and echoed in the air. All the assault group killers outside the car clearly heard this voice. In an instant, everyone's expressions all trembled suddenly! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. This voice, crying like a ghost, trembling like a demon! Exclamation mark. Let everyone's souls tremble involuntarily, giving birth to a creepy kneeling! Exclamation mark. This. Could it be the legendary, the sound of Devil May Cry! Exclamation mark. At this moment, the faces of all the assassins present were extremely pale and embarrassed, shocked like never before? Question mark. This. Won't it be this coincidence? Question mark. According to rumors, in the East of Summer, a certain mysterious army has cultivated a terrifying demon. His weapon is called Devil May Cry. Can make a trill sound like 10,000 ghosts kneeling and crying! Exclamation mark. And at this moment, present, all the killers, indeed, with their own ears, heard that creepy drill! Exclamation mark. At this moment, all the killers felt their legs were soft. Their knees were shaking. The assault rifles in their hands are directly locked to the striker armored vehicle. But between their fingers, they were trembling. They couldn't see the situation inside the striker armored car. But inside the armored car, the sound of Devil May Cry kept reverberating. The man rushed into the armored car. Inside. What happened? At this time, 100 meters away, on the corner of the street, in a black communications command vehicle, the hoarse and mysterious commander is staring at the screen monitor with dignified eyes! Exclamation mark. In the screen signal picture, the armored car is parked in the street, and you can't see anything inside. However, there was a creepy sound of Devil May Cry in the air! Exclamation mark. The commander's expression became a little unbelievable. This voice! Exclamation mark. Could it be? Question mark. That hidden in the scorching summer terrifying existence? Question mark. He wasn't sure, and soon denied the idea. This is impossible. That horror exists, but even the horror demon that can be singled out by the Ford of the country M! Exclamation mark. It is almost the secret weapon of the horror of Yangtze Ying! Exclamation mark. How could it be possible to bend down to the little Ku clan to serve as a bodyguard for the Kuyiran? Question mark. At the same time, hundreds of meters away, at the door of the Ku group, on the street, the striker armored car stopped quietly. After a few seconds, the creepy sound of Devil May Cry finally slowly disappeared. Boom! The door of the striker armored car was directly blown away by a huge force. Chen Zhongying is naked with a terrifying muscular body, full-length hair and indifferent expression, holding a Devil May Cry dagger. He, just standing in front of the door of the striker armored car, like a creeping beast! Exclamation mark. And inside the striker armored vehicle, there was already a mess, with corpses piled up all over the floor. No one survived. Hundreds of meters around the corner of the street, the face of the mysterious conductor suddenly changed to horror. He slammed the picture on the screen to its maximum, looked at the screen in disbelief. The figure of that picture! Exclamation mark. His gaze stared at the man, the dagger in his right hand! Exclamation mark. A silver dagger, a weird and hideous shape like a tear of a devil. This! Exclamation mark. This is God Soldier, Devil May Cry! Exclamation mark. The commander's pupils trembled suddenly. He once saw this legendary weapon on the world weapon list. God Soldier, Devil May Cry! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. The only ones who possess Devil May Cry are death! Exclamation mark. What the fuck! Exclamation mark. the fair-skinned and vigorous young man in front of him. Is he the of death? 1. Chapter 426 Target Threat, SSSS level. Hundreds of meters, around the corner of the street. The face of the mysterious conductor suddenly changed to horror. He slammed the picture on the screen to its maximum. Looked at the screen in disbelief. The figure of that picture! His gaze stared at the man, the dagger in his right hand! A silver dagger, a weird and hideous shape ... like a tear of a devil. This! This is God Soldier, Devil May Cry! The commander's pupils trembled suddenly. He once saw this legendary weapon on the world weapon list. God Soldier, Devil May Cry! This! The only ones who possess Devil May Cry are death! What the fuck! The fair-skinned and vigorous young man in front of him. Is he the of death? Boom! The commander was struck by lightning. Grim Reaper! He couldn't even dream of what he faced was the most terrifying killing machine in the hot summer country, the of death. The commander tremblingly picked up the walkie-talkie. His voice was more solemn than ever, and he tremblingly shouted, "Target threat level ... SSSS level. Everyone, give up the mission immediately, withdraw. A few hundred meters away, at the gate of the Q group, among the headsets of the dozens of killers, Chi-Chi received this commander's trembling voice. Target threat level, SSSS level! At this moment, the expressions of all the killers in the ground attack group were embarrassing like never before! SSSS level! What the is this threat? 3 years ago, when they faced a Vikramasha aircraft carrier of the Indian Federation, the commander only raised the threat level to 4S. However, at this moment, facing such a human being, the commander has raised the threat level to 5S! What the fuck! Everyone, didn't you hear? Withdraw. He is the of death. In the radio headset, the commander's voice was fierce and anxious, and his opponents roared again! Boom! At this moment, when all the members heard this sentence with their own ears, everyone's complexion finally changed suddenly! Dead! Grim Reaper! Everyone's pupils shrank violently, looking at the white figure standing in front of the armored car door in disbelief! He is the of death! Everyone, cover, retreat! The attacking team leader's expression was unprecedentedly anxious and embarrassed, and he roared and commanded. But the next second, his voice just fell. A ray of silver light pierced through quickly, and it flashed past. Puff! The head of the attack team leader was severely penetrated by Devil May Cry. On the center of his eyebrows, a scarlet blood appeared. Caca! His head was chopped in half, like a bright red watermelon, directly planted on the ground. This veteran combat captain, who has been rampant in the Mediterranean war-torn world for decades, just fell into this in the blink of an eye. Captain! The expressions of all the killers in the attack group changed suddenly! Panic and white! Withdraw. Cover. The remaining 10 assault group killers trembled and retreated. A lot of assault rifles were used as cover, shooting wildly at Chen Zhonging. Try to block his actions. All the assault group killers, go backwards quickly. At this time today, they don't care about the task at all. Life-saving is important! They didn't expect Kuyaran's side was actually protected by the of death. If so, no early ... give them 10 courage ... and dare to break into China! What the fuck, it's just digging one's own grave! All assault group killers retreat frantically. Da. Countless tongues of flames are raging in front, overwhelming, form a dense firepower net, attempting to intercept Chen Zonging at a distance. Chen Zonging stood in front of the armored car door. The Devil May Cry dagger in front of him whirled lightly in midair and flew back into his hand. Looking at the assassin group members who are retreating rapidly ahead, the corner of his mouth raised a cold dark, that it was murderous. Want to escape? He muttered to himself with deep eyes. It's a pity, Devil May Cry, I'm hungry. His right hand turned gently. The Devil May Cry silver blade in his hand made a soft metallic trembling sound. It seems to be bloodthirsty excitement. In the next second, Chen Zonging's body soared into the air and jumped up! His figure, in midair, turned into a flash of lightning. Dodge the countless bullets in front of you. Below, dozens of special fighters are shaking anxiously, retreating quickly. However, at this moment, suddenly, in the sky, Chen Zonging's body, like a lightning demon, rushed down quickly. Holding Devil May Cry in his hand, he slammed down at the body of a killer member below. Puff! Devil May Cry struck directly across the killer's head. The assassin's body trembled suddenly, and only a chill came from the center of the body. He looked down. His complexion trembled. His body was split in half! At this time, the blood stain that is running along the center of the chest cavity is slowly cracking! No. No. The assassin trembled in horror, stretched out his hand, trying to fuse his split left and right body. But he was of no avail. From the moment his body was cut off, he was already dead. At this moment, the reason why there is still consciousness is just the last remaining ray of electric current in the brain. Because the speed of Devil May Cry was too fast and too fast, it was so fast that it killed a person, but the other party's psychic current had not dissipated yet. The assassin watched his body split before he fell to the ground. The picture in front of him was also divided into two pieces. He just died in great horror and horror. The faces of the remaining assassins changed in horror! Withdraw, disperse, separately run away. The assassin's deputy captain roared in panic! Ha! The 9 assassins scattered around and fled separately! When the group gathers to flee, that is to give the opponent a chance to destroy, disperse and escape. The opponent can only kill one person at best. Give the rest of the team a chance to escape. But the deputy captain just finished speaking. Puff! Chen Zonging's figure quickly teleported to him. That silver light Devil May Cry fiercely inserted into the deputy captain's heavenly spirit cover. Devil May Cry weapon, madly sucking the blood of the deputy captain! This is simply a terrifying vampire weapon. After a few seconds, the deputy captain's complexion instantly turned blue-black. Chen Zong pulled out his dagger. The body of the deputy captain completely lost his blood, and the wounds became withered, like a zombie. The corpse fell to the ground fiercely. Standing in place, Chen Zong glanced around and glanced at the 8 killers who had fled. The corner of his mouth raised a bloodthirsty arc. In this world, no one can escape his death's sniper. In an instant, the ground under his feet cracked. His figure has disappeared in the same place in a flash. Let's have a few more at the end of the monthly pass. Chapter 427 All will be punishable. Standing in place, Chen Zong glanced around and glanced at the 8 killers who had fled in all directions. The corner of his mouth raised a bloodthirsty arc. In this world, no one can escape his death's sniper. In an instant, the ground under his feet cracked. His figure has disappeared in the same place in a flash. In all directions, in the streets, the 8 assassins were horrified and fleeing like crazy. They couldn't even dream of today. They would face that legendary demon codenamed Death! Devil May Cry Silver Blade, 10,000 ghosts tremble. It is a horrible existence that they can't afford to provoke in this life. A killer's face trembled in horror. He almost used the most desperate force of his life, and ran wildly! Try to escape! But at this moment, suddenly, a blast of wind passed by. Whoosh! In the next second, he only felt that his body slammed into a copper wall and iron wall in front of him. The assassin retreated in horror, suddenly raised his head, and saw a white and elegant figure. Chen Zhongying's naked upper body was naked, and his skin was all over ... A series of scars twisted and horrified, like a demon. Boom! When he saw this terrifying voice, the assassin trembled in horror. The whole person was scared to pee! No, don't kill me, your Lord Grim Reaper. The assassin trembled completely and fell directly to the ground. Facing the legendary of death, this killer completely broke down! He completely lost the courage to escape, because you can't escape at all! This man is of death! There were rumors in the overseas world. In this world, those who have seen the Reaper with their own eyes are all dead. Therefore, those who are still alive should feel fortunate. Fortunately, they had not seen the face of death. But, at this moment, this assassin saw the face of death with his own eyes. But he doesn't want to die. The killer knelt to the ground, on his crotch and legs. A burst of urine came out. Under the huge panic, this fierce killer from the overseas world was so scared that he peed his pants! Please, your Lord Grim Reaper, don't kill me! Don't kill me! The assassin lost his dignity at this time. He just wanted to save his life. But Chen Zhongying's eyes were indifferent, and the Devil May Cry silver blade ... slowly appeared in his right hand. Your begging is invalid. His voice was calm, but with an unprecedented coldness. Everyone who breaks into my hot summer will not be forgiven. The next second, puff, there was a splash of flesh and blood. The Devil May Cry silver blade pierced the killer's trachea abruptly. The blood is absorbed frantically along the Devil May Cry blade. In the blink of an eye, the assassin's body turned into a blue-black icy corpse, and fell to the ground fiercely. Chen Zong stepped over the killer's corpse, and his figure disappeared in the same place instantly. In another place, a killer was rushing madly ... But at this moment, suddenly, puff, a splash of blood. The assassin only felt a cold neck. Then, the picture in front of him turned around. But his body is still running wildly. The killer's head fell to the ground, and his pupils widened ... Looking at the headless body running away in front of him! That is your body! In the next second, the headless body in front blood splashed, and then fell to the ground fiercely. The streets are all around. The body of the killer who ran away wildly, one after another, was pierced by blood, and fell to the ground! Although, the 8 of them fled separately, but still can't escape death's sniper. The speed of death, too fast, too fast. It's so hard for everyone to react. In the air, Devil May Cry trembles. Splashes of blood. In the blink of an eye, 7 killers all fell to the ground. Only the last killer was left, horrified and shocked. He rushed hundreds of meters away. There, a black van is parked there. The assassin was so frightened that he rushed into the van, ignited quickly, and started to press the accelerator frantically and reverse the car, trying to escape the scene! But right now, in the rear view mirror. But suddenly, a figure appeared. The white figure, with a cold complexion, was running hurriedly, rushing up towards the van. The killer was driving the van, looking very embarrassed! He slammed on the accelerator and tried to escape the scene! As long as he escapes the scene, as long as he saves his life, he will be able to leave the summer. But, at this moment, he subconsciously glanced at the direction of the rear view mirror. Suddenly found ... In the rear view mirror, the figure of the man ... is missing? This! Subconsciously, the killer's heart trembled suddenly. Did you get rid of him? However, at this moment, suddenly boom! There was a loud noise. The roof of the entire van suddenly dented. The van shook violently, and all four tires burst. The wheels rubbed a violent metal spark on the ground. The assassin looked terrified and trembled. He suddenly grabbed the assault rifle and directed it at the sunken top of the van. A burst of frantic bursts of fire! Exclamation mark. The terrifying bullets blazed wildly at the top of the van! Exclamation mark. A few minutes later, all the bullets of the assault rifle were all shot out, and on the roof of the van. Finally, there is no movement. The assassin looked terrified and complicated, and he took the opportunity to quickly fill the gun with bullets. However, at this moment, boom! Suddenly, a white palm suddenly penetrated the iron plate on the roof of the van. The assassin's expression was horrified, and he didn't have time to escape. His neck was directly pinched by the palm of his hand. Lift your palm! Boom! The killer's entire head was directly blasted out of the roof of the van. The assassin's entire head was stuck on the top of the van, and the blood attacked him with severe pain. Don't, Lord Death, I'm just an ant. Go around me. The assassin trembled and begged for mercy in great panic! Exclamation mark. Standing on the roof of the van with the Devil May Cry silver blade in his right hand, Chen Zhonggong looked cold and indifferent. He glanced lightly at the killer. Those who break into my hot summer, even if you are an ant, the deity must personally trample you to death. In the next second, Chen Zhongying suddenly lifted the shiny leather shoe. No! The assassin trembled in horror and begged for mercy. However, Chen Zhongying's leather shoes have already been stomped down. Puff! The head shattered and the sauce sputtered. It's like a watermelon being stepped on. Chen Zhonggong's eyes were cold, and he slowly retracted his leather shoes. He stood on the roof of the van with a cold expression and looked around. Then, he stretched out the blood-stained hand, slowly took out a cigarette and lit it. His gaze was locked on the corner of the street hundreds of meters away. Chapter 428 Grim Reaper, Here Comes No. The assassin trembled in horror and begged for mercy. However, Chen Zhongying's leather shoes have already been stomped down. Puff! The head shattered and the sauce sputtered. It's like a watermelon being stepped on. Chen Zhonggwang's eyes were cold, and he slowly retracted his leather shoes. He stood on the roof of the van with a cold expression and looked around. Then, he stretched out the blood-stained hand, slowly took out a cigarette and lit it. His gaze was locked on the corner of the street hundreds of meters away. Then, his right hand suddenly raised. Whoosh! The Devil May Cry silverlight dagger flew out quickly toward the top. Boom! A concealed drone was directly penetrated by the silver orn and exploded in the air at an altitude of hundreds of meters. A flame swept the sky. The silver dagger quickly turned back from the sky and flew back into his hand. In the next second, Chen Zhongying's body suddenly leapt into the air and jumped up. It's like a scary robot, facing the corner of the street in front, leaping away. A few hundred meters away, the street corner, a black communications combat vehicle is quietly parked in the corner. The mysterious commander looked stern, sitting in the car. His eyes were shocked and stunned, staring at the screen. It turned into a dark picture! Exclamation mark. Shocked, unbelievable. The ABCD that I sent, 4 ground attack teams, and all the 40 killer members, all planted! Exclamation mark. His pupils couldn't believe it. At this time, the whole person trembled because of panic. In his mind, the last scene of the drone shooting at high altitude emerged. That figure, standing on the roof of the van, looked straight at the moment he raised his head. Thinking of that figure, the commander's heart trembled suddenly. Grim Reaper. At this moment, he can almost 100% confirm that the terrifying mysterious man is the of death. The hot summer country. The most terrifying killing machine. Codename, Reaper. According to rumors, in this world, anyone who has seen the true face of death will undoubtedly survive. See death. Go to hell. This is a horrible rumor circulating overseas. Therefore, almost no one in this world has seen the true face of the of death. The commander's complexion reacted from shock. He sat in the car and radioed the last sniper member, Hawkeye. Are you still alive? In the radio, Hawkeye After a few seconds, the Iliad voice finally came trembling. Command ... I'm still alive. Mission failed ... Withdraw. The commander's expression was extremely embarrassing when this sentence came out of his mouth. He could imagine his mentality at this time. In the wireless current headset, when the sniper Hawkeye heard these words, his voice trembled and was extremely complicated. Command ... What do we do? At this time, Hawkeye was almost collapsed. More than 40 brothers in the ground attack group were all planted. This is their most authoritative core attack group, undertaking half of the secret assault mission in the organization. But at this time, all the planted 40 people, not one left. In the sniper scope just now, Hawkeye can see clearly the killing below. This is an unprecedented blow to the organization. Everything. Wait. To escape from China, you and I will decide. The commander shouted solemnly and solemnly. Now, there is only one way out, escape. More than 40 members have been planted. The only 2 of them are left, must escape. Emergency report. Hawkeye, take care of each other. The commander said solemnly in his last voice. Today, their intelligence was wrong, and they faced the terrifying demon of death. Today, as long as you can escape alive, you will be lucky. However, just as the commander was talking to Hawkeye, suddenly, in front of the communications command vehicle, a figure fell from the sky like lightning. Boom! The figure landed suddenly. The huge force penetrated the invasion. The ground in front of the communication vehicle is cracked and sunken. Inside the communication vehicle, the commander's expression changed in shock. He raised his head in disbelief. His eyes were horrified and horrified. Looked out the windshield of the communication car. A few meters away in the ground ahead, there is a dent and crack seen faintly through the dust in the sky. A young man with fair hair and inch hair was kneeling on one knee, standing in a crack. Suddenly, the white-skinned man slowly raised his head, and the pair of deep and demonic eyes looked directly into the communication car. The corner of his mouth raised a slightly cold arc. Boom! In the communication vehicle, when the commander saw this terrifying gaze, he only felt the whole person's heart trembled, as if being held by a cold demon's claws. The man's eyes were suffocating and he didn't dare to look directly, because that is ... the eye of the devil. Grim Reaper. Reaper ... coming. The commander's face was pale and horrified. This ... is the face of the of death? Question mark. So young? So cold. Just like the Terminator robot in Western movies. The flesh is terrifying. Just a glance made his soul tremble! Exclamation mark. He suddenly reacted from great horror. This of death. How did he find his hidden position? Exclamation mark. The commander couldn't think much about it at this time. He rushed to the driver's seat in one step and started the communication vehicle with a sound of hum, crunch. The communication vehicle suddenly turned around and flicked its tail quickly. He was not so arrogant that he dared to drive to the death god. Just now, he saw it with his own eyes. Even the Stryker armored car could not deal with this terrifying man. So at this moment, the commander just wants to drive quickly. Escape is the best! Exclamation mark. The commander slammed on the accelerator, and the communication vehicle engine roared instantly. The huge V12 engine, the roaring sound. The entire huge communication vehicle instantly accelerated. Within 3 seconds, it broke the speed of 100 kilometers per hour. The communication vehicle galloped toward the front of the street, trying to escape from the terrifying man behind him. This communication vehicle has undergone a special modification in advance, equipped with a V12 cylinder engine for professional racing. It's so fast, it's suffocating. The top speed can exceed 380 kilometers. The purpose of the modification of the communication vehicle is to escape once a special situation occurs. The communication vehicle will be the last escape tool. This happened today. An unprecedented team hit. At this time, this communication vehicle has become the commander's last escape tool. The commander slammed on the accelerator and drove the communication car away. At this moment, he didn't care about asking, just asking for his life. As long as you escape from Jiangnan, escape from the hot summer, as long as you live, that's hope. At this time, Chen Zhongying still calmly knelt on one knee, half squatting in the crack. His eyes were deep and icy, looking straight at the communication car that was fleeing. Then, the corner of his mouth swept across an arc. Prey always likes to escape. He slowly got up from the hollow of the crack, stretched out his hand to dust the corners of his clothes. Then, his feet arched slightly, accumulating strength. Boom! Scream! In an instant, his figure suddenly flashed like a bullet, in an instant, burst towards the front. And on the ground underneath, there was only a huge crater left. The last few days. Give me all the monthly tickets. Chapter 429 Humanoid Beast, Terminator. At this time, Chen Zhongying still calmly knelt on one knee, half squatting in the crack. His eyes were deep and icy, looking straight at the communication car that was fleeing. Then, the corner of his mouth swept across an arc. Prey always likes to escape. He slowly got up from the hollow of the crack, stretched out his hand to dust the corners of his clothes. Then, his feet arched slightly, accumulating strength. Boom! Scream! In an instant, his figure suddenly flashed like a bullet, in an instant, burst towards the front. And on the ground underneath, there was only a huge crater left. At this time, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the streets of Huai, a communication car with a forged license plate burst out with the roar of the engine, like a super sports car, speeding on the streets and highways. The speed of the communication vehicle has exceeded 350 kilometers per hour. Such a high speed per hour has completely surpassed the so-called fastest high-speed rail in China. 350 kilometers. Fast and fast. Roaring on the streets. The air around, almost twisted, rushed crazily and violently from the car window. In the surrounding areas, those vehicles could not be avoided at all. Either they were hit and flew directly. Or they were run over by the tall communication vehicles. The whole scene was shocking like never before. The whole street is almost messed up. A huge communications vehicle, speeding at a super high speed of 350 kilometers per hour. This is a desperate move! This is equivalent to a terrifying killing machine, moving on the streets! How many lives will be threatened? In front of the street, in a Volkswagen Lavida sedan, a family of 3 was sitting in the car, enjoying themselves. The young husband drove the car with children's songs in the car. In the back of the car, the young wife and her daughter sit side by side in the back seat. The wife is teaching her daughter to sing. A warm daily life for a family of 3. But at this moment, suddenly, behind the Volkswagen car, a huge communication car, rushing through the switch, suddenly calling. Boom! The Volkswagen Lavida car had no time to evade, and was directly lifted off the spot. Knocked out, the Volkswagen car was tossing and rolling in midair, and then, boom! It slammed into the street shop wall a few meters away. The whole shop was smashed to pieces. In the Volkswagen car, the family of 3, completely dead. In the back seat, the young mother. Until she was dying, she hugged her 7-year-old daughter, trying to protect her. However, her daughter was not spared from this disaster. The blood on his forehead, the breath has disappeared. A family of 3, all dead. This is an unprecedented disaster. At this time, in front of the street, that communication vehicle was still speeding wildly. The speed of 350 kilometers per hour is fast. The commander sat in the driver's seat with a hideous and crazy face, and stepped on the accelerator hard. At this moment, he just wanted to run for his life. Madly fleeing from this place in Jiangnan, he drove all the way towards a port in a coastal area in Shanghai and Huai City. Their troop carrier helicopter is parked on the port pier. Once you reach the dock, the helicopter can take off. Escape from this hot summer country! But right now, suddenly, the commander sitting in the cab His pupils trembled suddenly! Exclamation mark. What did he see? Exclamation mark. In the rear view mirror of the car, in the rear view of the street. Suddenly, a figure appeared! Exclamation mark. The figure, like the Terminator robot in the movie, is speeding wildly, with bare hands, rushing hurriedly, chasing toward the communication vehicle! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. Seeing this scene, the commander's heart trembled violently! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. Is it ... Reaper? Exclamation mark. The commander at this moment looked more embarrassed than ever before, and his face turned pale with fright. He lowered his head subconsciously and glanced at the speed of the dashboard on the steering wheel. 350 km/h. The speed on the speedometer has soared to 350 km/h! Exclamation mark. Such a terrifyingly high speed ... How did the man behind catch up? Exclamation mark. How can that be? Subconsciously, the commander slammed into gear again and slammed on the accelerator. With a sullen expression on his face, he squeezed the power of the communication vehicle to the limit! Exclamation mark. At this time, he didn't care about this communication vehicle, which was refitted with a cost of tens of millions. As long as you can escape, this broken car will be destroyed. If it is destroyed, it doesn't matter. Life-saving is the most important thing. The engine of the front of the communication vehicle roared frantically again. This time, the speed exceeded 380 km/h! Exclamation mark. Super high speed! Exclamation mark. 380 kilometers, this speed ... almost the speed at which a fighter takes off. The whole communication vehicle is like a beast, roaring frantically on the street. And the figure behind was finally thrown away. Looking at the disappearing figure in the rear view mirror, the commander did not relax. His face was savage and crazy. He slammed on the gas pedal, almost with determination. Today ... As long as he can escape, it will be an unprecedented blessing! Exclamation mark. At this time, the onboard navigation of the communication vehicle showed that ... The port terminal where the destination was evacuated is still 150 kilometers away. If you travel at a speed of 380 km/h, it only takes less than 20 minutes to get to the dock and evacuate. Thinking of this, a trace of luck flashed in the commander's heart. According to overseas rumors, those who saw the death with their own eyes undoubtedly survived. Today, he should be ... the first ... survivor to survive the eyes of death. With the experience of today, he will return overseas in the future. Even if he is promoted to the commander of the Legion, it is possible. The first one, the survivor who survived from death. This title alone can be admired by many armed armies overseas. This will also be an unprecedented clamor for the hot summer. Who said that the heat of summer is invincible? Who said that if you see death you will die? Today, he escaped from the hands of death. Thinking of this, the fluke in the eyes of the commander is even worse. He slammed on the accelerator. The communication car was swiftly slamming, and howling frantically. Seeing the port terminal destination in the car is getting closer and closer. While galloping, he subconsciously raised his head and glanced in the direction of the rear view mirror. Boom! His heart trembled suddenly! Exclamation mark. The pupils are wide ... Can't believe it! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. In the street behind, the white figure suddenly appeared in sight! Exclamation mark. With a position of hair, the body is as fast as lightning in the wind, with unarmed power ... speeding toward the communication vehicle, chasing! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. How can that be? Exclamation mark. At this time, the speed of the communication vehicle has soared to 380 km/h! Exclamation mark. This is almost an unprecedented limit! Exclamation mark. But how did the of death behind catch up? Exclamation mark. How the hell? How is it possible? Exclamation mark. Even though he is of death, after all, He is just a body! Exclamation mark. Maybe he can dodge the attack of countless bullets because his skills are too fast to reflect the range of the bullets he has foreseen. In the world, special warfare soldiers who have this kind of response power are not non-existent. It is understood that Country M has a lot of super fighters trained in such secrets, used as a secret weapon of war. But, to dodge bullets, it is a short-range dodge, which does not require much physical strength and energy. But, at this time high-speed running, chasing your own car at 380 kilometers per hour! Exclamation mark. This what the hell how is it possible? Exclamation mark. 1. Chapter 430. Who are you waiting for? But, to dodge bullets, it is a short-range dodge, which does not require much physical strength and energy. But, at this time high-speed running, chasing your own car at 380 kilometers per hour! Exclamation mark. This what the hell how is it possible? Exclamation mark. To catch up with your own car, that means the man behind is running at a speed of 380 kilometers per hour! Exclamation mark. This fucking, is it almost idiotic about dreams? Exclamation mark. A human, physical body burst out at a speed of 380 kilometers per hour! Exclamation mark. In the world, there is no human being running at such a terrifying state. The maximum instantaneous limit speed of human running is 44 km/h. It was created by the Jamaican flying man Bolt in 2009. That speed has become the limit standard of mankind. It has been listed on the Guinness Book of World Records for a full 10 years. So far, no one can break it. Even those fighters who have received special military training overseas are absolutely impossible to reach such a terrifying speed at an astonishing rate. You know, the North American cheetah, known as the fastest its extreme running speed is only 140 kilometers. Moreover, the body structure of the American cheetah is so special. Countless internal organs are full of muscles. All bones, limbs, are all full of strong muscles. These muscles can support it to run at high speed. That is the result of tens of millions of years. The continuous evolution of living things causes its structured body to burst out at a terrifying speed with high intensity. But the limit is only 140 kilometers. And, at this moment, the human being behind unexpectedly broke out at a speed of 380 kilometers per hour! Exclamation mark. This completely violates the physicist Newton's laws of biology. The muscle structure of a human being is totally unsuitable for ultra-high speed and long-distance running. When human beings run wildly, the temperature of the internal organs of the body will rise rapidly. Unprecedented heat consumption. When the human speed exceeds 50 kilometers per hour, the internal organ temperature may have reached the limit value, 80 degrees. If it continues to accelerate, human bones will break and muscles will tear. Then the internal organs will also be burned. Finally, the brain is extremely hypoxic. This person in the end could only die of anger, dying on the road rushing wildly. Therefore, mankind invented the automobile, and invented the high-speed rail and airplane. Because of borrowing these tools, humans can reach the speed limit that the human body cannot reach. More convenient transportation. But, at this moment, the human being behind him? Actually, a speed of 380 kilometers per hour broke out? How can that be? The human body simply cannot withstand such a high-intensity load. Continuing to run wildly, he will eventually die of visceral temperature burst. However, the man behind him was nothing unusual at all. Just like in the movie, the Terminator robot is chasing up with bare hands. The commander's complexion was shocked like never before. He stepped on the accelerator frantically under his feet. He did not believe in evil. He wants to see, how long can that man support? However, when he looked into the rearview mirror again, he suddenly found ... in the street behind ... That scary man disappeared. The commander's heart was shocked. Could it be? He can't hold it anymore? Can't catch up with yourself? But for some reason, the commander's heart faintly felt a little uneasy. Several years of battlefield career gave him a strong sense of crisis. It seems that things are definitely not that simple. Where is that man? Where's the of death? Exclamation mark. Boom, boom, boom. And just at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the window of the communication car at high speed. The commander was taken aback, and turned his head subconsciously. Boom. His heart trembled violently. I was shocked by the picture directly outside the car window! Exclamation mark. I saw that the terrifying man was galloping, and at this time his speed was comparable to that of the communication vehicle, and his speed was almost parallel to the communication vehicle. He just ran all the way, stretched out his hand by the way, and knocked on the car window. The commander at this time, the whole person was terrified and trembling. He stepped on the accelerator frantically, but the speed of the communication vehicle had reached its limit, and it couldn't speed up anymore. He found that he couldn't get rid of the terrifying man outside the door at all! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? You can't escape! Out of the car window, Chen Zhongying rushed hurriedly, his voice cold. Hearing this ice-cold voice, the commander's heart trembled and horrified. This damn ... it's a devil. But the only thing he can do at this time is to continue to speed up frantically. The communication vehicle ran wildly at a speed of 380 kilometers per hour, and did not dare to stop at any point. The commander knew that as long as he stopped so thoroughly, he would be dead. His communication vehicle was full of gas before he came, and it can travel hundreds of kilometers, which is not a problem. Moreover, the exterior of the car body is made of super double-layer bulletproof glass and steel plate. As long as the car is running fast, the man running wild outside the car can't help himself. Could it be ... that man ... can still blast open the bulletproof car window glass with his bare hands in this situation? The commander thought so in his heart. This was his last fluke in such a panic state. In the face of huge crises, people will always try to survive, giving birth to various imaginary psychology of fluke survival. The commander at this time had no way to go and could only think so. But what made him break down is, outside the car window, the running man ... suddenly ... raised his right hand. The commander's pupils shrank, feeling a little bit bad! Exclamation mark. In the next second, Chen Zhong's right hand suddenly made a fist. And then, with a fierce punch, he slammed toward the bulletproof glass of the car window. Boom! The sound of bulletproof glass crashing and shattering. The strength of this punch is turbulent. The whole bulletproof glass ... it was overwhelmed ... it was blown to pieces by a punch! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. His mother! Exclamation mark. The commander's entire complexion changed suddenly, and he couldn't believe it! Exclamation mark. 2 layers of encrypted special-grade bulletproof glass that can withstand any assault rifle bombardment. Just like that. Was it shattered by a punch? Question mark. In the next second, the commander had no time to evade. The whole neck, the hand that was directly inserted out of the car window was severely grasped. Then, boom! A cry. Chen Zhong grabbed his right hand, and directly removed the commander from the high-speed communication car. A huge force. The commander's entire body was directly caught out of the car door, and even the car door with the driver's seat was blown away, and the communication car that was running at high speed lost its control and slanted into the street shop on the side. Boom! Exclamation mark. A loud noise. The entire command vehicle was directly knocked over and overturned to the ground. The commander was caught by Chen Zhong's neck with one hand and hung in the air. The commander only felt that the entire neck was about to be chopped off, and the trachea, skin, bones ... soft tissues were all violently twisted and painful. Chen Zhong pinched the commander's neck, his eyes cold. "Wait, who do you work for?" Chen Zhonging's voice was as cold, like a sharp sword, staring straight at the commander. 1. Chapter 431. Before killing you, there are a few appetizers. "Wait, who do you work for?" Chen Zhonging's voice was as cold, like a sharp sword, staring straight at the commander, and demanding to be asked. The commander's whole body trembled with horror. It was an unprecedented horror. He looked at the fair-skinned man in front of him with horror. At this moment, he finally closed up and clearly saw the face of the gods of death clearly. His face was fair and elegant, and his position made him look extremely cold, like an inhuman robot. This is the scary code name of Yangxia, the true face of the of death. In this life, he can see the true face of the of death with his own eyes. Even if he is dead, he has no regrets. Kill me. The commander's face was extremely pale. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. From the first day of his allegiance to the organization, he has vowed to devote his life to the organization. Never betray the organization, even if it is dead. He has undergone high-intensity brainwashing of organizations. Sees organization as all beliefs and everything in life. Therefore, for the sake of organization, he was willing to be killed. Willing to give life, even if it is dead. This commander is absolutely impossible to betray the organization news. Really? Seeing the commander's appearance of seeing death like home, the corners of Chen Zong's mouth raised a cold arc. He pinched the hand of the commander's neck, even harder. The commander's whole person almost died. A trace of blood, flowing along the corner of his mouth slowly overflowing. But instead, he smiled, grinningly. "Have the ability to kill me, ha ha ha. The legendary of death. What can you do with me? Want to know my organization? Dream." The commander looked terrifying and shouted at Chen Zhonging, "This is a radical approach." At this time, he has already regarded his death as home. In order to protect the secrets of the organization, he was willing to die. He was agitating the of death, letting the of death take action and killing him. But Chen Zhonging obviously couldn't make him do what he wanted. "Don't worry, you will go to Huangqun sooner or later. It's just that before that, there are some things that you have to explain." Chen Zhonging suddenly loosened his right hand. The commander lost his grip and fell severely to the ground. He was lying on the ground, coughing violently. Mouthful blood coughed up. At that moment, he thought he was going to die. But as a result, the of death didn't kill him at this time? This gave him a bad feeling? Reaper. Some kind of killed me. Killed me? The hot summer is indeed a sick man in East Asia. If there is a kind of sick man, kill me. He abused and humiliated wildly, trying to provoke death. Let the other party kill yourself with one move. For organization, for glory, he has no choice today. At this time, Chen Zong did not make a move. Instead, he lit a cigarette and handed it to the commander. "Smoke one, the soft china of the hot summer. Tastes better than your overseas suyan." The commander's face trembled and he was a little surprised. He didn't know what the of death wanted to do! The commander took the cigarette in surprise and hesitated. He was not polite, and took a deep breath, dangling the cigarette directly in his mouth. Anyway, today, I will undoubtedly die. Before I die, I am happy to smoke a cigarette. No loss. Moreover, being able to die in the hands of the fierce reaper in the summer, his life is enough. However, just as the commander took a cigarette, he enjoyed the moment when the smoke ring was inhaled into his lungs, and then spit out in cycles. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in his shoulder joint. There was a sound of broken bones! Exclamation mark. His whole shoulder joint, the piercing pain, spread all over his body. Exclamation mark. He can clearly feel the fracture and distortion of his bones. The feeling is more uncomfortable than death. Don't worry, enjoy it slowly. The corners of Chen Zhongying's mouth raised a cold arc. He slowly stretched out his hand and grabbed the commander's clavicle. Again, puff, click. The commander's entire collarbone was snapped abruptly by Chen Zhong's hand, and countless muscles were directly torn apart with the skin. The entire chest ribs are directly exposed to the air. Exclamation mark. This scene is simply, life is better than death. His entire sternum bone was torn apart, and the blood was surging. It was a heart-piercing pain. Chen Zhongying's eyes were calm. He took a deep breath with his cigarette in his mouth. 24 ribs, exactly, 1 per minute. Chen Zhongying was very patient, raised the devil-may-cry dagger, and cut off one of the commander's ribs with a click. The commander howled in pain. Ribs are the bones closest to the heart in the human body. It protects the chest cavity of the human body. There are countless tactile nerve cells all over the ribs. The ribs are severed, and the severe pain can spread directly to the heart. Exclamation mark. That feeling, piercing. Even worse than death. Exclamation mark. At this time, the commander felt terribly painful, and a scent of urine came out of his legs. In the severe pain, he was incontinent. Exclamation mark. This kind of severe pain is nothing short of torture. Exclamation mark. Chen Zhong's eyes were calm, standing there faintly, puffing out smoke rings. In the second minute, he continued to raise his dagger, click, and cut off the commander's second rib. The commander's whole veins jumped violently, howling miserably. This is simply an unprecedented torture. Exclamation mark. Kill me. Please, kill me. The commander begged for mercy in horror. He doesn't want to suffer such pain anymore. Exclamation mark. This is worse than death. Exclamation mark. Chen Zhong's eyes were calm, raised his wrist, and looked at the time on the Omega watch. He said, cutting off a rib in a minute, then he will do what he says. With 24 ribs, this commander will have to endure 24 terrifying and inhuman torture. Exclamation mark. Don't worry, kill you. For sure. Just before killing you, there are a few appetizers for you to taste. Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm, and he slowly spit out a smoke ring. It just so happens that the human body has 206 bones. One bone will be broken in 1 minute, and the bones in your whole body will be broken in 206 minutes. Chen Zhongying smiled, calm, but like a demon from hell. He gently pressed the Omega watch with his right hand. Zheng, a tiny silver needle popped out of the Omega watch. Chen Zhong picked up the silver needle and directly poof. Once it was inserted into the commander's temple. The commander wailed in panic again. Exclamation mark. What is this? Exclamation mark. What do you want to do? Exclamation mark. The commander said in horror. Adrenaline needles. Chen Zhongying said calmly and slowly. Boom. Hearing these words, the commander almost fainted. He looked social insurance and completely broke down. Exclamation mark. Adrenaline acupuncture, which can stimulate the body's adrenaline hormone. Let the human body enter a state of extreme excitement. Any senses, intuition, will be highly diffused. In this case, the commander is completely dead. No, life is better than death. The pain he endured will be magnified several times. Exclamation mark. Moreover, it is impossible to faint. Adrenaline floods your body, making your brain excited at all times, and you can't pass out of fainting at all. Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. Chapter 432 Contribute to the country. Adrenaline acupuncture, which can stimulate the body's adrenaline hormone. Let the human body enter a state of extreme excitement. Any senses, intuition, will be highly diffused. In this case, the commander is completely dead. No, life is better than death. The pain he endured will be magnified several times. Exclamation mark. Moreover, it is impossible to faint. Adrenaline floods your body, making your brain excited at all times, and you can't pass out of fainting at all. Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. This is to punish the commander to death. Exclamation mark. Please kill me kill me. The commander trembled and savagely, and fell to the ground on the street, almost collapsed. Exclamation mark. But Chen Zhongying, with his eyes calm, stood aside, smoking a cigarette lightly. It's a minute. With a twist of his right hand, the Devil May Cry dagger attacked again. Puff. With a sound, the third rib was cut off. The commander howled in horror. Exclamation mark. Mouthful, overflowing. The ribs are cut off, the pain is piercing. Exclamation mark. This is simply an unprecedented inhuman torture. Exclamation mark. The commander just wanted to die at this time. He didn't even think of ... the most terrifying killing machine in this hot summer, Reaper. In addition to killing, he also mastered such a terrifying and hideous means of torture and interrogation. Such scenes make him worse than death. Exclamation mark. Even if it's death, there is no scene in front of me so terrible. As I watched, my ribs were cut off one by one. Exclamation mark. This feeling is more uncomfortable than death. That kind of heart-piercing pain, every minute and every second, is suffering. The commander was miserable and terrible. He almost fainted due to severe pain several times. But with the silver needle of adrenaline inserted in his temples, the adrenaline in his body was fully stimulated. At this time, his brain was fast excited. It's impossible to faint. Kill me. Kill me. In a huge panic, the commander collapsed. He suddenly exhausted his teeth, trying to bite his tongue, so that he could not speak. In this way, the other party can't let him speak. But he was obviously wrong. Kang dang. The moment the commander bit his teeth, his tongue did not break. Instead, his teeth were broken, because that silver Devil May Cry dagger, I don't know when, has been inserted in his mouth. With one bite, his mouthful teeth crumbled. Painful and miserable. Exclamation mark. Teeth are connected to the heart, the teeth are broken, and this kind of pain is worse than death. Exclamation mark. Almost forgot. With a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Zhongying pulled the Devil May Cry dagger out of his mouth. Since you want to pull your teeth, then I will help you. As he said, he directly picked up the dagger, used the sharp tip of the blade to hit the commander's full teeth, and knocked it out. Puff, puff, puff. A burst of teeth, together with flesh and blood, were pulled directly from the gums. Blood dripping. Every time the tooth was pulled out, the commander's body trembled with horror, shaking vigorously. That's severe pain. Even the heart hurts. There were 32 teeth in 2 rows, all pulled out. The commander's mouth full of vomiting. It was deathly pain. At this moment, he would rather die. When he died, he would not feel so much pain and torture. But at this moment, although he is alive but he might as well die. The commander's face was trembling and hideous, and the blue veins on his face were sunken. His body was trembling, and the pain continued to invade, and his birthday was not as good as death. On both sides of the asphalt road, hundreds of meters away, countless people hiding behind buildings and vehicles one after another, their eyes trembled and looked at this scene with horror and disbelief! Exclamation mark. This it's just! Exclamation mark. Acting like this in the street, so bloody, this scene scared all the onlookers. However, although the people present were frightened and trembling but everyone inside was faintly applauded. Some people even shouted in a low voice, "You deserve it." Just now, the commander drove the communications vehicle and ran on all the way. I don't know how many vehicles and pedestrians were hit. At this time, he suffered such a fate, and he deserved it. Chen Zhongying stood in the middle of the street, raised his right hand, and the devil may cry dagger once again Kaka, with a sound, cut off the commander's ribs. With the commander's miserable howl, blood was permeated. It seems that the food isn't delicious enough. Chen Zhongying stared at the trembling commander on the ground, and the corner of his mouth flashed. The next second, wow! His body flickered and teleported, passing an afterimage directly, and arrived in front of a small shop tens of meters away from a street shop. In the commissary, the owner, who was over 50 years old, was frightened by this scene, and his body trembled. The interrogation scene on the street just now, this boss is all in his eyes. At this time, seeing this terrifying murderer suddenly appeared in front of his store. How could the boss not be afraid? Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The 50-something-year-old boss looked trembling and begged for mercy. Is there any wine, liquor? Ergutu. Chen Zhonggong calmly knocked on the glass door of the canteen and asked, Shopona. Is there any wine? Ergutu. The strongest? Chen Zhongying asked again. Yes. Yes. The boss reacted from the panic, stretched out his hand tremblingly, and took out a bottle of white wine from the counter. Shaking, the boss handed the bottle to Chen Zhongying. How much? Chen Zhongying asked. The boss was shaking his head again and again. No. No money. Just kidding. What the hell? Where does he dare to collect money? Exclamation mark. Well, you are contributing to the country. Put the account on credit first, and someone will settle it later. When Chen Zhong finished speaking, his figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to the center of the street. Only the commissary owner is left, with a look of horror and amazement in his heart. Contribute to the country? Question mark. The shop owner may not know. To contribute this bottle of wine? Indeed, to contribute to the country. Grim Reaper, interrogating overseas terrorist members. This bottle of liquor is needed. At this time, the commissary owner provided a bottle of liquor for free. This is not a contribution to the country. What is it? In the middle of the street. When Chen Zhong returned to the scene, he opened the liquor and took a sip. Strong and mellow liquor, the spirits refresh the moment it enters the throat. Good wine, he muttered to himself. For Ergutu, he was addicted to alcohol. Take a few sips. Then Chen Zhong suddenly stood in front of the commander's body, raised the bottle, and poured the strong wine onto the commander's chest wound. Exclamation mark. His whole body trembled violently! Exclamation mark. Liquor contains 50% high concentration of alcohol. When the alcohol touched the wound, it gave a sharp pain like a fire. Filled with bones, wounds, skin. Every inch and corner. Heart-piercing and burning pain! Exclamation mark. In the last few days, do you still have the monthly pass? Chapter 433 Great Mediterranean Tribe. Exclamation mark. His whole body trembled violently! Exclamation mark. Liquor contains 50% high concentration of alcohol. When the alcohol touched the wound, it made a sharp pain like a fire. Filled with bones, wounds, skin. Every inch and corner. Heart-piercing and burning pain! Exclamation mark. Chen Zhongying's complexion remained unchanged, with a cigarette in his mouth, pouring the strong wine constantly against the wound in the commander's chest. Please. Please. Kill me. Kill me. The commander is completely broken. Mouth full of blood, body trembling violently. Chen Zong took a deep breath, staring at the commander at his feet faintly. You said, this alcohol filled your ribcage. I will throw this one down. Will it ignite? Chen Zhongying asked lightly. Boom. Hearing these words, the commander's whole person was even more frightened to incontinence! Exclamation mark. Don't. Give me a pleasure, please. The commander was lying on the ground, his body twitching and trembling violently. It was a panic that was even more ugly than death. But at this moment, the cigarette in Chen Zong's hand suddenly slipped. He didn't give the commander the right to resist, even if he didn't even give him a chance to beg for mercy. The lit cigarette butt fell on the commander's chest. Puff! With a sound, the sound of flames! Exclamation mark. The commander's entire chest cavity is full of alcohol, so the moment the cigarette touches the flames suddenly jumped up! Exclamation mark. I'm sorry, my hand slipped for a while. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm. Sorry. The commander let out a miserable cry. The alcohol was instantly ignited, burning his entire chest, skin, muscles, fat, bones, and internal organs. Everything is burning. His clothes have been burned to a black ash, extremely hideous and miserable. The pain is terrible. Life is better than death. The commander's entire body struggled violently on the ground. He tried to roll over to extinguish the flames in his chest. But under his severe pain and broken bones, he completely lost his mobility. He could only watch. His chest burned. The terrifying heat of the flames even hurt his heart. This feeling broke him. I do all. Please. Give me a pleasure. Give me a pleasure. The commander completely collapsed under the double pain of the huge body and soul, trembling and begging for mercy. His last line of defense, all beliefs in the organization, completely collapsed. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, standing still, and lighting a cigarette for himself. He faintly looked at the commander at his feet. Then who are you? For whom? The commander trembled with severe pain. His mouth was full of blood, and he shivered and said, we. For. The Great Mediterranean Tribe, the Black Crocodile Army. When he heard the words Black Crocodile Legion, Chen Zong's pupils condensed slightly. Black Crocodile Army, some impressions in his mind. An armed organization from a war-torn area in the Mediterranean. They work for faith and interests. In the name of counter-sanctions, openly confront the regular forces and form a unique armed corps. The war-torn areas in the Mediterranean are full of such violent armed groups. This Black Crocodile Legion is just one of countless armed legions. It can be regarded as the mainstay of the armed forces. It has a large number of heavy firepower and heat weapons, and there are some mysterious countries behind it, so it has no fear. You guys, what is the purpose of coming to the hot summer? Chen Zongwang asked calmly and indifferently. The commander fell to the ground and his chest was burning with flames. He trembled and said, in the name of the true king of our army, the king of Crocodile, come take the Kuyiran. Why kidnap the Kuyi people? What is your purpose? Chen Zenging asked coldly. The commander's voice trembled, and he endured the severe pain. His mouth overflowed with blood. For Project X. The Crocodile King said only Project X can turn the tide of the battle. Hearing this, Chen Zong's eyes became slightly cold, and the result of the matter was as expected the day before yesterday. It's just that he didn't expect will come so soon. The X project in the hands of Kuyiran can synthesize any chemical formula, including biological and chemical weapons. Atomic reactions in various military fields. This is simply a criminal terrorist program. Today, the situation in the Mediterranean is unprecedentedly turbulent. The Army dispatched a Ford aircraft carrier to attack and suppress terrorist armed organizations. The war was raging, and those terrorist organizations thought of their plan to intercept Project X. Transform Project X into a biochemical weapon. And it will turn the tide of the battle. But, what comes with it? Is the charcoal. The entire Mediterranean, I am afraid it will fall. The Mediterranean theater involved the Kuyi people invisibly, all because of the X project in her hands. Knowledge, to Chen Zonging's shock. Kuyiran's X project has almost blocked overseas news. Few people overseas know this. But how did this Black Crocodile Army know? How do you guys know about Project X? Chen Zonging asked with cold eyes. Yanxia. It was revealed by the Yanxia merchant. The commander trembled. Hearing these words, Chen Zong's pupils condensed. Who is it? No. I don't know. They are docking with the Crocodile King. I really don't know. Now, many Mediterranean forces. No Project X. You can't help it. The commander's voice trembled with severe pain, with a trace of hideousness. Chen Zong's eyes were more solemn than ever. Hot summer merchant. Revealed it. Crocodile King, the head of the Black Crocodile Army. He had heard of this character before. Now it is still on the global red wanted list of country M. He is an extremely armed and violent terrorist. Chen Zong's eyes slowly narrowed. The whole thing and clues seem to be getting more and more difficult. Project X can synthesize chemical molecules. Few people know this formula, which merchants are included. Everyone only knows that Project X can reduce the composition of medicinal materials. No one has thought that this can be related to chemical weapons. The hot summer merchant that the commander said. Who is it? Exclamation mark. Chen Zonging's pupils suddenly condensed. War in the Middle East. In order to avoid suspicion, the hot summer continent promoted peace, so it almost severed ties with the Middle East, including business dealings. But at this time, there are still hot summer merchants, dealing with the Middle East. And providing such important secret information? Exclamation mark. What is its purpose? Exclamation mark. Chen Zong's eyes were more solemn than ever. If so calculated, this hot summer. Really someone is secretly contacting the Mediterranean? The consequences are unimaginable. Reaper. Please. Kill me. Kill me. Give me a happy. The commander howled in pain. His chest was still burning fiercely, and he was extremely hideous. Chen Zongong's eyes were indifferent. He lowered his head and glanced lightly at the commander under his feet. He spit out a smoke ring. Okay, is a long way. he'll give you a ride. On his right hand, the devil-may-cry dagger suddenly appeared. Then the silver dagger slammed into the commander's eyebrows. The sharp daggers are all in the center of the eyebrows. The blood, along the wound on the center of the eyebrow slowly overflowed, and gathered towards the devil-may-cry dagger. That devil-may-cry dagger, as if there is endless gravity, continuously absorbs the blood of the corpse into the dagger body, increasing the density of the dagger. Such a metal dagger with a terrifying structure, I am afraid, it has never appeared in any scientific research, because its element structure does not come from the Earth at all. Instead, collect meteorite molecules from outer space and secretly synthesize them through super strength means. This is the raw material for devil-may-cry dagger. Yes. Absorb blood. This kind of molecular structure is unprecedented. After dozens of seconds, the commander's head instantly turned black and cyan, like a zombie. 1. Chapter 434 Safe Building. The sharp daggers are all in the center of the eyebrows. The blood, flowing along the wound on the center of the eyebrow slowly overflowed, and gathered towards the devil-may-cry dagger. That devil-may-cry dagger, as if there is endless gravity, continuously absorbs the blood of the corpse into the dagger body, increasing the density of the dagger. This kind of metal dagger with a terrifying structure, I am afraid, it has never appeared in any scientific research, because its element structure does not come from the Earth at all. Instead, collect meteorite molecules from outer space and secretly synthesize them through super strength means. This is the raw material for the devil-may-cry dagger. Yes. Absorb blood. This kind of molecular structure is unprecedented. After dozens of seconds, the commander's head instantly turned black and cyan, like a zombie. There is no life, completely dead. Only the flame in front of his chest is still burning. After the interrogation, give him a quick start. Puff. Shenzong lifted his right hand gently, pulling devil-may-cry out of the commander's head. Then, with his gaze, he glanced at the surrounding streets. On the surrounding streets, those onlookers retreated in horror. Shenzong's voice flickered, and he rushed to a young man by the side of the road. Shenzong pointed to the heavy locomotive next to the young man. Expropriate your locomotive. This is for the country. The young man's forehead was cold sweat. Big brother you use it? The young man trembled backwards, thinking just beg you not to kill me. Shenzong Wang lit a cigarette, and he was not welcome, and directly stepped onto the heavy locomotive. RT 959, a large row of heavy locomotives. An arc flashed across the corner of Shenzong's mouth. This kind of super displacement locomotive for ordinary people, it is simply useless. For him, it was just right. Boom. With a sound, start the locomotive. Then in the next second, buzz. The locomotive roared, and started directly on the spot, and disappeared at the end of the street in front of it like a gallop. Only the scene is left, the passers-by with horrified faces. Today they watched this murder with their own eyes. Everyone was scared. A few passers-by trembled, took out their cell phones, dialed the phone number of the patrol room. B High Road, street number 608. Dead. Dead. Someone assaulted on the street. Passers-by were trembling in horror, reporting to the patrol Fang Yui on the phone. Hello, please stay calm. Don't worry, that is our staff dealing with criminals. Please rest assured, stay where you are. The staff has rushed to the scene, and you are waiting for the staff to deal with them. But on the phone, the customer service of the patrol room replied such a sentence? Passers-by who called are shocked. Staff, dealing with criminals? Could it be that terrifying murderer just now is the staff in the patrol room? The rest of the passers-by who finished the call also looked at each other. The answers they got they were exactly the same. However, just when the people on the street were shocked, suddenly, in the distance of the street, dozens of black working vehicles came hurriedly. In an instant, The entire street scene was surrounded. A large group of workers in black uniforms got out of the car and sealed off the entire scene. The Yangtze Security Office. We are dealing with the scene now. Everyone who is not involved, please evacuate the scene immediately, the staff in black suits and uniforms solemnly said. All the passers-by who were watching were surprised? This hot summer safety center, even the safety S was alarmed? All passers-by were evacuated and left the scene. However, these passers-by did not leave right away, but were taken to a room at 0 hour, and took notes at 0 hour on the spot. The screens they saw on the scene were accounted for, and the staff made transcripts. Then, after finishing the transcript, every passerby received a written promise: if I disclose to the outside world what I have seen and heard today, I am willing to bear legal responsibility. According to the criminal law, illegal public disclosure, state secret information ... should be sentenced. Under such a regular warning, those passers-by were almost frightened. This! Under these warnings, who would dare to disclose it to the outside world? Everyone felt the seriousness of the matter. Today, this killing didn't expect. The country was actually performing its mission? Thinking of that terrible murderer, everyone's heart suddenly that man turned out to be for the country? In everyone's hearts, only faint admiration and worship are left at this time. At the same time, everyone promised not to disclose it. Everyone is just ordinary people. No one wants to be sentenced. However, at the same time, street convenience store, the boss, who was over 50 years old, was stunned. A large group of staff in black uniforms stood in front of his shop. Boss, don't be afraid, we are members of the Yangtze Security Building. Since you have just provided a bottle of liquor tools for our agents, so now the state has funded and rewarded you with 10,000 yuan in life coins. Please take it away. Today's matter is not allowed to be disclosed to the public. Please sign a confidentiality agreement. The staff said, handing over a thick pile of RMB cash and a confidentiality agreement. The owner of the convenience store was standing there with a stunned expression on his face. This? Fang Kai. The man said ... providing a bottle of liquor to serve the country? The boss still doesn't believe it. But, at this moment ... this result. The boss was shocked. So good? Provide a bottle of liquor. The state rewards 10,000 yuan? On the street, the young man who was borrowed from the locomotive was also bewildered. A group of workers in black suits stood in front of them. Sir, since you have just provided your vehicle for use by our agents, your loss will be reimbursed by the state. What is the value of your vehicle? The state will reimburse you for double compensation in accordance with relevant regulations. He asked with a solemn expression. That young man has been completely dumbfounded? What's going on? Agent? State reimbursement? Are you sure this is not filming? The young man only feels that the picture in front of him is a bit unreal. Today, this is a runaway luck. Did you meet the agent on a mission? However, at the same time, the city is more than 10 kilometers away. Qs Group building. At this time, the door of the mansion was slaughtered with blood, and corpses were all over the ground, incomparably messy. But at this moment, suddenly, dozens of black security vehicles were speeding up on the street ahead. A large group of staff in black suits and uniforms got off the bus, blocked the scene directly, pulled the cordon on the scene, then began to clean up the dead bodies at the scene. A worker in uniform walked into the Kiss mansion solemnly, and handed his work permit to Ku Yiren in front of Ku Yiren's vigilant gaze. Hello, President Ku, don't be afraid, I am the Yangtze Security Building, the person in charge. In view of the importance of today's assassination case, you need to record it, the person in charge said with a solemn voice. Security Building, staff? Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes hesitated, and then became solemn. She didn't expect that today. This assassination would alarm the security building! At this time, countless security personnel had been dispatched to her side. There is also the protection of the security building staff on the scene, and Kuyiran only feels a little relieved. And the hostess, Zuru Otong, was a little bit complicated and shocked. I didn't expect ... today's incident would have such a big impact. They even alarmed the security building. Kuyiran's beautiful eyes were dignified. She looked around, but did not find Mr. Chen's figure. What about Mr. Chen? Who saw him? Kuyiran asked hurriedly, looking at the bodyguards around him. The bodyguards nodded complicatedly. No one knew where he was. The fighting outside was too fierce, with heavy firepower intertwined, and no one dared to go out. Going out was to die. Therefore, no one saw Mr. Chen. Chapter 435. Fly close to the ground. What about Mr. Chen? Who saw him? Kuyiran asked hurriedly, looking at the bodyguards around him. The bodyguards nodded complicatedly. No one knew where he was. The fighting outside was too fierce, with heavy firepower intertwined, and no one dared to go out. Going out was to die. Therefore, no one saw Mr. Chen. Kuyiran's beautiful eyes were solemn, and anxiously, he immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed Mr. Chen's number. But the phone rang for a long time, but there was no answer. Kuyiran's heart was a little anxious, and he made several more calls, but the other party was still ... no answer? This! Kuyi's heart was a little anxious and nervous. Mr. Chen, nothing will happen, right? Just now, in order to protect himself alone, he fought battles with those murderers. At this time, the group of murderers died. But he also disappeared. But at this time, Kuyi couldn't tolerate more thoughts. The security building staff ... have begun to process the remains at the scene. Another group of security team staff took the Kuyi people into a specially encrypted security car and asked them at the beginning, the people who assassinated me ... who are they? Before asking, Kuyiran asked solemnly with complicated eyes. They are from overseas armed forces. I'm sorry, but I am sorry that I can't disclose them in detail. The staff member sat in the car and said solemnly, my personal security director, Mr. Chen Zhonging, he is gone. Can you help me find his position? Kuyiran asked suddenly with her beautiful eyes a little hurried. She wanted to try to find Mr. Chen's whereabouts through the security building. Miss Ku, don't worry, our staff will take care of these things. Anyone involved will be found. Next, please cooperate with our work. We will make a simple inquiry for you. Please tell us what you see and know on the spot. However, at this time, it is 100 kilometers away from Shanghai and Hiqing district. A red Ducati 959 locomotive is racing on the road at a speed of 400 kilometers per hour. Chen Zhonging looked calm and indifferent, lying on the seat of the locomotive. The accelerator of his right hand had been screwed to the limit. He didn't wear a helmet, and he didn't wear any protective clothing. So naked and muscular upper body, lying on the locomotive, galloping past. The entire Ducati locomotive is flying like a devil, flying close to the ground! 400 kilometers extremely. At this speed, if you are a little careless, it is car crashes and death. Heavy locomotives are known as the #1 killer on highways. Nickname, meat wrapped in iron. The flesh and blood of the human body, riding on a motorcycle, is not the flesh wrapped in iron skin. There is a little safety measure when the car is involved in a car accident. As long as there is an outer body iron frame, and airbags. It can be a heavy-duty motorcycle without any airbags. Once an accident occurs, the driver will be thrown out and die directly. On the street, on the highway, a traffic worker is sitting on a street chair, holding a glass of Coke and a hamburger. eating lunch. The four-way intersection here is where accidents happen frequently, so this staff member has been stationed here for a long time. A speedometer is used to check the speed of passing vehicles and give a warning if it exceeds speed. But just as he was eating Coke and hamburger, suddenly, in the distance, a roar came from far too near. The staff looked shocked, and the moment they looked up, swish, and a red glow directly dashed past his eyes! Did the speed measuring instrument on the side flashed wildly in an instant. The staff member turned his head abruptly, and a number appeared on the speedometer screen, 420. Fuck! The staff's complexion changed abruptly and suddenly stood up from the chair. Speeding, 420 kilometers! What the is this? Is it a ground plane? The staff's complexion changed suddenly, and he slammed on his motorcycle, sirens blaring, and chased toward the street ahead. It's just that he's afraid that in this life, he won't have a chance to catch up with that motorcycle. At the same time, a small coastal port is 100 kilometers away from Shanghai, and Shanghai. A black helicopter is parked on the ground in the port. Inside the helicopter, several foreign men were sitting in the cockpit of the helicopter, waiting urgently. In this mission, they forged the helicopter's entry number, and then sneaked into China through the cruise ship. However, they cannot stay too long, because Yangtze officials will soon be able to find out their traces. At that time, I am afraid that everyone will not be able to escape. At this time, in the helicopter, two foreign pilots were constantly calling their commander's phone, but the commander's phone did not answer at all. Lost contact completely. Have you contacted? A driver asked. The other driver looked complicated and shook his head. All the members of the attack group sent out, 40 members. All lost contact. Are the radios disconnected? This! Let the two drivers look dignified and complicated. During the battle, the radio is disconnected. That means death. But more than 40 members of the attack group are all disconnected? How can that be? Could it be that more than 40 members are all dead? Moreover, even the commander. The two drivers dared not think about it any longer. At this moment, suddenly on the street outside the port, a black van hurriedly came. The van was speeding wildly. Hawkeye sat in the cab, slammed on the accelerator, and galloped towards the helicopter. Hawkeye honked the horn while driving the car frantically to remind the pilot in the helicopter. It's our people. Our convoy is here. Inside the helicopter, the two drivers' expressions condensed, and the slightest anxiety in their hearts finally relaxed. The convoy of the ground attack team arrived. It seems that the attack group should have completed the task and returned in triumph. At the same time, the van came in abruptly braked, and stopped in front of the helicopter. The van door pushed open, Eagle Eyes covered the wound in his mouth, and rushed out of the car trembling. When seeing this scene, the two pilots in the helicopter were shocked. What? Only the sniper Hawkeye is in the car? What about the rest of the members? What about the captured Kiwi? What's the matter? What about the others? In the helicopter, the two pilots looked surprised and questioned. Hawkeye was holding his mouth full of blood, shaking, step by step. Climbed into the helicopter. Dead. All dead. Hearing Hawkeye's words, the expressions of the two pilots changed suddenly. Dead. Dead? More than 40 attack group members. Dead? How can that be? Quick! Take off. Hawkeye climbed onto the helicopter and sat in a chair, shouting with a weak and trembling voice. Yes, the commander hasn't come yet, the two drivers said solemnly. He can't get in touch. He should have sacrificed too. Hawkeye trembled. Don't wait. Get off the plane. It's too late. I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. Hearing Hawkeye's words, the expressions of the two pilots were even more shocked, Unbelievable! Exclamation mark. The commander ... sacrifice to ? Question mark. What the is going on? Exclamation mark. And just as the two helicopter pilots were horrified, behind ... on the highway hundreds of meters away ... a grumpy engine roar. From far to near, I saw a red dot, roaring from behind. The helicopter pilots opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the rear view mirror. Exclamation mark. That! Exclamation mark. Is that a red heavy locomotive? Exclamation mark. Chapter 436 Escape from the Dead. And just as the two helicopter pilots were horrified, behind ... on the highway hundreds of meters away ... a grumpy engine roar. From far to near, I saw a red dot, roaring from behind. The helicopter pilots opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the rear view mirror. Exclamation mark. That! Exclamation mark. Is that a red heavy locomotive? Exclamation mark. Then ... what the is it? Inside the helicopter, the two pilots looked at each other, unable to react at all. However, when Hawkeye saw the red dot in the rear view mirror, his complexion suddenly changed drastically. Exclamation mark. Is he here? Exclamation mark. He caught up! Exclamation mark. Quick, take off trademark. Hawkeye sullenly, hurriedly roared at the pilots. Who is he? The two pilots directly took out their guns and weapons, and asked solemnly. Judging from their appearance, it meant that they were planning a gunfight with the man behind them. The one who chased us. Hawkeye roared anxiously, take off, flee. What are you afraid of? I beat him down and asked to see who he is. A pilot loaded his gun directly and stepped out of the helicopter cabin. It's useless. Fly. Guns can't hurt him. Hawkeye roared with anxious anxiety. Just now, but he saw it with his own eyes. The scene of that terrifying man killing all quarters. This man is simply a humanoid demon Terminator. Guns and weapons are completely useless against him. But the pilot didn't listen to Hawkeye's warning at all. He got off the helicopter directly, holding the gun in both hands, with a straight bore. He aimed at the red heavy locomotive that was coming forward. Bow. 3 gunshots in a row. 3 bullets pierced the barrel of the gun violently, and rushed toward the figure on the heavy locomotive ahead. Exclamation mark. But at this moment, on that heavy locomotive, the figure suddenly flickered sideways. Dodge like lightning. Swish swish. 3 bullets swept past Chen Zhonging's body quickly. At the same time, his right hand suddenly raised. Yin Mang strikes. Hundreds of meters away, the pilot's pupils stared. Exclamation mark. Can you escape even bullets? Exclamation mark. What the fuck? He clenched his hands and was about to pull the trigger again. But suddenly a silver light struck quickly. His pupils shrank suddenly. There was no time to react. Puff. Yin Mang instantly penetrated his eyebrows, penetrating from the back of the head. A string of scarlet blood splashed. The pilot's pupils widened. He trembled, stretched out his hand. Trying to hold his head. Help. Help me. However, the picture in front of me can't be controlled at all. The picture is slowly splitting, because his head was cut in half. The pilot's head, like a watermelon, shattered and fell to the ground. And his headless corpse finally fell to the ground slowly, full of blood. Baby B! Exclamation mark. Inside the helicopter, the other pilot's complexion changed suddenly, shouting in shock. Exclamation mark. No one expected. The pilot died in the blink of an eye. Exclamation mark. What the fuck? At the same time, the red Ducati at the rear, like a ghost and a demon, hurriedly arrived. Exclamation mark. Quick, lift off. Inside the helicopter, Hawkeye roared anxiously. Exclamation mark. The pilot suddenly reacted. He suddenly started the helicopter and pushed the upshift lever. Rumble. The helicopter propeller is spinning fast. Then, finally slowly floating and rising into the sky. Exclamation mark. Hurry up. Behind. Give it to me. I will intercept him. Hawkeye's face trembled and solemn. He suddenly took out an assault rifle and fired frantically at the rear of the helicopter! Attempt to intercept the Ducati heavy locomotive behind! Buy time for the helicopter to take off and escape. Da. Countless bullets flew towards the rear with fierce flames. Form a horrible firepower intertwined net. That helicopter, with a violent roar of propellers, quickly lifted into the air! Height, 10 meters, 20 meters, 40 meters, 80 meters. Finally, the helicopter lifted off to a height of 100 meters. On the helicopter, the pilot breathed a sigh of relief, but Hawkeye's face was solemn, and he shouted, "Continue to lift off." The helicopter pilot replied, "Don't worry. Now it has climbed to 100 meters, which is a safe distance." But, just when the voice fell, the pupils of the helicopter pilot trembled suddenly and changed drastically! Because, what did he see? The motorcycle below unexpectedly jumped onto the roof of the van. Then it dived upwards at an oblique angle, towards the sky above 100 meters. Directly roared and leapt! What the fuck? Oh, my God! The pilot's complexion suddenly changed astonished, and he looked at the motorcycle that leapt into the air in disbelief! Is this fucking ... is performing speed acrobatics! How the hell? The red Ducati heavy locomotive leapt in midair and crashed towards the helicopter in midair. Did Threat warning! Threat warning! There is an unknown object approaching the bottom of the aircraft. An unknown object approaching the bottom of the aircraft. The electronic equipment of the helicopter trembled violently and sounded an alarm! Take the air. Go to the air. Hawkeye was sitting on the helicopter and roared with anxious expression. The helicopter pilot, also shocked, pushed up the climbing rod suddenly! Hum! The helicopter roared, the wings rotated frantically, the entire nose went up, and the diagonal climbed! Boom! The red Ducati heavy locomotive behind leapt 3 meters away from the helicopter. In the end, because the height was not enough, the best chance of impact was missed. Together with the Ducati locomotive, Chen Zhongying and the Ducati locomotive were slanting towards the bottom of the port. The coastline fell down. On the helicopter, Hawkeye was lying in front of the cabin. His eyes were shocked and complicated. Staring straight at the falling figure below, his heart trembled violently. At that moment, he almost thought that he was dead. As a result, God bless, the helicopter finally escaped. Boom! Hundreds of meters below, Chen Zhongying and Ducati heavy locomotive plunged into the turbid water. Shocking waves splash. At the same time, on the helicopter, Hawkeye was worried, and suddenly took out a grenade, rang it directly, and then went hundreds of meters below and threw it down! Give me to die. Hawkeye looked grimly and said grimly below. A few seconds later, the grenade dropped. Boom! With a sound, there was a shocking explosion on the coastline where Chen Zhongying fell! Looking at the violently exploding water waves and the eagle eyes on the helicopter, finally, let go of your heart. This time, the man should be blown to death, right? He collapsed limply on the cockpit plywood of the helicopter, gasping for breath. Escape from the dead. In the last few days, I didn't say anything. Chapter 437 Neptune. Hundreds of meters below, in the sea, countless waves splashed. The power of the grenade exploded is too great. Almost the entire wave was blown up and turbulent. Countless mud and sand were blown away, and the entire harbor coast was in a mess. But at this moment, a figure suddenly surfaced in the turbid sea water. Chen Zhong's eyes were cold and cold, floating in the sea. His body is still intact. Even if he was hit by the impact of a grenade, he didn't suffer any harm. Floating in the sea, he raised his head, The pair of deep and demonic eyes glanced straight at the helicopter above. A coldness flashed across the corner of his mouth. The person he wants to kill, who in this world can run away? What's more, this place is still on the territory of hot summer. How can the invaders of the summer ... in the hands of the of death, they were ran away. In the next instant, Chen Zhongying's body suddenly churned toward the depths of the coastline, quickly churning, swimming with bare hands, and chasing toward the helicopter above. The helicopter is in the air, flying at a speed of more than 400 kilometers! This is equivalent to twice that of China's high-speed rail. Even super sports cars may not be able to catch up. What's more, are you swimming in the water? Human beings, because of their special body structure, the human body can only burst out of terrifying power and physical energy on land. In the water, the human body is attacked by strong water pressure. Any movement will be blocked by the water pressure, forming a strong resistance. Running in the water, walking, will be several times slower than on land, and it will cost more effort. At this time, Chen Zhongying's body quickly penetrated the turbid waters. His whole body, like a dolphin, constantly thumped towards the front of the sea, splashing an amazing wave. If professional athletes are present, they will be shocked, because what he used at this time ... is the most strenuous stroke in swimming competitions, the butterfly stroke. Puff, puff. Chen Zhongying opened his arms, spreading his wings like a butterfly, flapping towards the front waves. His body, like a torpedo missile, flew like a torpedo on the coastline! This swimming speed is simply too fast. It completely surpasses the speed level of any human and swimmer. Yang Sun, the former Olympic champion in the summer, is just a younger brother in front of Chen Zhongying. Chen Zhongying's swimming speed is simply a human-shaped jet ski! That speed is extremely turbulent. How much muscle power is needed? Such a terrifying body stamina can burst out such an amazing power on the surface of the water! He swam swiftly, chasing frantically in the direction of that helicopter hundreds of meters above the sky. The target he had locked in by the of death is absolutely impossible to leave alive. Ahead, in the sea, a group of beautiful women and rich second-generation people are driving motorboats, playing in the safe waters, and feeling the excitement of motorboats. The beauties were laughing and playing, all wearing bikinis. Very sexy. Look, what's that? At this moment, a beautiful woman was surprised, pointed at a white wave on the sea in the distance, and shouted in surprise. Everyone looked at the white waves together. Ahead, a rich second-generation jet ski is driving along the coastline at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. And at this moment, swish, a figure suddenly shot past the waters beside him. That rich second-generation whole person is stunned! Then, what is that 100 orns that rush through in front of you? That ... it seems ... a person. A beautiful woman was riding on the motorboat behind Fu Dai. Her voice trembled in surprise, and said cautiously, "Huh?" Everyone in the room looked at each other with shocked faces. Unbelievable! That is a figure? Thinking about it carefully, it seems ... is really a figure? Can? Is he swimming? Who can swim so fast? How the hell? How is it possible? Is this Superman? Should it be Aquaman? A petite little woman, with a complicated and inexplicable voice, said softly. On the sea, everyone looked at each other in the second face. Neptune. Heroes in the Marvel DC anime universe, Aquaman. But that was made up by anime. Does that kind of fabricated American hero really exist? Question mark. Moreover, this. Is it in the hot summer sea area? Could it be China Sea King? Question mark. However, at the same time, hundreds of meters in the sky, the helicopter was speeding fast, heading towards the cruise ship thousands of meters away in the sea. That cruise ship is their base on the sea. Their Black Crocodile Army. This mission, all the characters, equipment, and supplies were transported into China through this cruise ship. This cruise ship is equipped with high-strength signal shielding devices on all sides, which was purchased from overseas arms dealers at a huge expense. It can shield the detection signal of the National Security Agency in a short time. Moreover, their cruise ship has forged entry documents. Nominal entry, but in fact, it came from smuggling. The helicopter swiftly swirled in the sky, flew for dozens of minutes, and finally flew over the cruise ship. On the cruise ship, there is an apron. Above, the commander is commanding, signaling the helicopter to slowly descend and stop. However, at this time, suddenly the sirens sounded in the cockpit of the cruise ship. Captain, diddy, an unknown target is approaching underwater. An unknown target is approaching underwater. In the cockpit of the cruise ship, an emergency alarm sounded! Exclamation mark. In the cockpit, the complexion of all the staff changed drastically. Everyone was shocked and inexplicably looking at the underwater infrared detection screen! Exclamation mark. I saw a red in the picture, rushing from underwater at a super high speed. What is that? The cruise ship captain's face was solemn, and he asked harshly. He was originally the captain of the Crocodile Army, fought in the Gulf War several times, and was extremely sensitive to underwater attack objects. The complex color under his hand is horrified, quickly analyzing that inexplicable underwater object! Exclamation mark. According to infrared detection that object moving speed over 200 kilometers. It was detected that the object has body temperature the body temperature exceeds 300 degrees, maybe some kind of sea creature. The voice of the subordinate was horrified and complicated. The report. Sea creatures? Moving speed, more than 200 kilometers? Question mark. Is it some kind of terrifying sea creature? Question mark. What sea creatures have a body temperature that can reach 300 degrees? The captain's voice condensed, and asked back. In the cabin, everyone looked stern and it was difficult to explain this! Exclamation mark. Indeed, fish are cold-blooded animals. In seawater, the surface temperature of fish organisms generally does not exceed 10 degrees Celsius. However, the creature that is rapidly approaching the cruise ship is over 300 degrees Celsius! Exclamation mark. So, what kind of monster is it? Exclamation mark. But at this time, the captain did not have to hesitate at all. He immediately ordered, "Anti-submarine torpedo, launch." The captain looked solemn and ordered immediately. At this moment, the situation is so severe that he can't afford to think too much, and immediately ordered, no matter what the underwater creature is, it's the business to kill it immediately. If they stay in this hot summer sea for a moment, the danger will increase by 1 point. At this time, never travel to the pool. Yesterday I drank too much and opened 2 shenlong sets. Now I am drunk. Chapter 438. So, what kind of creature is it? Exclamation mark. But at this time, there was no room for the captain to hesitate. He immediately ordered, "Anti-submarine torpedo, launch." The captain looked solemn and ordered immediately. At this moment, the situation is so severe that he can't afford to think too much, and immediately ordered, no matter what the underwater creature is, it's the business to kill it immediately. If they stay in this hot summer sea for a moment, the danger will increase by 1 point. At this time, never travel to the pool. With the captain's order, under the cruise ship, a blast hole slowly opened and emerged in the water. This cruise ship, on the surface, is a freighter carrying cargo. Came across the ocean, but in fact, This is a modified combat cruise ship, equipped with several fishes, as well as sea assault weapons. Everything, just in case. In the event of a battle, you can attack and destroy the opponent at any time. This cruise ship was purchased by the Black Crocodile Corps from foreign arms dealers for tens of millions of dollars. This cruise ship is extremely mobile, participated in several overseas country invasion missions on weekdays and successfully escaped. Its performance and appearance make it impossible for any country's military to discover its existence. Today, it is the first time it has been dispatched to the hot summer to take part in this mission. Aim. Accuracy, 99.9%. Fire. With an order. Boom. There was a sudden explosion underwater, and a huge torpedo missile quickly penetrated out of the blast hole under the yacht. The torpedo is like a bullet, moving at high speed, and in an instant, tens of meters of water, toward the figure in front, rushing towards the figure in the front. Chen Zhonging's voice was like lightning, with his arms open, turning into a butterfly stroke, and at a super high speed, he rushed towards the cruise ship ahead. Above, the helicopter that Hawkeye was riding in was hovering at high altitude and was about to descend. But as a result, Hawkeye's gaze inadvertently cast a glance at the sea below. Then, his complexion became extremely embarrassing! In the sea below, a white wave is rushing towards the distant sea to chase! This! What the fuck! Hawkeye suddenly picked up the telescope and glanced at the sea! Is it a figure! Is that ... the scary man! He actually, swimming all the way, chasing thousands of meters away from the sea? However, at the same time, inside the cruise ship cockpit, the captain also suddenly picked up the infrared telescope and stood in front of the floor-sling windows of the cockpit, using the telescope to stare at the white waves that rushed in the distance. The white waves are getting closer and closer. He wants to see, what exactly is it? But when his sight, through the binoculars, locked towards the white waves, the captain was stunned suddenly! Is that a figure? Is that a ... human? But, at the same time, below the surface of the sea, that fish missile also screamed violently, penetrating countless water pressure, and blasted towards Chen Zong! One person, one torpedo missile, the distance. Getting closer! Finally, in an instant, the two collided! However, the shocking explosions and pictures did not appear? Is the sea calm? No ups and downs? This! What's the situation? What happened? Where is the torpedo? Where is the target creature? The captain asked with shock and solemn expression. The subordinates looked complicated and shook their heads. Everyone does not know the situation. What's going on here? Why didn't the torpedo explode? Is it a dud? This. Impossible. Every torpedo on the ship has been tested. Absolutely all is normal and there is no malfunction. As long as the torpedo touches a creature, the tremor and biological detection can be instantly transmitted to the fuse, and then the torpedo will explode. But, why ... The moment the torpedo collided with that creature, the fuse didn't give any hint. Did the torpedo explode? At this time, underwater, a figure, holding the huge torpedo warhead in both hands, swiftly diving, rushing towards the direction of the cruise ship. Chen Zhongong's eyes were cold, his mouth was holding his breath. His whole person ... like a sharp sword rushing towards the bottom of the underwater yacht. Just now, the moment the torpedo collided with him, his hands ... in the lightning, he hugged the torpedo fiercely. On the Omega watch in his hand, a current interference signal was released instantly. Disrupt the torpedo's fuse explosion time. Let the torpedo explode time. Pause. Therefore, this torpedo did not explode. At this time, he was holding this huge torpedo and rushing towards the yacht. In the way of a person, he is also treated as a person. This is his plan to return the property to its original owner. Yacht, in the cockpit. DDD. Alert, alert. An unknown creature was discovered, carrying an F-37 torpedo warhead, and it was approaching quickly. Alert, alert. An unknown creature was discovered, carrying an F-37 torpedo warhead, and approaching quickly. Suddenly, there was a violent siren on the cockpit! Exclamation mark. The red light flashes violently! Exclamation mark. The satellite radar instantly detected the rapid approach of underwater creatures! Exclamation mark. Report the target creature ... carrying our torpedo warhead. It has returned. When this sentence was reported, the staff's complexion was shocked and embarrassed as never before! Exclamation mark. Hearing his report, the captain rushed to the satellite detection screen! Exclamation mark. I saw that a red dot was approaching at a super high speed and crashing into their cruise ship. Along with it, there is the F-37 torpedo that has just been shot out! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. What the hell? How? Possible! Exclamation mark. And this time, under the sea, Chen Zhongying has already dived quickly, holding torpedo missiles, and ramming towards the cruise ship. At the moment when he was about to approach the underwater hull... Chen Zhong slammed his hands. The torpedo slammed into the hull! Exclamation mark. Chen Zhongying's body suddenly turned back, and evaded towards the water below. After a second, the fish and the hull slammed hard. At this time, on the cruise ship, turn on underwater defense immediately. The captain's expression turned into horror, and he shouted immediately! Exclamation mark. But he just finished speaking. Suddenly, boom! There was a loud noise! Exclamation mark. The entire cruise ship shook violently as if it had suffered a tsunami! Exclamation mark. The sea is splashing and surging everywhere! Exclamation mark. Underwater. The torpedo was detonated! Exclamation mark. The huge waves splashed several feet high on the surface of the sea. The entire cruise ship, the hull tilts slowly! Exclamation mark. On the cruise ship, all the members of the Black Crocodile Army's complexion changed suddenly! Exclamation mark. DDD. Alarm, alarm. On the left side of the hull, water leakage alarm. In the cockpit, the machine's emergency alarm sound! Exclamation mark. Report. The left side of the hull was blown through. The staff looked more solemn than ever, and the report! Exclamation mark. 1. Chapter 439 Liftoff. DDD. Alarm, alarm. On the left side of the hull, water leakage alarm. In the cockpit, the machine's emergency alarm sound! Exclamation mark. Report. The left side of the hull was blown through. The staff looked more solemn than ever, and the report! Exclamation mark. Hearing these words, the captain's entire complexion ... completely embarrassed! Exclamation mark. Inside the cruise ship, all the members, their faces were unprecedentedly shocked! Exclamation mark. Check the damage to the hull. The captain looked very embarrassed and shouted angrily. The staff quickly turned on the electronic test. The damage to the hull, 11%. On the left, on the side, a large area of water is leaking. Estimated explosion radius, 5 meters. Hearing the report from his subordinates, the captain's complexion was more embarrassing than ever. The bottom of the ship was blown into a huge 5-meter hole! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Activate the waterproof gate immediately. Prevent water from backlogging! The captain exclaimed with a solemn expression. Question mark. Under the cabin, a series of gates are activated. Seal the bottom of the entire cruise ship cabin thoroughly to prevent water from ingress. Listen, everyone. Class alert. The captain picked up the microphone and said to everyone in the ship! Exclamation mark. On the entire cruise ship, more than a dozen sailors with dignified expressions, picked up assault rifles and scanned the surroundings of the sea vigilantly. Once there is a situation, fire the firearm immediately. However, at the same time, hundreds of meters above the sky, that helicopter can only hover like this. Don't dare to land at all. The cruise ship has been blown up and leaked. How dare they go down? Hawkeye and the helicopter pilot looked shocked and stunned. They hovered constantly over the cruise ship, and both of them were shocked by the scene below. Neither of them thought that man actually swimming all the way with bare hands, crossing hundreds of kilometers of waters and chasing him here? Exclamation mark. This damn. It's a humanoid Terminator machine. The Eagle Eye and the helicopter pilot kept circling in the sky, vigilant about the surrounding waters. Question mark. Help the captain find that terrifying target person. At this moment, there is no way for this cruise ship to start. The hull was blown into a huge hole with a diameter of 5 meters. If this hole is not repaired, it will not be possible to leave the country, let alone cross the sea. On the ship, assault guns all appeared, and the sailors were vigilant about the situation around the surface of the water. Question mark. However, at this moment, suddenly, puff, a figure suddenly jumped up from the deep blue water. Kaka. Chen Zonging leapt tens of meters high, like a whale. Boom. With a sound, he landed on the window deck. The entire deck of the hull couldn't withstand such a huge force. It cracked and sunken directly. The sailor standing nearest slammed up the assault rifle. But he still had time to shoot. Puff. Chen Zonging's right hand palm had already penetrated his trachea fiercely. Around, countless sailors reflected. An assault rifle was swept frantically at Chen Zong. Chen Zong's figure suddenly jumped into the air, avoiding the bullets, and heading towards the body of a sailor below, bursting away. Puff. The sailor's body was directly split in half by Chen Zong's palm from top to bottom. The other sailor has not yet reacted. A white hand. Has penetrated his chest so hard. Puff, puff, puff. On the deck, blood is splashing. The sound of flesh and blood penetrated and cut, echoing over the deck. In the blink of an eye, none of the entire ship survived. Chen Zongong was standing in the center of the cruise ship's plinth, and on the palm of his right hand, a drop of scarlet rolled slowly down. He raised his eyes slightly and glanced at the cockpit of the hull. Only the captain was left standing in the cockpit. His eyes horrified. Looked at this scene in disbelief. Question mark. The captain looked grim, and suddenly picked up a rocket launcher. At this time, he didn't even care about the hazard of the hull being injured. He directly faced Chen Zong, which was a rocket launcher, and exploded. However, at this moment, Chen Zong gently raised his hand and easily caught the 60 centimeters rocket warhead. Then, his right hand slammed up. In the cockpit, the captain's eyes widened and his face was shocked. Can't believe it. No. The captain trembles and shouts out the word. Then, boom, a storm of fire swept across! Exclamation mark. The entire cruise ship cockpit exploded violently, and fire swept through. The entire cabin was blown to pieces. The fire is raging, and the smoke is billowing. Almost all the sky above the cruise ship was dyed black and grey. Standing on the cracked deck, Chen Zhongying looked up, stared at the sky hundreds of meters above. The helicopter 100 meters above. In the helicopter, the eyes of Hawkeye and the pilot tremble suddenly. Can't believe it! Exclamation mark. Their sea base, just like that, was destroyed! Exclamation mark. This time, they are completely. There is no way out! Exclamation mark. Only by the voyage of this helicopter, it is impossible to fly out of the hot summer seas. The base is destroyed. How are they going to leave the summer? Exclamation mark. Launch. Escape. Escape first. Hawkeye's expression trembled and sullen, shouting to the pilot. Now, there is no other way. You can only evacuate the sea first. As long as they can leave the sea today, they can request support from the headquarters and use other methods to smuggle out of the summer. The pilot's face condensed and nodded, suddenly pushing up the helicopter's height, and slowly flying towards the side sky. At this time, you can only evacuate. Below, the cruise ship Plywood. Looking at the rapidly climbing helicopter, Chen Zhongying's mouth raised a touch of coldness. His figure flashed suddenly and teleported to the cable of the splint. Pull the rope hard, and then grab the head of the rope and tie an iron pier weighing hundreds of kilograms. Then, he violently raised the rope and spun quickly. Swish swish. The cable whizzed violently, and its strength continued to accumulate. Above, on the helicopter, Hawkeye stared at this scene. Exclamation mark. He doesn't understand. What does the man below want to do? Question mark. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally, suddenly reacted. Exclamation mark. Quick! Rise! Rise! Hawkeye roared ferociously! Exclamation mark. The helicopter's propeller wings exploded and soared towards the sky. And hundreds of meters below, Chen Zhongying waved his right hand and twirled the rope faster and faster. That iron pier weighing more than 100 kilograms, one end of the rope was kidnapped, and it whizzed violently, accumulating unprecedented strength. Then in the next second, Chen Zhong's right hand suddenly slammed into the sky. And slammed. towards the helicopter in the sky. Shoot straight away. Ascension, ascension. Hawkeye's expression changed abruptly when he saw this scene, and shouted sharply! Exclamation mark. The pilot also looked solemn and climbed rapidly. But, suddenly Zheng, the fuselage of the entire helicopter suddenly turned sideways, and Hawkeye almost fell off the cabin. He was horrified, and subconsciously looked out of the helicopter cabin. I saw that a rope was tied to the helicopter's starboard, hundreds of meters in length. The man below, holding the cable with one hand, directly drove the helicopter over 100 meters to the helicopter and severely grabbed it! Exclamation mark. 2. Chapter 440 People vs. Helicopters. Ascension, ascension. Hawkeye's expression changed abruptly when he saw this scene, and shouted sharply! Exclamation mark. The pilot also looked solemn and climbed rapidly. But, suddenly Zheng, the fuselage of the entire helicopter suddenly turned sideways, and Hawkeye almost fell off the cabin. He was horrified, and subconsciously looked out of the helicopter cabin. I saw that a rope was tied to the helicopter's starboard, hundreds of meters in length. The man below, holding the cable with one hand, directly drove the helicopter over 100 meters to the helicopter and severely grabbed it! Exclamation mark. Chen Zhonggong stood on the deck alone, pulling the rope fiercely with one hand. Hundreds of meters of cable was tied to the helicopter at high altitude. The whole scene was shocking like never before! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. One person, bare hands, to hold a helicopter! Exclamation mark. 100 meters above, the helicopter was severely pulled by the cable, and it could hardly move into the air. It was so severely pulled and suspended in the air. The wing was spinning frantically, and the climbing force was so severely pulled by the cable, which was offset, unable to lift off. Fuck. Increase your horsepower. Lift off. Hawkeye ordered the pilot with a ferocious body. At the same time, he suddenly picked up the assault rifle and tried to interrupt the cable tied to the helicopter tripod. But he just took out the gun. Swish. 100 meters below, a silver light burst into the air. Puff. Hawkeye's hands, even with the hot weapon in his hand, were all cut off. Hawkeye's whole body splashed with blood, and fell to the floor of the cabin miserably, howling horribly. Yin Mang whirled high in the sky, and then flew back towards Chen Zhongyu and below. Zheng. Chen Zong turned his left hand and retracted the Devil May Cry dagger. However, at the same time, there was a sudden pulling force on the rope of his right hand. The helicopter above is ramping up its horsepower, trying to take off. Chen Zongying's whole body, caught off guard, was almost pulled by the helicopter, and instantly took him into the air. His complexion condensed, and his muscles jumped. Give it to me! Chen Zong yelled violently, and his body exploded violently, as if 1,000 catties fell on the deck again. There is a splint all around, all cracked and sunken. Chen Zongying single-handedly held the cable, abruptly confronted the helicopter hundreds of meters above! Exclamation mark. This is a comparison between manpower and aircraft. One person, bare hands ... to hold a helicopter! Exclamation mark. This is simply. The cable creaked. Chen Zongying's muscles swelled, and veins on his skin continued to emerge. His strength is volatilizing crazily. The limit of human power. Chen Zhonggong yelled violently. His entire right hand, like muscles bursting, pull the cable back abruptly! Over hundreds of meters, the helicopter couldn't withstand such a huge pulling force. The body of the helicopter completely lost control and was directly pulled down into the air by July! Which the helicopter's wings spun wildly, and fell towards the cruise ship deck below. Heavy! Pull down the helicopter over 100 meters by one person! This. It's just. No. During the crazy fall of the helicopter, Hawkeye and the pilot opened their eyes wide, their faces were shocked, and they couldn't believe it! The two watched. The pictures around the helicopter were spinning rapidly. And then. Falling down. That kind of momentary sense of weightlessness makes the hearts of both of them completely cold. It's over. Below, the sight of the cruise ship is getting closer. No, I want to live. God bless. In the next second, the entire helicopter, carrying a huge wind and sound, fiercely hit the cruise ship below. Boom! A shocking explosion! The fire wave swept! Overwhelming! Boom boom boom! The entire cruise ship was detonated in an instant! Covered by endless waves of fire, the cruise ship has become a huge fire ship tens of kilometers away. Some sea tourists are taking a luxury cruise ship and driving a bikini party on the sea. At this moment, suddenly everyone on the cruise ship heard an explosion. What's wrong over there? A beautiful woman in bikini was surprised, and pointed her finger into the distance to the sea. I saw a puff of smoke billowing in the distant sea. On the cruise ship, all people looked shocked, amazed! Something. Exploded! However, at the same time, a raging cruise ship in the sea of fire, a jet ski rushed out of the sea of flames, whizzing into the sea. Chen Zhongying's expression was indifferent. He was riding on a jet ski, naked and muscular upper body, just like a terrible killer. He twisted the throttle of the motorboat. Swish! The jet ski screamed and galloped towards the sea ahead like a sharp sword. At the same time, hundreds of kilometers away are harbors and docks on the coastline. Dozens of black Audi A6 cars are parked on the dock. Hundreds of security bureau staff in black suits have taken over the scene. The entire pier was emptied. Pull up a defensive cordon that no one can enter. All irrelevant personnel, tourists, terminal staff. Including those who traveled to sea, were driven out of the cordon. No one is allowed to enter the pier. The group of tourists stood outside the cordon, looking complicated and inexplicable, whispering one after another. What's the big thing going on at this sea? So many workers are going to be dispatched. I don't know. I saw just now, as if there was a helicopter passing by. And then behind, a man was riding a motorcycle to catch up, but the man seemed to have fallen into the water. I heard. It's a national agent on mission. A group of tourists looked complicated and shocked, and they all wondered in wonder. However, at this moment, ahead, on the endless sea, a white spot suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, a jet ski swiftly drove towards the port on the coast. When I saw that motorboat, all the black-clothed staff at the port of the scene instantly became solemn. All the staff, prepared with medical tools and various emergency first aid kits, rushed to the shore scene, waiting for emergency rescue. At the same time, on the surface of the water ahead, the motorboat galloped in. Just as the motorboat was about to approach the surface of the water, Chen Zong's body suddenly jumped, like a stuntman, directly onto the shore of the port several meters high. Around, a large group of black-clothed workers rushed forward. Jiangnan Area, Organizational Security Bureau, Secret Service Team Leader, Ban Jiabin, met Mr. A black-clothed staff member respectfully stepped forward and bowed his body to salute. At the same time, several medical staff stepped forward and began to examine Chen Zong's wounds. Chen Zheng pushed the medical staff away in a hurry. This little injury, no need to be treated. Then, he glanced at the Secret Service leader indifferently. Sent from the 3rd Department? Chen Zhongying asked coldly. Pan Jiabin nodded respectfully, yes. The 3 bosses have ... explained your identity, sir. Let us fully cooperate with your work tasks, sir. Pan Jiabin replied with a respectful face. 3. Chapter 441. Do I look like something is going on? The boss of the 3rd Department has ... explained your identity, sir. Let us fully cooperate with your work tasks, sir. Pan Jiabin replied with a respectful face. Chen Zhongzong's eyes were deep, and he took out a cigarette from his suit trouser pocket and was about to ignite it, only to find that the entire pack of cigarettes had been soaked in seawater. Secret Service team leader Pan Jiabin looked respectful and hurriedly took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to Chen Zhongying. Chen Zhongying nodded, but he was not polite. He took the package of soft china, pulled out one, and lit it. Then, he glanced lightly at Pan Jiabin. It seems that today's invasion of overseas militants has attracted the attention of the 3 ministries and the Security Department. Unexpectedly, they all alerted the local Security Bureau in Jiangnan. But think about it too. On the streets of Jiangnan, there was such a large-scale gun battle. If the 3rd sector does not know, wouldn't it be shit? Zhang Yuzha's identity, I'm afraid I don't need to do it, so I just step down. 3. How do you explain my identity? Chen Zhongying asked lightly. Pan Jiabin looked stunned, and said solemnly and respectfully, the 3 departments have sent your identity information, and our security department has already connected and verified your identity as an agent. Hearing the words agent, Chen Zhongying's eyes flashed a deep look. That universe would really hide his identity for himself. How can the security department have the right to verify his identity? That universe, I don't know where he forged a set of information to conceal his identity. Give me a suit. Chen Zhonggong's eyes were indifferent, and he said slowly. Pan Jiabin reacted and hurriedly greeted his subordinates and motioned to his subordinates to send him a new suit. Chen Zhong carried his suit and got into an Audi A6 sedan. After a few seconds, after changing his suit, he finally stepped out of the car. At this time, he was completely transformed into a young man in a suit and elegant. His whole body was covered with scars and bloodstains under the uniform of his suit. He was so cold and indifferent that he couldn't look directly at him. Sir, the corpses of those foreign militants, the scene ... we have all cleaned up. Pan Jiabin's face was solemn, and he went to report. In addition, sir, you have just pursued ... Can you succeed? Pan Jiabin asked cautiously. Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm, and he took a deep breath of cigarette. He only spit out one sentence, coordinates X56:09 ... A cruise ship, a helicopter, 17 people, cleaned up. His answer was very simple. But this simple sentence made Pan Jiabin and all the security staff present ... to be taken aback first. Then all the staff were in awe. Is this the strength of national agents? One person can wipe out the entire overseas armed gang with heavy firepower! Exclamation mark. So horrible. Pan Jiabin looked solemn and nodded respectfully. I understand. I will send someone to the sea immediately to deal with the scene. By the way, sir ... is there any news about the identity and purpose of this group of foreign militants this time? Pan Jiabin asked solemnly. This is the crux of the problem. As the head of the Security Bureau, he must first find out the identity of the other party and the purpose of the invasion. In this way, the organization can be reported to the organization as soon as possible, and the official will come forward and give a positive response. But Chen Zhongying slowly let out a puff of smoke, and only replied 2 words, I don't know. He did not intend to inform the Security Bureau of the purpose of the Black Crocodile Army, because it is not needed. This matter, he will handle it himself. Hearing this agent's answer, Pan Jiabin's expression was a bit complicated and embarrassing. Didn't find out the identity of the other party, and the purpose of the invasion? Then this matter can be tricky. Pan Jiabin's mood is faintly worried. This area of Jiangnan, I am afraid that something big will happen. Lend me a car. At this moment, Chen Zong on the side suddenly said lightly. Pan Jiabin reacted and took out an Audi car key and handed it to Mr. Chen. Chen Zonggun took the car key and took a deep breath. I haven't revealed my identity to any unrelated personnel? Chen Zengzong asked lightly with his eyes calm. What he was referring to was naturally Ku Yi and others. If the Security Bureau revealed his so-called agent identity to the Ku Yi people, even if it will cause a lot of trouble. Pan Jiabin nodded respectfully. Mr. Rest assured, your identity, we have not disclosed. You are currently the security director of the Ku Group. People other than our security bureau know your identity secret. Yeah? Chen Zonging nodded and pressed the car key in his hand. Ahead, a black Audi A6 car flashed twice. With a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Zong went straight to the car and got into the car. Start the vehicle. Slowly drive away. At this time, at the entrance of Kios building, the scene at the door of the entire building was cleaned up. The efficiency of the security bureau was very high, and the corpses and bloodstains were cleaned up almost instantly. To Kuyiren and Zhu Otong, and the group of Kios bodyguards, colleagues from the security bureau present are interrogating them in detail and making case records. Today, when such a serious incident occurs on the street in the trouble, the Security Bureau needs to investigate the cause of the whole incident. For the interrogation of the Security Bureau personnel, why did the group of terrorists besiege themselves? Even Kui himself feels inexplicable. She also didn't know her name. Why suddenly a group of terrorist killers appeared, chasing herself so crazy? Could it be the revenge of the Go family and Go shows? This doubt flashed through Kuyiren's heart. However, she did not say it during the inquiry of the Security Bureau. But at this time, what she worries most is the safety of Mr. Chen. An hour has passed, and it is already 10 o'clock in the morning. But Mr. Chen has not been seen yet. Where did he go? Will there be any danger? Sitting in the lobby of the Kios building, Kuyiren was emotionally mixed while being interviewed. At this time, she was very complicated and worried. Worried about Mr. Chen's safety. The hostess Zhu Otong sat aside, her complexion and inexplicable expression, with a momentary fear. It was the first time that she experienced this kind of life and death, which made her heart tremble and complicated, and it took a long time for her to recover from the shock. However, at this moment, suddenly, a black Audi A6 car galloped for a while, and then suddenly braked and stopped in front of the Kios building. All the staff turned their heads in astonishment one after another. The Audi A6 door opened, and a fair-skinned young man with an inch of hair slowly stepped out of the car. When I saw this man, Kuyiren's mood suddenly messed up. She got up directly from the sofa in the hall and rushed out. Outside the door, that man ... not Chen Zong ... who else? Mr. Chen. Are you okay? Kuyiren rushed out of the door of the building, with complicated beautiful eyes and mist, staring straight at the man in suit and leather shoes. At this time, her mood was extremely complicated. Do you look like something is going on? Chen Zonging's voice was calm and indifferent, stepping on his leather shoes and slowly walking into the building. Chapter 442. How can death's rules be broken? Do you look like something is going on? Chen Zonging's voice was calm and indifferent, stepping on his leather shoes and slowly walking into the building. Looking at the back of this man, in Kuyiren's heart. Just now, the scenes of this man saving herself have appeared before her eyes. At this time, she was ... uncontrollable, and a drop of crystal tears fell down the corner of her eyes. In the Kios mansion, a group of staff in black suits looked a little strange when Chen Zong came in. In fact, they already knew the secret identity of this agent. It's just that team leader Pan told them in advance that they must never reveal the identity of this agent because he is performing a special task in hiding. Therefore, at this time, all the staff can only pretend not to know Chen Zonging. Although pretending not to know each other, the adoration and admiration in the eyes of colleagues is still indescribable. This is a top national agent. The power of one person to destroy the entire armed organization with heavy firepower is simply too much. The staff of the security team pretended not to know the general, and the two personnel stepped forward and conducted interviews and interrogations with Chen Zhenging in accordance with the formal procedures to understand the situation on the spot. Regarding the entire interrogation process, Chen Zhonging's answer was always, "I don't know, I don't know." However, the staff obviously did not ask too much, because it was just a process. And Dang, the staff member, asked Chen Zhonging, "Regarding your skills, have you received professional military training before?" Although this question is just a simple process, but this question attracted the attention of the bodyguards of the Ku clan, as well as Ku Yiren and Zhu Otong. Everyone looked at this scene with complicated and inexplicable eyes, and people were waiting for Chen Zhonging's answer. His eyes were calm, he took a deep breath, and replied, "Before. He served in overseas mercenaries for several years." This is his answer. It is seamless and flawless. This also perfectly explains why he has such a terrifying skill. Because he was a mercenary. However, when Ku Yiren and Zhu Otong and the group of bodyguards heard these words, everyone was shocked. In their hearts, they were extremely shocked. Unbelievable. Mr. Chen worked as a mercenary? They are just ordinary people. They have never been in contact with these overseas wars, and they have never seen real mercenaries. At this time, I heard Mr. Chen say that he had been a mercenary overseas, and everyone was shocked. Mercenary? How does this exist? Exclamation mark. At this time, everyone the doubts about Mr. Chen in their hearts were finally relieved. So, he was a mercenary? That's why he has such a terrifying skill! Exclamation mark. All this seems to have finally been explained. However, Kuya's mood is a little complicated. Mercenary? Mr. Chen have been a mercenary? For some reason, she faintly felt ... What's wrong with her answer to this identity? The staff conducted a simple interview and interrogation of Chen Zhonging. In addition, regarding Chen Zhonging's murder and self-defense incident, the staff also followed the procedure and handed Chen Zhonging an investigation letter. "Sir, according to the process, although you are self-defense, but in view of the fact that your action was too serious, dozens of people died. Therefore, in accordance with the organization's requirements, you need to conduct a simple investigation. You don't have to worry. As a result, it should not be disadvantageous to you." The voice of the staff solemnly said. Of course, for Chen Zhonging, he didn't take it seriously. The staff also understand that this is just a form of process. The scene done at this time was just to cover the identity of the agent. Although they didn't know what task this agent was performing, he needed to be invisible in the Ku group and be a small security director. However, the organization has strict requirements. Even if they are curious, they dare not ask more. After handling everything, the staff finally left the scene solemnly. Quiet was restored at the gate of Kiss Group. Only the black and heavy security guards stood at the scene, staring at the surroundings vigilantly. Chen Zhengxing glanced around, lit a cigarette, put one hand in his trouser pocket, calmly walked towards the elevator. Wait a minute. But at this moment, Zhu Otong behind him suddenly shouted. Her long hair is a little messy, and her delicate face is a little embarrassed because of the attack just now. She hurriedly came to Chen Zhonging, and bowed respectfully to Chen Zong. "Thank you, sir for just saving my life." Just now, the killings were raging outside the building. Zhu Otong had no time to react and avoid. Chen Zhonging rescued her. There is nothing in return for life-saving grace. At this time, Zhu Otong bowed his body respectfully to express his life-saving grace. But Chen Zhonging had cold eyes, and the corner of his eyes cast a faint glance at the woman. 1 million, transfer or cash? He asked coldly in a cold voice. Huh? Zhu Otong was taken aback for a while, some of which couldn't react. I said, saving your life is not in vain. 1 million saves one life. Chen Zong spit out a smoke ring slowly, staring at Zhu Otong. Transfer ... or cash? Zhu Otong. In the entire hall, the atmosphere became somewhat inexplicably depressing. Chen Zhonging asked without mercy. He is of death. Every time he makes a shot, only for the task. The lives of people have nothing to do with him. Just now, the rescue of Zhu Otong had already violated his wishes. So at this time, Zhu Otong must take out the equivalent amount of money in exchange. Pay the money with one hand and save your life with the other. 1 million, for Chen Zhongying to make one shot. This is already a good deal. At that time, the Hungry Federation, an official Quinxang, tried to bid $1 billion for him to perform a protection mission, but Chen Zheng coldly refused. Today, this million people's life coins, let the of death take action to protect it once. This is enough to be proud. Moreover, Chen Zhongying is not short of this million. This is just his principle of accident. The rules of the of death cannot be broken. Zhu Otong stood there stupidly, a little sluggish, unable to react. And at this moment, the Kuyiran on the side suddenly stood up. Sir, Miss Zhao's money, I will pay for her. Kuyiran said magnetically. Zhu Otong was assassinated today. Also because of himself. It was not too much for Ku Yi to show up, but Chen Zong, but coldly rejected her. It has nothing to do with you, she has to pay the money. Chen Zhongying's voice was cold, with only a few words, but there was no room for it. How can the rules of the of death be broken? Today, he will rescue Zhu Otong next year, which is already against the rules of the of death. Therefore, the money must be collected, so that it can be regarded as conforming to the rules. Chapter 443 Conquer the Ocean Sky. And at this moment, the Kuyiran on the side suddenly stood up. Sir, Miss Zhao's money, I will pay for her. Kuyiran said magnetically. Zhu Otong was assassinated today. Also because of himself. It was not too much for Ku Yi to show up, but Chen Zong, but coldly rejected her. It has nothing to do with you, she has to pay the money. Chen Zhongying's voice was cold, with only a few words, but there was no room for it. How can the rules of the of death be broken? Today, he will rescue Zhu Otong next year, which is already against the rules of the of death. Therefore, the money must be collected, so that it can be regarded as conforming to the rules. The air has become somewhat inexplicably complicated. Chen Zhongying stood there cold, like a machine without emotion. I pay. Can it be done in a few days? I don't have that much money for a while and need to withdraw it, Zhu Otong said softly with a complicated voice. As the hostess of the radio station, she has made a lot of money over the years. It's just that 1 million is not a small amount to her, so it takes a few days to prepare. Chen Zongguang's eyes were cold, and he nodded slowly, then he turned and left. Only Zhu Otong's back is as cold as a cold. Zhu Otong's beautiful eyes are complicated, looking at the man's back. After watching for a long time, my mind is endlessly complicated. This day is destined to be unsettled. The assassination in the morning was too shocking and thrilling. Although, the news was directly blocked by the Security Bureau. However, for passers-by who witnessed the killing scene with their own eyes, it was difficult to calm down. However, Kuyiran, who was the target of this assassination, was equally emotional, sitting in the office, sluggish for a whole day, and didn't even have the thought of working. When people experience great disasters, their emotions will always change. Even the Ku Yi people at this time, no matter how can't be calm. After his father got the news, he called for the first time to ask, and Kuyiran informed his father that he was safe. But she could feel that on the phone. Father's emotions were also restrained and calm. This is her already. Within 2 months. I don't know how many times she was assassinated and assassinated. For these 2 months, she could not sleep at night almost every day. This feeling, repeated torment, when will be the head? However, the president's office is next door. In the security director's office, Chen Zhongying still looked calm, with a cigarette in his mouth, with Erlang's legs tilted, sitting on a chair faintly, puffing out smoke rings. In his hand, he was holding a copy of Warring States policy and was reading it lightly. For him, apart from killing, drinking, smoking www.mentalnovel.com, he has no other hobbies. His world is only black and white and red. The assassination in the morning seemed to be completely put behind him. At this time, He was calm and elegant, flipping through the book slightly. He picked up the pen and made notes gently on the book. When he saw a sentence, he suddenly picked up the pen and lightly drew a horizontal line under the sentence as a reminder. The Western Zhou dynasty Qin attacked the Y General Xiwu army in Yak. Qin attacked Y General Xiwu army in Yak, advancing and attacking Zhou. His fate does not belong to the city by nature. It seems that only those wars and chaotic worlds are where he really should go. Wherever there is peace, there will be local war. Cyclists want to ask the side, and the country goes to Juan. Zheng Peng left Hansai and returned to Hutan. The lonely smoke in the desert is straight, and the sun sets in the river. Every time Xiao Guan rides, he is protected by Yan Ran. Without those fighters, how can one protect one party to calm down? He just sat in his office, flipping through books all day. Even, they forgot to eat lunch. As the evening approached, he finally put down the book in his hand. At 5 o'clock in the evening, the setting sun went down. Late autumn and early winter. The night in the city is very dark and early. The climate in Jiangnan is only 5 o'clock in the evening, and the sky has become dim. Chen Zong got up and lit a cigarette. Then, came to the floor-tossling windows on the 99th floor. Outside the window, the sky was pitch black. At the beginning of the neon lights, the whole city, in pitch black blooming special magical brilliance. The lights of the buildings are lit up, and the creamy yellow street lights are lit in rows on the streets. One after another, the lights are shining. A long queue of lights is formed underneath. The night of this magic capital is fascinating. Outside the floor-tossling windows, is the Huangpu River. On the night of the river, several cruise ships passed by, making a sound of whistle. Chen Zonggong stood in front of the French window, raised his wrist, and glanced at the Omega watch. Then, he clicked on the watch interface. An LCD screen suddenly appeared on the watch interface. This is not an ordinary watch. The reason why Chen Zonghang carried it was not because of showing off or because of status symbols, but because it is a special military, multifunction watch. This watch is jointly developed by the Yangtze Academy of Military Weapons Science and the famous Swiss watchmaker Omega to create this all-round military watch. Its model is called Omega Pepsi, because the steel ring of the watch, like a can of Pepsi, has a dark blue base, and then it is embellished with a touch of orange and red. Just like the color of a Pepsi can, blue and red intersect. Blue represents the ocean and the sky. Red represents land. Conquer the sky, sea and land. Three-purpose watch. Its steel ring is made of special titanium alloy, bulletproof, and the watch material can resist the attack of bullets. The watch's airtightness can even dive tens of thousands meters below the seabed and still operate normally. However, above high altitude, this watch can even withstand the atmospheric pressure. Even if it flies out of the atmosphere, it can operate normally in outer space other than the Earth. The value of this watch exceeds 8 figures. Most people can't control this watch at all, because of its function. It is not used at all. Only when Chen Zonging the grey killer wandering on the fringe of the city can really use this sky-high price watch. It clicked on the LCD screen and entered a string of complicated codes. Then, the Omega watch began to emit a faint resonant sound, and the red dot flickered on the watch interface. This is the wireless signal isolation mode. With this mode turned on, in the entire office within a 3-meter radius of this watch, all communication signals 3G, 4G, 5G signals, all Wi-Fi signals, all satellites and surveillance signals are all shielded. In fact, Chen Zonging seldom uses this function. The isolation signal of Omega watches can damage the internal mechanical parts of the watch to a great extent. He usually makes calls, preferring to use a brand new phone, and then go to the street, where people are crowded, dial number. That way, the signal can also be shielded, just like finding a needle in a haystack, making it impossible to detect. However, at this time today, he had to turn on this function of the Omega watch, because this call is very important. 1. Chapter 444 I will do it myself. This is the wireless signal isolation mode. With this mode turned on, in the entire office within a 3-meter radius of this watch, all communication signals 3G, 4G, 5G signals, all Wi-Fi signals, all satellites and surveillance signals are all shielded. In fact, Chen Zhongying seldom uses this function. The isolation signal of Omega watches can damage the internal mechanical parts of the watch to a great extent. He usually makes calls, preferring to use a brand new phone, and then go to the street, where people are crowded dial number. That way, the signal can also be shielded, just like finding a needle in a haystack, making it impossible to detect. However, at this time today, he had to turn on this function of the Omega watch, because this call is very important. With the wireless isolation mode turned on, all signals around his body, within a radius of 3 meters, are isolated and shielded. However, at the same time, in the office next door, Ku Yiren, who was working on a computer, suddenly found the computer's network was disconnected. She has some doubts? I contacted the IP maintenance department and came over to check the network. As a result, after the IP staff came to the office, they checked and found that all the networks are normal. But why? It is inexplicably disconnected? Moreover, Ku Yiren was shocked to find that her cell phone, the 5-cell mobile signal, suddenly disappeared. But what is even more bizarre is that as soon as she walked out of the office, only to find that the cell phone signal was full again? This is? Convulsions? Ku Yiren turned to the security director's office next door and knocked on the door. Mr. Chen, is there a network in your office? It seems that the network is out of order. There is no signal on the mobile phone, Ku Yiren asked suspiciously, standing at the door. But when she stood at the door, she faintly felt that her eardrums were slightly uncomfortable, and there seemed to be some electric waves floating in the air. Standing in front of the French windows, Chen Zong turned around slowly. He glanced at Ku Yiren lightly. Originally, he was about to take out his mobile phone to make a call. It can be seen that Ku Yiren suddenly put his mobile phone back in his pocket. What brand is your mobile phone? Chen Zhongying asked lightly. Ku Yiren was taken aback. Huawei. She took out a Huawei Mate X folding screen mobile phone and motioned, borrow it. Chen Zong got up and walked in front of her. Ku Yiren was taken aback, but still lent him the phone. I want to make a call. You, go out, Chen Zhongying said in a calm and indifferent voice. Ku Yiren, she didn't dare to hesitate, turned and walked out of the office. She doesn't need to be bored anyway. Eavesdropping on Mr. Chen's call. Chen Zhongying took a Huawei mobile phone, and then closed the office door. Before coming to the office, turn on Ku Yiren's cell phone. Huawei Mate X, the latest folding screen mobile phone, is priced at 30,000 yuan in the market, and it is not available at a price. Ku Yiren, this woman, is indeed very rich. Chen Zong opened the phone, took out her calling card, crushed it, and threw it into the trash can. Such things as phone cards sometimes become trackers and bugs, and the other party can track the location of the phone card through satellite signals. Therefore, it must be crushed. Then, Chen Zong opened the folding screen phone and entered a string of codes on the screen. The phone goes black and then restarts. The whole is turned into a mobile phone, and it has entered a special mode without trace. In the blink of an eye, he cracked the mobile phone's defense network. Then, he entered a series of special codes on the screen of his mobile phone to make a call. This call is not dialed in the form of numbers. Instead, use special symbols instead to ensure that the phone will not be tracked or monitored. Beep, beep, beep. After the phone rang a few times, the other party was finally connected. Master Azura. There was a cold, hoarse man's voice on the other end of the phone. Chen Zhongying stood in front of the floor-toasling windows with smoke in his mouth, his eyes calm, and slowly asked, Li Shitan, and others, have you evacuated the Mediterranean? On the phone, the husky man, with a solemn voice, reported, thanks to Ashura, I'm waiting. The assembly is now complete, and I am going to withdraw tonight. Chen Zongguang's eyes were deep, and he slowly spit out a smoke ring, and said to the other end of the phone, leave it for now. On the other side of the phone, Li Shitan's voice was slightly taken aback. Master Ashura. Why? The Li Shitan on the other end of the phone was a little puzzled. Didn't Master Shura still order them to evacuate the entire camp? Why are you staying again suddenly? There is a new task. Chen Zongguang said calmly. On the other side of the phone, when Li Shitan heard this, his expression was condensed suddenly, and he said respectfully, Zura camp, Li Shitan, bring a group of people, and listen to Lord Shura's instructions. New task! Exclamation mark. Master Shura has been for 2 full years and has never intervened in the Shura camp. In the past 2 years, it was his Emperor Shitan who took charge of the army, constantly fighting overseas. Now, Lord Shura finally has another task. Li Shitan's breathing was a bit rapid and agitated. The Ashura Legion was silent for 2 years, and now, the Lord is finally about to make another move. Sweeping across a Western power. You are in the Mediterranean, how many people are there? Chen Zongying asked calmly. Master Shura, there are 1,000 people in his subordinates. The subordinates are now transferred immediately. 8 dragons, 1 group, 10,000 people, will arrive at the Mediterranean port before tomorrow. On the other side of the phone, Li Shitan, the voice was deep, and he replied with a solid voice. Master Ashura Luo, this mission is going to destroy the Ford aircraft carrier in Country M. Li Shitan asked solemnly during the call. The hatred with that aircraft carrier has a long history. Now, that aircraft carrier is deployed outside the Mediterranean Sea. According to Master Ashura's temperament, how can he not make a move? Therefore, Li Shitan thought himself that Master Ashura would take action to deal with that aircraft carrier. However, Chen Zongying took a deep breath of the cigarette ring, holding the phone in a calm tone, and slowly said, no, don't move it yet. There is no need to transfer people, 1,000 people is enough. My lord, what are you? During the call, Ashura was a little puzzled. New mission, follow the order. Before tomorrow, destroy the Mediterranean war-torn area, the armed forces. The Black Crocodile Army, Chen Zong said in a calm tone, with a hint of indifference, and slowly exhorted. Hearing this task, the Li Shitan on the other end of the phone was taken aback first. Destroy the Black Crocodile Army? Master Ashura. Is this to be? The Black Crocodile Army, even though it has a reputation in the Mediterranean, at best, it was just a small armed force. He didn't understand. Master Ashura. Why did you want to deal with that small armed organization? Let the Ashura camp take action to deal with the Black Crocodile Legion. This is a bit too big a fuss, right? However, Li Shitan did not dare to ask more, and replied respectfully, yes. Ashura camp, the leader of a group. Li Shitan. Takes orders. Also, send a plane, 5 hours later. Come to the hot summer Jiangnan to pick me up. For this mission, I will take care of myself. Chen Zongying's voice slowly said. 2. Chapter 445. This name represents despair. Also, send a plane, 5 hours later. Come to the hot summer Jiangnan to pick me up. For this mission, I will take care of myself. Chen Zongying's voice slowly said. Hearing these words, Li Shitan on the other end of the phone looked shocked and excited. Ashura-sama, this is too personally. Shoot! This 2 years. Since Master Ashura disappeared 2 years ago, he has never made another move. The entire Western world almost forgot the battle that year. Only those mercenaries and warlords who have really experienced that battle can truly appreciate the horror of Ashura. This name represents despair. More terrifying than hell, more hideous than death. This name trembles almost the entire dark war-torn world of the West. Codename Ashura. The voice of Dishitten on the phone was more respectful and solemn than ever before. Yes, your subordinates, with thousands of fighters, welcome Master Shura's return. In front of the floor-hurtling window, Chen Zhengying spit out a smoke ring. His eyes calmly glanced at the night scene outside the window. Later, I will send you the coordinate address. Remember ... Don't disturb the Yangtze National Defense Agency. After speaking, Chen Zhonggong looked indifferent and hung up the phone. Looking out the floor-hurtling windows, the night scene of neon lights, he took a deep breath of cigarettes. The smoke rings scattered, floating in the air. And his eyes are deeper than ever. There is more than one secret in him. He has more than one code name. Maybe even Jiang Yazu, the entire third department behind it, and even the interior of the Forbidden City don't know that he is another identity of the of Death. Code name, Ashura. The of Death, on behalf of killing, blood is endless. However, Ashura represents fear, which is more terrifying than death. Chen Zhongying, how could he become ... a tool for the third sector to send arbitrarily? Since the first time he met Jiang Yazu and cooperated with ... the day he joined the third department, he ... had an unprecedented vigilance towards the old man with grey hair. Reaper is just his official identity in the summer. The code name is Reaper. This name represents the summer and represents the third sector. However, he secretly formed a mercenary in the overseas world, the Shura Legion. He created another terrifying identity for himself, Ashura. In the entire West, almost no one has seen the true face of Ashura. His appearance, blood everywhere, endless fear. Ashura only shows people in masks. No one has ever seen the true face under that mask. No one thought that the of Death is Ashura. Chen Zong never will, and sits waiting to die. From the moment he joined the third department, he knew that he is just a tool for some people. The code name of Death will one day be ruthlessly obliterated by certain people, certain forces. Machines are always just machines. Use enough, it will destroy and eliminate all traces. Chen Zhongying has killed too many people in this life. He knew that he would never end well. Overseas, secretly formed that mercenary, the Shura army, just to fight against the emergence of that day. He didn't know how long he could live. However, some people, if they want him to die, he promises the entire Shura army will be ridden with nightmares by those forces. The third sector, Jiang Universe. Chen Zhongying never believed it. It's just a game, using each other. As of Death, you can't help yourself. Today, the times are changing. Ashura, it's time to come to this world. Chen Zhongying took a deep breath, and with a click, he crushed the Huawei folding phone in his hand. In order to prevent the traces of his call from being leaked, he would destroy a cell phone after each call. After throwing the phone into the trash can, Chen Zong returned to the chair and continued reading. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. In. Chen Zhongying replied faintly. The office door opened, and Ku Yiren stood in front of the door and asked softly, "Sir, have my phone run out?" "It's crushed and thrown into the trash can," Chen Zhongying murmured while reading the book while holding the book. Then he pointed his finger at the wastebasket on the side. Ku Yiren, pinch. "Broken?" Question mark. Then, "But my cell phone?" Exclamation mark. "Do you always say that you just crush it?" Question mark. "Don't say hello in advance!" Exclamation mark. In Ku Yiren's mobile phone, there are many documents and the number of the partner. "Is there anything?" "The money for the mobile phone is deducted from my salary." Chen Zhongying didn't seem to care, and continued to look down at the book. Anyway, his annual salary is 100 million yuan a year, and the deduction of tens of thousands of yuan for mobile phones is nothing. Ha ha ha. "It's okay, just a mobile phone." Ku Yiren concealed embarrassment and smiled. "Well, where's my calling card?" Ku Yiren hesitated and asked again. "The phone is crushed." "Give me the calling card anyway." "It's also crushed. Let's get another one," Chen Zhongying said lightly while sitting on the chair with Erlang's legs upright. Ku Yiren, she has an urge to beat her chest. Ha ha ha. It's okay. Well, don't bother me, you read the book. She resisted the urge to vomit blood and carefully closed the office door. The night at the end of autumn, withered and early. After get off work in the evening, 10 Mercedes-Benz fleets slowly stopped in front of the KIOS building. After experiencing the assassination during the day, the Kuyiran at this time appeared to be extremely cautious. The bodyguards all around also looked solemn and watched the surroundings. I am afraid that something will happen. Kuyiran stepped on high heels and walked out of the building with Chen Zonging. A biting autumn wind blew past, and Kuyiran tightened the collar of the trench coat. She looked a little cold with her long black hair shawl. She subconsciously moved closer to Mr. Chen next to her, because she suddenly found that as long as she stood next to Mr. Chen, she would be very warm. This man, like a radiator, naturally comes with warmth, making people subconsciously want to get close to him in the severe cold. Of course, Kuyiran did know that Mr. Chen's body energy temperature was constant at 70 degrees Celsius for a long time. Therefore, his body will emit heat in the severe cold winter. The body temperature of an average person is generally around 36 degrees Celsius. This is the normal constant temperature index acceptable to the human body. However, Chen Zonging's body temperature is twice that of a normal human being, 70 degrees Celsius. It's still just in his static state. If he exercises, his body temperature will soar to 200 degrees Celsius when he fights. His body, like a beast machine, was born to kill. However, just as the Kuyi people got closer and closer, Chen Zong suddenly moved away by one step, opening the distance between the two. Men and women don't get married, pay attention to your distance. Chen Zonging said indifferently, slowly. Kuyiran. At this moment, she was blushing with pretty face, and she wanted to die. She just wanted to get closer and rub the temperature. Is this man really beaten with iron? Steel straight man, or is he really unattractive to men? 3. Chapter 446 Sure Legion. In the evening, the streets are dark at night. 10 Mercedes-Benz convoys, cautiously driving on the streets where the neon lights are on. Kuyiran sat in the car, looking out the window with her beautiful eyes a little complicated. With the neon lights outside the window, the whole city was wrapped in the fall of withered yellow. The fallen leaves all over the ground symbolize the approaching winter. Inside the Maybach car, surprisingly there is no heating and air conditioning, because Chen Zonging was sitting on the side, as if the change was invisibly raising the temperature in the compartment. That kind of warmness made Kuyiran still unable to help, and wanted to get closer. Before, I met Mr. Chen for the first time in the summer. At that time, because the air conditioner was driving in the car, she hadn't noticed it. At this time, it was approaching the winter solstice, and she suddenly realized Mr. Chen's body could be so warm. The driver drove the car quietly. However, Chen Zonging and Kuyiran were sitting in the car, and there was no dialogue between the two. Chen Zongong lit a cigarette, faintly puffing out the smoke ring, and Kuyiran turned his head and looked out the window with complicated thoughts. After hesitating for a long time, she finally turned her head, looked at Chen Zongong cautiously and asked, "Sir, about the people who killed me during the day. Do you know who they are?" Kuyi asked cautiously. She couldn't figure out, who did she provoke? Would the other party send overseas mercenary killers to come and carry such heavy firepower weapons to kill themselves? Is it for Project X? But this project she has almost kept it secret to the outside world. How can overseas forces know about it? Chen Zonging sat in the car. His eyes were calm, and he took a deep breath of the cigarette. "Correct a little, they are not killing you, but kidnapping," Chen Zonging said calmly and slowly. "Kidnapping?" Hearing these words, Kuyiran's pretty face suddenly became a little dignified. The bullet that the sniper shot at you during the day was a narcotic bullet, not a lethal weapon. Chen Zonging's tone was calm and slowly explained. In addition, they come from the Mediterranean. The armed forces behind them are called the Black Crocodile Legion. Surprisingly, this time, Shenzong didn't even conceal anything, saying each word slowly. From the Mediterranean, Black Crocodile Army! Exclamation mark. At this moment, Kuya's pretty face is more solemn than ever! Exclamation mark. The Mediterranean, isn't that ... the war zone today? For oil, I don't know how many battles have been fought. Yesterday morning, at breakfast, she was still on the morning news and saw the situation about the battle in the Mediterranean. It is said that all country M has dispatched aircraft carriers to vigorously attack the armed forces in the Mediterranean region. Those foreign killers come from the Mediterranean region? Question mark. Black Crocodile Army? Kuya Mama was surprised. She was doing business in the hot summer and had never heard of the name Black Crocodile Corps, so she didn't understand. However, she felt that things were not simple. Sir, why did they come? Kuyi asked with a solemn expression. For you, that excitem. Shenzong breathed out a smoke ring slowly, his eyes calm and indifferent, replied, Hearing these words, Kuyaran's beautiful eyes shrank slightly. For Project X! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. Project X is only for medical purposes. What use is it for them? Kuyaran was puzzled. Biochemical weapons. Shenzong's voice was very calm, but the simple 4 words were like thunder on the ground. Kuyaran's delicate body trembled slightly. Exclamation mark. Can't believe it! Exclamation mark. Biochemical weapons! Exclamation mark. This. Simply Mediterranean. The war is intensifying. Only biochemical weapons can reverse the situation. Shenzong's eyes were calm, and he added faintly, at this time, Kuyaran's pretty face is more solemn than ever. She realized the seriousness of the situation. An oil war in West Asia thousands of kilometers away. Even implicated oneself in it. The core secret of Project X. I have already made the news and kept it confidential. The project plan ... How would they know? Exclamation mark. The Kuyi had a serious face and couldn't believe it. From the moment she developed Project X, she has kept the secrets of Project X a secret. She only announced that Project X ... can reduce the cost of pharmaceutical companies by dozens of times. Did not disclose the other role. For example, it can extract all organic molecules, including biological and chemical weapons. She kept all these secrets secret and did not disclose them to the outside world. But, how did this group of overseas forces know? Exclamation mark. Someone revealed. Shenzong's eyes were calm and deep, and he slowly uttered 4 words. Hearing these words, Kuya's whole person, the pretty face was stunned. Unbelievable! Exclamation mark. Someone revealed her project secrets? Question mark. This! Exclamation mark. Is it an insider of my company? She asked in surprise. Shenzong did not speak again this time. After a long silence, he finally opened his mouth and said, yes. No. Hearing this answer, Kuya's pretty face was solemn, unprecedented. In the group laboratory, sure enough, has a leaker appeared? Question mark. When she set up the laboratory, she verified the identity of each participant in detail. After confirming that they did not have any moral hazard, she signed a cooperation agreement with them, and then signed a confidentiality agreement. Ensure that no experimental data has been leaked throughout the research process. But, at this moment, the data was leaked. She felt that things were more solemn than ever. There are hundreds of participants in the X project. With so many people, how would she ... find the leaker? Exclamation mark. On the way, in the Maybach car, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly solemn. Kuyaran sat in the car and began to organize his thoughts. In today's situation, she needs to find the leaker the first time. Prevent the continued spread of news. If the leaker stays in the R&D team, it ... will cause an unprecedented disaster to the entire project R&D process. Any research and development results may be leaked. However, Shenzong, who was on the side, had his eyes calm, sitting in the car lightly, continuing to puff out smoke rings, as if these crisis events had nothing to do with him. Half an hour later, the Maybach car slowly stopped in the Kius Manor. In the villa, a sumptuous dinner is ready. Ku Yiren and Chen Zonggong walked into the villa. This dinner finally opened. However, at the same time, 7,000 kilometers away, the remote Mediterranean, war-torn area, there is a 6-hour time difference between the Mediterranean Sea in the hot summer. At this time in the hot summer, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. In the Mediterranean theater, at this time, it was only 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, the Mediterranean is full of wars, like on Earth. Armed forces from all walks of life, armed parts of various countries, have poured into the Mediterranean, trying to get a share of the pie here. The profits and temptations of oil are too great. Under the interests, all peace has become a shackle. The alliance was overthrown. The system was overthrown. Only war can reallocate resources. Mediterranean, Eastern region. A tropical forest, in a temporary foundation. A small battalion was stationed. It's about 1,000 people. Hundreds of warriors, wearing camouflage uniforms concealed in the jungle, rolled up on the floor, hitting the floor at random in the tropical forest, and fell asleep on the floor. If so, in terms of the number of people, the size of 1,000 people, in such a chaotic situation in the Mediterranean, is almost an ant, and it can't make any waves at all, because those armed warlords occupying the Mediterranean which one is not hundreds of thousands of members, occupy it and become a hero, but, only the 1,000-man battalion in front of you, on the contrary, caused the entire Mediterranean situation to fluctuate. The Mediterranean trembled as soon as this 1,000-man team started, because the name of this team is called Shura Legion. 4. Chapter 447. A white bone Shura banner. Mediterranean, Eastern region. A tropical forest, in a temporary foundation. A small battalion was stationed. It's about 1,000 people. Hundreds of warriors, wearing camouflage uniforms concealed in the jungle, rolled up on the floor, hitting the floor at random in the tropical forest, and fell asleep on the floor. If so, in terms of the number of people, the size of 1,000 people, in such a chaotic situation in the Mediterranean, is almost an ant, and it can't make any waves at all, because those armed warlords occupying the Mediterranean which is not hundreds of thousands of members, occupy it and become a hero, but, only the 1,000-man battalion in front of you, on the contrary, caused the entire Mediterranean situation to fluctuate. The Mediterranean trembled as soon as this 1,000-man team started, because the name of this team is called Shura Legion. A white bone Shura banner sees the ghosts and weeping. The Shura Legion, the gods block and kill the gods. From the Ashura Legion, the first leaders, Emperor Shitan, personally led 1,000 elites. The moment they joined the Battle of the Mediterranean, the forces of the entire Mediterranean began to become more difficult to control, because they are the Shura camp. 1,000 people is enough to resist the power of 10,000 people. At this time, this 1,000-man camp is stationed in the tropical forest, taking a short rest. After several months of fierce war, no one died in this 1,000-man squad. Moreover, successfully completed the employment task and reversed the battle in the Mediterranean. Such deterrence can be described as tremor. As expected, Shura army. Now, with the intervention of the M-Sides strategic nuclear aircraft carrier, this 1,000-man Shura battalion team intends to withdraw from the Middle East war for the time being. The strategic nuclear aircraft carrier is indeed too sensitive. No one wants to cause a war of destruction. Therefore, the Shura army received the order to retreat. Although, these thousands of people do not want to leave here, because the faith of the Ashura Legion is never withdrawn. But today, the superiors have no choice. Although the exhibitors had no complaints, they were all aggrieved in their hearts after all. The Shura Legion, sweeping all over the overseas employment world, has never been afraid of anyone. Now, they have to leave suddenly. It is false to say that it is not wronged. However, at this moment, a slender young man with yellow skin slowly walked to the center of the thousands of people. He is the Azure Legion, the first leader of the tribe, the Shaitan. His eyes were like swords, and he coldly scanned the group of soldiers resting on the ground. Then, he suddenly shouted, "Assemble!" In an instant, in the entire jungle, countless camouflage warriors listened to the order in an instant, like a beast waking up and changing, all rolling up. In almost less than 2 seconds, the Azure Legion, a 1,000-man team, assembled. A second ago, the soldiers who were still resting, at this moment like steel blades, standing neatly, forming a line of steel. A full 1,000 top fighters. Within 3 seconds, everything was assembled. What a terrifying and excellent military quality is needed. Looking at the world, there are 1,000 combat teams that can be assembled in 3 seconds in an instant. There are no 10. Such qualities are simply terrifying and extraordinary. This is the Shura Legion. Shura, revive. The Shaitan's eyes were cold, and he slowly glanced at the steel queue in front of him. The Shura Legion. Everyone, follow the order. With his order, 1,000 people were present. Let's take a rest. The Shaitan put his hands on his back, and his whole body exuded an unprecedented aura. Master Azure has an order. Before tomorrow, annihilate the armed forces of the Black Crocodile Legion. The Shaitan's voice trembled with a terrifying force. Upon hearing this order, the faces of thousands of soldiers present were shocked. In the pupils, there is an unprecedented fighting spirit. Master Azure disappeared for 2 years, and finally reappeared again and issued an order. The team takes the order. The second group of the team takes the order. 3 groups of teams take orders. A trembling sound wave swept over the forest, like a huge wave. The sound wave kept roaring. 1,000% terrorist mercenary army. 15 terrible killing teams. 10 battle pairs. All take orders! 1,000 people please fight. This kind of battle is terrifying. The Shaitan looked cold and indifferent. He scanned the surroundings sharply, and suddenly shouted, "Why does a Black Crocodile army need to be annihilated before tomorrow? Follow my instructions and fight on time at 10 o'clock tonight. Before 12 o'clock in the evening. Annihilate Black Crocodile Army. Azure Legion, obey." Thousands of people present, clenched their fists together, condensed in front of their temples. Military salute, fighting posture. The atmosphere was sudden and solemn. The air in the entire military exercise field is filled with tremors by a terrible murderous intent. Shuru is out of the queue. Blood slaughter. Start fighting at 10 o'clock in the evening, and annihilate the Black Crocodile Army before 12 o'clock. Combat time, 2 hours. Want to annihilate the opponent's entire army in a mere 2 hours? Such combat speed and efficiency means simply unprecedented. The Black Crocodile Army. There are tens of thousands of people, and this Shura army, came to the Mediterranean this time, and only brought 1,000 people into the battle. 1,000 people, to 10,000 people? Annihilated in 2 hours? This is simply this kind of Kyujin, I'm afraid. Only the first member of the Azure Legion, the Shaitan, dare to say so. Thousands of people were present, their faces were solemn, and in their pupils, there were endless killings. Tonight, this horrible mercenary team hidden in the rainforest will truly show its terrifying killing. Report. At this moment, suddenly several soldiers in the team looked solemn and raised their hands. There seems to be something to say. The Shaitan's eyes were indifferent, and he glanced lightly at the few people. Say, swipe. Dozens of soldiers stepped out together. Report the warlord. We request to fight now. Within an hour, the Black Crocodile Army will be wiped out. The breath is raging, and the murderous tremor. There seemed to be a trace of expectation and pleading in their eyes. He hasn't played for a few days. They are beasts. A group of beasts. Lost the meaning of hunting and fighting. How can they have fun? To imagine the loneliness of this group of beasts. Now, this once-in-lifetime combat mission opportunity. How can this group of beasts on the battlefield be missed? Li Shitan's eyes were dignified and deep, and he glanced at the group of soldiers. I understand what you mean. The enemy shouldn't keep him tonight. But Li Shitan's voice suddenly paused, his eyes dignified, and he scanned everyone present. Tonight, Azure Asama will be there. This battle will be led by Azure Asama personally. Boom. As soon as this statement came out, the faces of all the soldiers in the audience suddenly condensed. Then, Chi-Chi was excited! Everyone's breathing became rapid, and their fists were clenched, which was unprecedented excitement. Master Azura! Come tonight! In the past 2 years, they have never seen Master Azura. He seemed to be missing. Now, Master Azura finally reappeared again. The horror code name that has been hidden for 2 years. Azura. Tonight, come to the scene in person! 1. Chapter 448 Biochemical Weapon. In the night, Shanghai and the Sea Market. Ziyuan Villa. After Chen Zong finished his meal at the Kus house, he got up and left and returned to the villa opposite. He came to the villa, took off his suit jacket, turned and walked into the bathroom. Turn on the cold water and start to wash the body. On the winter solstice festival in December, he even washed with cold water, as if not afraid of the cold at all. However, at the same time, in the Kus manor next door, Kuyiran is wearing a night dress with her wet long hair leaning over her shoulders. She hesitated, sat in front of the computer, and opened the web page. Start typing in the web address, and on the computer, look up the information of the Black Crocodile Army. The eyes are complicated. In the Baidu search box, I entered the words Black Crocodile Army. Press the enter key. However, Baidu's search shows that nothing can be found at all, domestically. In order to maintain the safety and health of information content, some overseas information is directly blocked. Kuyiran did not find any relevant clues. Her beautiful eyes were solemn, and she seemed to realize something. Close the Baidu browser. Then, I opened the IP circumvention software, surpassed the blockade of inland IP, traversed the wall. Transferred to the external IP. Then, she opened Google Chrome and re-entered 4 words in Google Chrome. Black Crocodile Army. Hit enter. This time on Google Chrome, I finally found information about the Black Crocodile Army. With dignified eyes, Kuyiran cautiously clicked on the information on the website. Above, it was about this mysterious armed army. The information introduced Black Crocodile Armed Forces, stationed in Abiyang Province, Northern Yam. Established in 1999, responsible for armed raids, employment tasks, and formation of armed forces. Participated in the Iraq oil war in 2001, and had a long-term confrontation with MSU. During his stay in the Mediterranean, he carried out hundreds of armed terrorist attacks and was responsible for the consequences of all missions. According to the announcement by the Black Crocodile Corps, its subordinates. Currently, there are more than 10,000 combat members, and the capacity of weapons and ammunition in the arsenal is x2 times. In the Mediterranean region, a large and medium-sized armed group has been formed. See the Google website. These information search briefs about the Black Crocodile Army. Kuya's pretty face has become more solemn than ever. Is it an armed violence organization that is internationally famous? Originated from the Mediterranean theater. For the purpose of Project X! Moreover, this legion actually has confronted Emir for many years! What kind of horrible existence is it? Kuya's mood was more complicated than ever. and he was horrified and worried. At this time, she was more frightened than afraid. This is the first time this female businessman feels such an unprecedented panic. In the past, she only competed with others in the business field. She is not afraid of any commercial enemies. Even in the face of go shows, and the 4 major families in the south of the Yangtze River, she never has such panic. However, at this moment, she suddenly feel endless fear. Because this Black Crocodile Army is not a commercial enemy at all, but an armed group. This is a terrorist force that she has never contacted or even reached at all. It's too safe in the hot summer. Under the high protection of the country, all the people in the hot summer live and work in peace and contentment. As a result, ordinary people in the hot summer country don't even know is the chaos in this overseas sky. In the hot summer, tens of thousands of peacekeeping troops are sent to foreign countries each year. The cross-border Asian Special Forces, with armbands adorned with the earth and olive branch pattern, bears the UN peacekeeping operations, the white peace dove flag, and hopes that the war will stop. Under the wall, how can you know the chaos outside the sky? All the young people in the hot summer inland are complaining about the country at the same time. But they don't know that a large number of fighters are guarding the gate of the country for these keyboard men. It is the protection of the hot summer that makes the country such a peaceful and prosperous situation. Only when I went overseas did I know how messy was outside. How dangerous is it? The sky overseas is too chaotic. Even though Kiwi people have seen reports of overseas wars in the TV news on weekdays. But those are just reports. But today, she was completely implicated in the entire incident. The fighting in the Mediterranean has intensified. The M side sent heavy firepower to suppress the entire strait. Under such circumstances, Kuyiran's X-project plan was revealed. This is simply Kuyi people hardly need to think about. What will be the consequences? That group of extremely vicious militants, for the purpose why the war can be won at all costs. Biochemical weapons have become a tool for them to turn the tide of battle. Sitting in front of the computer, Kuyi's mood is extremely complicated and messy. At this moment, she really don't know what to do. Project X is too important. If it is leaked, it is not just a business issue. It is possible that it will be promoted to become a more serious crisis. Biochemical weapon. Although, she simply did an experiment to refine it, and it ended in failure, and also blocked the news of the project. However, this is mainly because she has not studied in depth. She can't guarantee whether overseas crazy researchers will really use Herc's refining technology to research birth weapons. If that thing once appears, it will lead to devastating consequences. Back then, during World War II, the Kingdom of Sakura was extremely cruel and carried out large-scale biological and chemical weapons experiments on the hot summer. That kind of cruelty is horrible, and it makes people criticize. Afterwards, the country of Sakura was defeated and was severely arbitrated by the International Military Tribunal. And that biological and chemical weapon technology has also been banned by all parties in the world. However, despite the prohibition, as far as the Kiwi people know, countless pharmaceutical and biological companies in the world continue to research and develop, and then try to rekindle that horrible weapon. However, no one succeeded. The cost and price required for biological and chemical weapons are too great and extremely unstable. Therefore, many armed forces do not want to rectify, but cannot afford to rectify, because it costs too much. Too many experiments are needed, and the money is exhausted before the weapon is successfully developed. But, all of this was overcome on Project X. Project X can reduce the cost of medicine by dozens of times. Similarly, it can also reduce the cost of biological and chemical weapons by dozens of times. Originally, the research and development of biological and chemical weapons required a cost of $10 billion. However, borrowing Project X to refine molecules can at least reduce the cost of biological and chemical weapons to 30 times. In other words, Only $300 million can be used to develop natural weapons. $300 million. This little money. For ordinary people, it may be a sky-high price. However, as far as this team is armed into the regiment, it is simply a catch. So, as long as you get the X item, you can get a terrifying biological and chemical weapon. At this time, Kuyaran, sitting in the study, felt extremely complicated. She found that she seemed desperate. Being targeted by armed forces from overseas wars. What should she do? She is not worried about herself. What she worries most is the people around her, parents, and sister. There are so many researchers in the entire group. How to ensure their safety? Kuyaran's heart is extremely complicated. She even want to apply for national asylum. Under such circumstances, she was almost desperate. Except that the country has come forward to protect itself. She really couldn't think of any way to protect her safety. 3. Chapter 449 coming soon. In the middle of the night, the Kuyaran sat in the study of the villa, and his mood was extremely complicated. The only solution she can think of at this time is to apply for national asylum. This is the last way. It is also the only way she can protect herself and her family now. However, what Kuyaran didn't know was actually, from the moment she developed Project X, the official organization has been involved. The country has long sent people to protect her in secret. That person is Chen Zhongying. Dan Kui did not know this. It is not that she is stupid, but that Chen Zhongying hides too deeply. No matter how high the IQ of Kuyi is and how keenly observant, it is impossible to see through the disguise of a top national agent. No matter how clever rabbits are, they can't spot them. The tigers crawling in the grass waiting to prey. Of course, unless this tiger is protecting you, and Chen Zhongying is obviously a more powerful existence than the tigers. Standing at the top of the biological chain, he is a beast, born to kill, hide and hide. If he wants to hide, no one in the world will find him. But at this time, the Kuyi in the study of the villa still didn't know this. She was silent for a long time, and finally got up and came to the next door. In front of her father's study. Knock on the door of the study. At this time, his father Kuihuihai was still sitting on the desk with the case lamp lit. He sat at the desk and flipped through a law book. At this time, he obviously couldn't sleep either. In the morning, her daughter was still assassinated and attacked at the door of the building. As a father, how can he sleep? What's wrong? Still not sleeping? Kuihuihai sat at the desk, put down his book, and looked at his daughter. Can't sleep. Kuyaran walked into the study with complicated eyes. Don't think so much, take a good night's sleep. I have already contacted an overseas security team from country A. This team has previously protected. They are here, and they are fully capable of keeping you safe. Father Kuihuihai said with a deep heart. Said slowly. This time, he really paid the money and contacted an overseas security team to ask them to come to China to perform the task of protecting his daughter. I believe this time, the safety of my daughter will also be guaranteed. Dad, I want to report to the country. Apply for national asylum. Kuyaran hesitated for a long time, and finally raised his head, looking at his father with complicated eyes. Hearing these words, Kuihuihai's complexion was slightly taken aback. He looked at his daughter somewhat complicatedly. This. Kuihuihai frowned. Are you sure? Applying for national asylum, this is not a trivial matter. Kuihuihai asked solemnly. When applying for national asylum, all the projects of the Kui people will be monitored. Moreover, every move must be reported to the organization. In addition, for safety reasons, she cannot go abroad. Personal actions can only be carried out within the country. For the Kiwi people, this does more harm than good. Therefore, she has been hesitant to take this path. The future development of the Ku group will be overseas and the whole world. Once you apply for asylum, the road of overseas development will not work. Moreover, the application for national asylum is not that simple. It's not just a casual person that can attract the attention of the organization and let it protect your personal safety. Granting asylum is a right of the country. That is, the country has the right to grant asylum to individuals in international law. Individuals receiving asylum are the product of the national asylum right. Individuals can apply for asylum, but whether to grant asylum is determined by the country to which the country is applying for asylum. To apply for national asylum, one must have an absolutely important status. Let the official pay enough attention to you. Otherwise, it is impossible for the official to apply for an excuse and spend huge amounts of money and manpower and resources to protect your safety. Moreover, applying for asylum requires many hard and demanding conditions. 1. The applicant has been persecuted in the past, or is indeed afraid of being persecuted, well-founded fear. 2. The persecution was based on race, religion, nationality, membership of a social group or political opinion. To apply for asylum, Kiwi people need to list a series of assassinations and assassination evidences, and then submit them to the organization. After the organization analyzes and passes the review, it is decided whether or not to asylum. Historically, in the hot summer. The cases of applying for national asylum are rare because of the hot summer. This is a country where guns are banned, and public security protection is extremely strict. The hot summer country is very safe, not as chaotic and turbulent as overseas. So, there is no need for national asylum. There are only a few individual cases, such as certain overseas spies, or group leaders. Under persecution, they can only escape into the territory of the hot summer. The Yangtze organization finally granted it national asylum for humanitarian purposes. Apart from this, there are no other cases. In the study, the atmosphere seemed a bit quiet. Father Kuei-hai looked solemn and put down the law book in his hand. Once you apply for asylum, you may not leave the country. Are you sure? Father asked again with a serious expression. Kuya's pretty face was complicated and solemn, and nodded. Overseas market, give up for now. Protect the project first, is the most important, she said solemnly with beautiful eyes. Father Kuei-hai was silent. He understood what his daughter meant. In order to protect the project, we can only sacrifice the vast overseas international market. After a long time, he sighed. Take out a cigarette from the number axis drawer and light it. Kuei-hai rarely smokes on weekdays, and he has almost given up the habit of smoking. But today, with his complex and upset, he can only smoke to calm himself down. Your matter, make your own decision. No matter what, Dad will support you. In the end, he replied. As a father, he supports his daughter in all aspects. The Ku family group that he established alone has now been handed over to his daughter. He believes that his daughter can handle the entire group well. Hearing his father's answer, Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were solemn and nodded. Dad, thank you. Late at night, 11 o'clock. Just as the Kiwi people were in the Kus villa, they were anxious and could not sleep. In the villa opposite, the piano still echoed. Inside the villa, the famous world piano score, Polish Dances echoed. After taking a bath, Chen Zonging walked out of the bathroom slowly, naked and muscular. Dry your body. On that fair skin, a series of terrifying scars appeared. Standing in front of the mirror, he was like a demon from hell. He raised his eyes and stared at himself in the mirror for a long time. Then, the corners of his mouth raised a cold and strange arc. Tonight, his other identity is about to debut. Turn around and come to the closet. With a deep complexion, he took out a set of hideous and strange leather jackets from the closet. The pure black leather jacket exudes an unprecedented jealous atmosphere. Put on a black shirt, concealing that terrible muscular body. Then, put on black tights. Then, he slowly put on that black leather jacket. On the first day of December, Brothers Monthly Pass, please help! Exclamation mark. Wait for more! Exclamation mark. Chapter 450 Codename, Azura. He was dressed in black leather clothes, with cold hair and a slashed face. At this time, he was completely opposite to the elegant appearance of black leather jacket, tights, cold, like a messenger of ghost hell. He in a suit is elegant and cold. At this time, he in the leather jacket was killing him. Two identities, two completely different breaths. He slowly raised his wrist and slowly put on a black military watch. Then, a cigar was lit. At this time, his smoking habit has changed from cigarettes to cigars. This is what he did deliberately. Every time he changed his status, his behavior and habits changed. This is his performance as a senior agent. To prevent anyone recognize him, he has too many identities, and each identity has its own independent habits. It's not personality split, but ... for safety. How terrible can his identity change and concealment be? In these years, in the process of secretly performing tasks for the third sector, he has played no fewer than thousands of new identities. After killing people, he calmly changed to a new identity, and then passed by the armed forces. He can pretend to be the foreign minister of a certain country and walk into the big hexagon building calmly. He can even pretend to be a bodyguard next to a certain national university boss, and enter and exit the Kremlin unharmed. There is almost no place in the world that can stop him. Every identity he played was flawless to the extreme. People can't tell. After putting on everything, he slowly came to a metal cipher box. This box was consigned from overseas. From the day he arrived in Shanghai, this box was consigned here. He kept it carefully in the corner of the bedroom. The box is made of high-wall titanium alloy, unless high-energy heat, small atomic bomb bombardment. Otherwise, it cannot be opened at all. So there is no need to worry about leaks. And tonight, he finally was going to open this box. Slowly lift the safe and place it on the table. He took a deep sip of his cigar, then slowly stretched out his hand and turned on a switch on the safe. Inside, there is a high-precision pupil authentication and a code lock. First, the pupil witnesses. A pinhole camera machine appeared in the metal safe, aiming at Chen Zong's pupils and scanning. Scan the pupil, confirm the identity of the pupil, and pass. In the metal safe, an electronic mechanical prompt sounded. Immediately afterwards, the interface of a metal combination lock slowly emerged. Chen Zongguang's eyes were indifferent, and he stretched out his hand. On the interface, he entered four numbers. 4444. Password, 44. The setup is extremely simple, because he doesn't care at all, because no one can crack this safe. Ding! A prompt was heard. The metal safe opens slowly. As the safe opened, the entire surrounding air seemed to freeze suddenly, depressingly cold for a few degrees. A black metal helmet is slowly lying in the safe. The helmet, made of pure black metal, looks hideous and terrifying. That is based on Buddhism, the demons in the 6 reincarnations. Shura's appearance, created with a fierce mouth and a face with teeth and claws. 2 blood-sucking fangs appeared on the mask. Hell Shura, the devil of Buddhism. This is the Shura helmet. Chen Zonggong slowly took out the helmet and stroked the metal on it with both hands. The black metal, the hideous shape, and the entire helmet, seemed to exude an aura of killing. He, finally, slowly put on the helmet covering the facial features. Only the hideous and terrifying demon face is left. An aura of horror surging across the sky instantly emerged. Codename, Ashura. Under the black Shura helmet, his breath is endlessly cold and turbulent. In the metal safe, lying quietly, a pair of black metal gloves. The overall structure of the glove is made of special metal, making it extremely hard. He slowly took out the metal gloves and put them slowly on. This is his weapon, Shura's claws. Under the identity of Ashura, he no longer uses Devil May Cry. And there is a new weapon. This pair of iron fist gloves dubbed the Xarali Claw by the outside world. The moment he put on the helmet, no one recognized him. He seemed to have become another person. Both the voice and the tone characteristics have completely changed. At this time, he is codenamed Ashura. Iron Fist, have you been alone for a long time? He stretched out his hand and looked at the pair of black iron claws in his hand. His pupils flashed an unprecedented strange killing. It's time to let fear spread to the west. Under the mask, the corners of his mouth, the strange ark. Even more. Wow! Suddenly, his figure slammed past, rushed directly out of the bedroom balcony, and jumped down under the balcony on the 3rd floor. Boom! As soon as the figure fell to the ground was sunken. With cold eyes, he walked step by step towards the Kiss Villa in front of him. At this time, it was already 11:30 in the evening. In Kiss Villa, except for Kuyaran's study room, where the lights were still on, the lights in the other rooms were all turned off. Wearing the Shura helmet, Chen Zong directly avoided the bodyguards around the villa from patrolling, and flashed into the garage of the villa like a ghost. He walked straight past the rows of Mercedes-Benz cars, and then, in front of a pink Lamborghini sports car, stopped. Turning his head, glanced at this exaggerated sports car. The corner of his mouth raised a strange arc. A few seconds later, boom! There was an engine roar, and the pink Lamborghini bull, like a roaring beast, galloped out quickly. At the gate of Kiss Villa, the group of private bodyguards did not stop them, and they all gave way, because just in the evening, Mr. Chen reminded that he would go out at this time. Therefore, at this time, the group of bodyguards, although they have not seen the figure in the sports car, but they also know that it is Mr. Chen. The bodyguards naturally didn't dare to stop them, so they all gave way. Boom! The Lamborghini sports car roared and galloped, and instantly disappeared at the end of the night. After half an hour, on the huge apron square of a golf park somewhere in the suburbs of Shanghai and Haihai, boom! A pink Lamborghini sports car is racing, roaring. The late-night golf park has ceased operations and the gate has been closed. I don't know how this sports car got in. The Lamborghini sports car quickly downshifted and drifted with a violent tail flick. After drifting in place for a few laps, it finally stopped steadily. The pink Lamborghini's scissor door opened. Chen Zonging, dressed in a black leather jacket, wearing a helmet, with indifferent gaze, slowly stepped out of the low sports car cabin. Standing in the huge dark park tarmac, his eyes were strange. He raised his wrist and glanced at the time on his watch. The watch on his wrist has been changed to a black military watch by him. That Omega watch will only be worn when it is the of death. At this time, his Azura, so his watch, was also replaced. At this time, it was 11:59 late at night. According to the agreement, he sent the coordinates to Dishitten. The aircraft of the Shura Legion should soon will arrive here. Add more! Exclamation mark. Brothers, ask for monthly ticket support! Exclamation mark. Now second place, let's go first! Exclamation mark. For the Shura Legion! Exclamation mark. For Master Azura! For the Kiwi people!